Best New Horror, edited by Stephen Jones and Ramsey Campbell. The stories in this collection are Pin, by Robert R. McCammon, The House on Cemetery Street, by Cherry Wilder, The Horn, by Stephen Gallagher, Breaking Up, by Alex Quiroba, If It Helps You Sing, by Ramsey Campbell, Closed Circuit, by Laurence Staig, Carnal House, by Steve Rasnic Tem, Twitch Technicolor, by Kim Newman, Lizaveta, by Gregory Frost, Snow Cancellations, by Donald R. Burleson, Archway, by Nicholas Royle, The Strange Design of Master Rignolo, by Thomas Ligotti, To Feel Another's Woe, by Chet Williamson, The Last Days of Dorinda Molyneux, by Robert Westall, No Sharks in the Med, by Brian Lumley, Mort au Monde, by D.F. Lewis, Blanca, by Thomas Tessier, The Eye of the Ayatollah, by Ian Watson, At First Just Ghostly, by Carl Edward Wagner, Bad News, by Richard Lehman.
Introduction. Horror in 1989. Following the explosion of horror fiction in 1988, growth in the genre appeared to level off in 1989. However, horror still accounted for almost 15% of all the books published in America, and 9% of the British total. According to the trade newspaper Locus, this is still a long way behind science fiction and fantasy, which each account for nearly 25% of the totals. However, the field is much more fruitful than during the first half of the decade. 1989 saw new novels from most of the big names. Stephen King followed up the commercial and critical success of Misery with an equally well-received tale of the horrors of authorship, The Dark Half. Clive Barker's The Great and Secret Show was the first part of a sprawling magnum opus that threw in almost everything but the kitchen sink. James Herbert turned his talents to the traditional ghost story in Haunted. Ancient Images by Ramsey Campbell combined the quest for a lost Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi movie with something older and more dangerous, while Dean R. Koontz, not a horror writer, he insists, continued to please his crowds of fans with another bestseller, Midnight. One of the most ambitious horror novels of the year was Dan Simmons' tale of psychic vampires, Carrion Comfort. Robert R. McCammon gave us a fast-moving combination of lycanthropy, espionage, and Nazis in The Wolf's Hour. Two masters of the macabre moved closer to the suspense novel, Stephen Gallagher with Downriver and Peter Straub with Mystery, while a master of suspense, James Elroy, moved towards horror with The Big Nowhere. Subtle terrors were also to be had from T.M. Wright, The Place, Robert Robinson, Bad Dreams, and Peter Ackroyd, First Light, the latter confirming the mastery of the supernatural novel which Ackroyd displayed in Hawksmoor. The Ackroyd and Robinson books were published as if they lay outside their field, and this was also true of Patrick McGrath's first novel, The Grotesque, and Catherine Dunn's extraordinary Geek Love, though Stephen Gregory's The Wood Witch was mysteriously transmuted into a horror novel as it crossed the ocean to America. Several established horror writers produced enduring work. K.W. Jeter, In the Land of the Dead, and The Nightman. Brian Lumley, Necroscope 3, The Source. Chet Williamson, Dreamthorpe. And Charles L. Grant, In a Dark Dream and Dialing the Wind. Nor should we forget Robert Bloch, Laurie. Graham Masterton, Walkers. Joe R. Lansdale, The Drive-In 2. Not just one of them sequels. Tim Powers, The Stress of Her Regard, and Jonathan Carroll, the remarkable A Child Across the Sky. Among the newer writers, whose work attracted favorable comment, were Mark Morris, Toady, Peter James, Dreamer, Michael Payne, Owl Light, Randall Boyle, After Sundown, Bruce McAllister, Dream Baby, David C. Smith, The Fair Rules of Evil, Scott Bradfield, History of Luminescence, Kim Newman, The Nightmare, and as Jack Yeovil, Drachenfels, and Nancy A. Collins, Sunglasses After Dark. It was a good year for collections. Arkham House published a substantially corrected edition of H.P. Lovecraft's The Horror in the Museum, while the British publisher Equation brought out books of previously uncollected tales by E.F. Benson and Algernon Blackwood, among others. Living writers who published important collections included John Shirley, Heatseeker, Michael Blumlein, The Brains of Rats, Keith Roberts, Winterwood and Other Hauntings, Joe R. Lansdale, By Bizarre Hands, Robert R. McCammon, Blue World, F. Paul Wilson, Soft, Christopher Fowler, The Bureau of Lost Souls, Laurence Staig, Dark Toys and Consumer Goods, published as children's fiction, and Robert Westall, Antique Dust, an adult book by a writer whose children's fiction has considerable adult appeal. And the much underrated Thomas Ligotti saw an expanded and revised edition of his acclaimed 1986 collection, Songs of a Dead Dreamer, from Robinson. The anthology market fared less well. John Skipp and Craig Spector's Book of the Dead boasted contributions by King, McCammon, Shaw, Winter, and Lansdale, but despite the packaging, by no means all the contents were set in the world of George Romero's zombie trilogy. Ellen Datlow's Blood Is Not Enough was a little too bloodless, and Graham Masterson's laudable charity collection, Scare Care, was a decidedly mixed bag of delights, as was Hot Blood, Tales of Provocative Horror, in which some of the tales chosen by Jeff Gleb and Lon M. Friend seemed to be straining to rise to the book's subtitle. Masks 3, edited by J. N. Williamson, Stalkers, edited by Ed Gorman, and the ubiquitous Martin Greenberg, Night Vision 7, nominally edited by Stanley Wyatter, and containing tales by Richard Lehman, Chet Williamson, and Gary Brander. Post Mortem, New Tales of Ghostly Horror, edited by Paul F. Olson and David B. Silva. And the burgeoning Pulp House, the hardback magazine, anthologies, included substantial material. Editor Joe R. Lansdale blended the Western with horror and virtually every other genre in Razored Saddles, with Pat LaBruto and New Frontiers. In Britain, the unstoppable Pan Book of Horror Stories limped into its 30th anniversary as the world's longest-running horror anthology series under the editorship of Clarence Paget, while Chris Morgan's Dark Fantasies tried to make a case for quiet horror. In the year's Best Fantasy Second Annual Collection, Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling provided a hefty grab bag of fantasy and horror, and Carl Edward Wagner displayed more obscure gems in the 17th volume of his always reliable The Year's Best Horror. Not before time, contemporary women writers of horror and dark fantasy were showcased in Catherine Ptacek's Women of Darkness, while Jessica Amanda Salmonson explored the tradition of feminist supernatural fiction in What Did Miss Darrington See?, both an excellent selection of reprints and an essential guide to further reading. Salmonson did much the same for fanzines and the small presses in her anthology Tales by Moonlight 2. On the magazine front, we bid farewell to Twilight Zone magazine, which followed its stablemate Night Cry into oblivion, and The Horror Show, one of the best of the semi-professional journals. The occasional horror story turned up in the science fiction magazines, Omni and Interzone among them, as well as in more traditional outlets such as Fantasy Tales and Fear and the revived Weird Tales. However, the small press magazines dominated the field, with good material appearing in 2 AM, Gru, Dagon, Midnight Graffiti, Haunts, Death Realm, Ghosts and Scholars, Backbrain Recluse, Dark Regions, Eldritch Tales, and the British Fantasy Society's Winter Chills. At times, Clive Barker seemed to dominate the comics industry, with adaptations of his work appearing in Tapping the Vein, Books 1 and 2, and spin-off stories from his movie mythos turning up in the first volume of Hellraiser. Another British author, Neil Gaiman, used Sandman and the willingness of DC Comics to deal with disturbing themes to turn an old idea into some of the most daring and poetic fiction to appear in comic books in recent years. Brian Talbot's ambitious and astonishing epic, The Adventures of Luther Arkwright, which has much of awe and horror to offer, finally appeared in a collected edition. Taboo and Fly in My Eye anthologies of new adult comics were commendably determined to break new ground. The second issue of Fly even presented a graphic version of Ramsey Campbell's autobiography. As usual, reference books ranged from the useful to the useless. Stephen King suffered further second-hand exposure in no less than 3 volumes of Feast of Fear, a signed, boxed, numbered book of interviews edited by publishers Underwood Miller. The Stephen King Companion, edited by George Bayham, and Tyson Blue's The Unseen King. Emily Sunstein's biography, Mary Shelley, subtitled Romance and Reality, explored the complex life of the teenage creator of Frankenstein. Brian J. Frost examined vampirism in literature in The Monster with 1,000 Faces, while Noreen Dresser published American Vampires. Leonard Woolf's Horror, A Connoisseur's Guide, was too sloppily researched to deserve its subtitle. By contrast, the revised and updated Arkham House Companion by Sheldon Jaffrey was indispensable. Kim Newman's revised Nightmare Movies was meticulously researched and thought-provoking. And Horror, 100 Best Books, edited by Newman and Stephen Jones, received a new lease of life in an American edition, its first edition having been all but aborted by the British publisher. Peter Cannon's H.P. Lovecraft was a terse and insightful introduction to the work of that controversial writer. The most successful horror movie of 1989 was Pet Sematary, scripted by Stephen King from his own novel. It earned around $60 million at the box office. However, this was well behind top grossers Batman, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, The Fly 2, Fright Night Part 2, Ghostbusters 2, Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, Nightmare on Elm Street 5, Halloween 5, and Friday the 13th Part 8 all proved to be disappointments for their makers, and it looks as if the sequel, as a species, may go back into its hole for a while. Among the critical successes were Paper House, Parents, Dead Ringers, and The Dead Can't Lie, but like other releases such as Phantom of the Opera, Lair of the White Worm, 976 Evil, The Horror Show, and Wes Craven's hit or miss Shocker all held the middle ground. Looks as if most horror films are still destined, many deservedly, to be cast straight into the outer darkness of video during the 1990s. One of the most impressive movies of the year was Nigel Neal's adaptation of Susan Hill's The Woman in Black, which was made for television, but with such fare as Freddy's Nightmares, Monsters, Tales from the Dark Side, and intermittently rewarding Tales from the Crypt, and Friday the 13th, the series, clogging up the airwaves, television looks increasingly in need of real imagination. However, Twin Peaks is both disturbing and David Lynch's funniest work to date, and makes up for a good deal of dross elsewhere. Ronald Chetwynd Hayes and Ray Bradbury collected Life Achievement Awards at the second annual Bram Stoker Awards weekend, staged by the Horror Writers of America in New York in June of last year. Superior achievement in novel was awarded to Thomas Harris's The Silence of Lambs. Kelly Wilde's The Suiting received the first novel award, and Joe R. Lansdale's Night They Missed the Horror Show from Silver Scream, the short story. David Morell's Orange is for Anguish, Blue for Insanity from Primeval was the novelette. Roger Anker's selection of tales by the late Charles Beaumont, some of them previously unpublished, was voted Fiction Collection of the Year. Ramsey Campbell's The Influence won the August Derleth Award for Best Novel at FantasyCon 14, held in Birmingham, England, in October 1989. Other British Fantasy Award winners were Brian Lumley's Fruiting Bodies, Best Short Story; Beetlejuice, Best Film; Carl T. Ford's Dagon magazine, Best Small Press; and Dave Carson, Best Artist. The Icarus Award for Best Newcomer went to John Gilbert, editor of Fear and R. Chetwynd Hayes collected the Special Award for services to the field. At the World Fantasy Convention in Seattle, later the same month, Peter Straub received the World Fantasy Award for Best Novel of 1988, Coco. George R. R. Martin's The Skin Trade was judged to be the best novella, and John M. Ford's poem Winter Solstice, Camelot Station, the best short story. The year's Best Fantasy First Annual Collection, edited by Ellen Datlow and Terry Windling, was found to be the best anthology. Harlan Ellison, Angry Candy, and Gene Wolfe, Stories from the Old Hotel, tied in the Best Collection category, and Robert Weinberg and Terry Windling for the Special Professional Award. Edward Gorey was chosen as Best Artist, while Pulp House publishers Christine Catherine Roosh and Dean Wesley Smith won in the Special Non-Professional category. Evangeline Walton received the Life Achievement Award. Perhaps not surprisingly, the 1989 Collectors Award issued by science fiction and fantasy booksellers Barry R. Levin went to Salman Rushdie as the most collectible author of the year, and that was surely the year's most frightening horror story. 1989 saw mixed fortunes for the horror genre. In America, it looks as if the boom of recent years is on the wane, while in Britain, where trends in publishing tend to follow a year or two later, horror is still big business, and translations into European and Oriental languages are multiplying. It remains to be seen if there is enough of a market to sustain the sheer volume of written and filmed material being produced, much of it patently substandard and aimed at a short shelf life between the covers of exploitative publishers or beneath the garish label of a quick-buck video. To survive, the horror genre must move out of the mid-list category and, following the example set by a few of its best-known practitioners, into the ranks of the bestseller or of recognized literature as we head into the 90s, with more new talent emerging within the ranks of the genre than ever before. We look set to see a true renaissance in this much-maligned field. We hope Best New Horror will reflect this. The Editors, April 1990. Pin by Robert R. McCammon. Robert R. McCammon was born in Birmingham, Alabama, where he lives with his wife Sally. He was just 26 years old when his first novel, Baal, was published. Since then, he has produced a consistent string of best-selling horror novels, including Bethany's Sin, The Night Boat, They Thirst, Mystery Walk, Usher's Passing, Swan Song, Stinger, Wolf's Hour, and Mine, as well as the collection Blue World. Pin is a harrowing tale of psychological terror that pushes its point home with a vengeance. Pin. I'm gonna do it. Yes, I am. I hold the pin in my hand, and tonight I'm gonna peer into the inner sun. Then, when I'm filled up with all that glare and heat, and my brain is on fire, like a 4-alarm blaze, I'm going to take my Winchester rifle down to the McDonald's on the corner, and we'll see who says what to who when. There you go, talking to yourself. Well, there's nobody else around, is there? So who am I supposed to talk to? Oh, no, my friend's here. Right here in my hand. You know, pen. I have a small, sharp friend. Oh, look at that little point gleam. It hypnotizes you, pen does. It says, look at me. Look long and hard, and in me you will see your future. It is a very sharp future, and there is pain in it. Pen is better than God, because I can hold pen. God frets and moans in silence, somewhere, up there, somewhere, way above the ceiling. Damn, I didn't know that crack was there. No wonder this bitchin' place leaks. Now, Johnny's an okay guy. I mean, I wouldn't shoot him. He's okay. The others at the shop. Bam, bam, bam. Dead in 2 seconds flat. I don't like the way they clam up when I walk past. Like they've got secrets I'm not supposed to know about. Like you have secrets when you work on cars all day and fix tires and break shoes and get that gunk under your fingernails that won't ever wash out. Some secrets. Now, Pen does have secrets. Tonight I'm going to learn them, and I'm going to share my knowledge with those people down on the corner eating their hamburgers in the safe world. I'll bet that damn roof doesn't leak. I'll make it leak. I'll put a bullet right through it. So there. I'm sweating. Hot in here. Summer night. So what else is new? Pen, you are so pretty. You make me want to cry. The trick, I think, is not to blink. I've heard about people who did this before. They saw the inner sun, and they went out, radiant. It's always dark in here. It's always dark in this town. I think they need a little sunlight, don't you? Who the hell are you talking to anyway? Me, myself, and I. Pen makes 4. Hell, I could play bridge, if I wanted to. Lucas liked to play bridge. Liked to cheat and call you names. And what else did you have to do in that place anyway? Oh, those white walls. I think white is Satan's color, because it has no face. I saw that Baptist preacher on TV, and he had on a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up. He said, come down the aisle, come on while you can, and I'll show you the door to heaven. It's a big white door, he said. And he smiled when he said it. And the way he smiled, oh, I just knew he was really saying, you're watching me, aren't you, Joey? He was really saying, Joey, you know all about big white doors, don't you? And how when they swing shut, you hear the latch fall and the key rattle, and that big white door won't open again until somebody comes and opens it. There was always a long time between the closing and the opening. I've always wanted to be a star. Like on TV or movies, somebody important with a lot of people nodding around you and saying, you make a lot of sense. People like that always look like they know where they're going, and they're always in a hurry to get there. Well, I know where I'm going. Right down to the corner, where the golden arches are. Look out my window. I can see it. There goes a car turning in. Going to be full up on a Saturday night. Full up. My Winchester has a 7-shot magazine. Checkered American walnut. Satin finish. Rubber butt plate. It weighs 7 pounds. A good weight. I have more bullets, too. Full up on a Saturday night. Date night. Oh, yes. I hope she's there. That girl, you know, the one she drives a blue Camaro. She has long blonde hair and eyes like diamonds. Diamonds are hard, but you hit one with a bullet and it's not so hard anymore. Ben, we won't think about her, will we? No. If she's there, it's fate. Maybe I won't shoot her, and she'll see I am a nice guy. Hold pin close. Closer. Closer still. Up against the right eye. Thought a long time about this. It was a tough decision. Left or right? I'm right-handed, so it makes sense to use my right eye. Can already see the sun sparkle on the end of a pin, like a promise. Oh, what I could do with a machine gun! Elliot Ness, Untouchables, Tommy gun type thing. I sure could send a lot of people behind that big white door, couldn't I? See, the funny thing, the really funny thing, is that everybody wants to go to heaven, but everybody's scared to die. That's what I'm going to say when the lights come on, and that news guy sticks a microphone in my face. Oh, I need to shave first. I need to wear a tie. No, they won't know me with a tie on. I need to wear my gray uniform. Gray. Now there's a man's color. Pick you up good on TV in gray. Speak to me, Pen. Say it won't hurt. Oh, you lying little bitch! It has to be in the center, in that black part. It has to go in deep, real deep, and you have to keep pushing it in until you see the inner sun. You know, I bet that part's dead anyway. I bet you can't even feel any pain in the black part. Just push it in, keep pushing, and you'll see that sunburst, and then you can go down and have a hamburger, and well, it's all said and done. Sweating. Hot night. That fan's not worth a damn, just makes a racket. Are you ready? Closer, Pen. Closer. I never knew the point could look so big. Closer. Almost touching. Don't blink. Cowards blink. Nobody can ever say, Joey Shatterly's a coward. No, sir. Wait. I think I need a mirror for this. Smell under my arms? Ben, roll on. You don't want to smell when they turn the lights on you. What if it's not the guy, but the girl who does the late news? The one with the big boobs and the smile like frostbite? No, I don't need to shave. I look fine. Oh, hell, I'm out of band. Old Spice, that'll do. My dad used to use Old Spice. Everybody's dads did. Now that was a good day. When we saw the Reds play, the Pirates, and he bought me a bag of peanuts and said he was proud of me. That was a good day. Well, he was a fruitcake, though. A real Marine. Oh, sure. I remember that Iwo Jima crap, when he got crazy and drank all the time. Iwo Jima, all the time. He lived it in his mind 1,000,000 times. He got sick of hearing who all died at Iwo Jima, and how come you ought to be proud to be an American, and how things weren't how they used to be. Nothing is it? Except Old Spice. They still sell it, and the bottle's still the same. Iwo Jima. And then he went and did it. Put the rope up in the garage. Stepped off the ladder. And me coming in to get my bike. And that grin on his face that said Iwo Jima. Oh, Ma, I didn't mean to find him. Why didn't you go in there so you could hate yourself? Now that was a good day when we saw the Reds play the Pirates. He bought me a bag of peanuts and said he was proud of me. He was a real Marine. Black part looks small in the mirror, small as a dot. But Pen's smaller, sharp as truth. My Winchester holds 7 bullets. Magnificent 7. I always liked Steve McQueen with that little sawed-off shotgun. He died of cancer, I think. Pen, you are so beautiful. I want to learn things. I want to know secrets. In the glare of the inner sun, I will walk tall and proud like a marine on the hot sands of Iwo Jima. Closer, Pen. Closer still. Almost there. Close against the black part. The unblinking black. Look in the mirror, don't look at the pen. Don't blink. Closer. Steady. Steady. Don't. Dropped. Down, go. Don't go down the sink. Get Pen. Get it. Don't let it go. Here you are. Sweet Pen. Sweet friend. My fingers are sweating. Wipe them off nice and neat on a towel. Holiday Inn? When did I stay at a Holiday Inn? When I went and visited Ma. Oh, yeah, that's right. Somebody else lived in the old house, a man and a woman. I never knew their names. And Ma, she just sat in that place with the rocking chairs and talked about Dad. She said, Leo came to see her, and I said Leo was in California, and she said, you hate Leo, don't you? I don't hate Leo. Leo takes good care of Ma, sends her money, keeps her in that place, but I miss the old house. Nothing's how it used to be. The whole world is turning faster and faster, and sometimes I hold on to my bed because I'm scared the world is going to throw me off like an old shoe. So I hang on, and my knuckles get white, and pretty soon I can stand up and walk again. Baby steps. Who blew that horn? Camaro, wasn't it? Blonde girl at the wheel? 7 bullets. I'll make a lot of horns below. How straight and strong Pen is, like a little silver arrow. How were you made? Who made you? There are millions and millions of pins, but there is only one pin. My friend, my key to light and truth. You shine and wink, and you say, look into the inner sun, and take your Winchester to the golden arches where Marines fear to tread. I'm going to do it. Oh, yes, I am. Closer, closer, right up against the black, shining silver full of truth. Pen, my friend, look in the mirror. Don't blink. Oh, sweating. Sweating. Don't blink. Closer. Almost there. Silver, filling up the black. Almost. Almost. You will not blink. No, you will not. Pen, take care of you. Pen will lead you. You will not blink. Think about something else. Think about Iwo Jima. Closer. Almost. One jab. Quick, quick. There. Ow, 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 ow. Don't blink. Don't, okay? Yeah. Got it now. Oh, it hurts. A little bit. Pen, my friend. All silver. Hurts like truth. Yes, it does. Another jab. Quick. Oh, Jesus. Deeper. A little bit deeper. Oh, don't blink. Please don't blink. Look right there. Yes. In the mirror. Push it deeper. I was wrong. The black part isn't dead. Deeper. Oh, okay. Oh, get it out. No. Deeper. Gotta see the inner sun. I'm sweating. Jerry Shuttley's no coward. No, sir. No, sir. Deeper. Easy. Easy. Oh, streak of light that time. Blue light. Not a sunburst. A cold moon. Push it in. Oh, hurting. Oh, it hurts. Blue light. Please don't blink. Push it in. Oh, Dad. Dad, where's my bike? Oh, God, get it out. Get it out. Get it out. It hurts. Get it. No, deeper. My face. Twitching. Pain. Cold pain. Twitching. 7 bullets. Down to the golden arches and deeper still. Where is the inner... Oh, it hurts so good. Pen sliding in, slow, cold steel. I love you, Dad. Pen, show me the truth. Show me, show me, show me deeper. Through the pulse center of the unblinking black whites turned red. 7 bullets, 7 names, deeper to the center of the inner sun. Ah! There. I see it. See.
Right there. I saw a flash of it. Push it deeper into the brain where the inner center is right there. A flash of light. Pen, take me there. Pen, take me there. Please. Deeper. Past pain. Cold. Inner sun burning. Makes you smile. Almost there. Push it in. Using all the pen. Up. A mighty pain. White light. Flashbulb. Hi, Ma. Oh. There. Right there. Pen. Sing to me. Deeper. I love you, Dad. Ma, I'm so sorry. I had to find him. I didn't mean to. I didn't. One more push. A little one. Pen is almost gone. My eye is heavy, freighted with sight. Pen, sing to me.
The House on Cemetery Street by Cherry Wilder. Cherry Wilder, a New Zealander, has confused biographers by living for years in Australia before moving to West Germany. Her strange stories have appeared in Isaac Asimov's science fiction magazine, Interzone, New Terrors, Dark Voices 2, and other international anthologies. Her novels include Second Nature, 1982, the fantasy trilogy which began with A Princess of the Chamelm, 1984, and Cruel Designs, 1988, a horror novel set in West Germany. Although originally published in a science fiction magazine, the following story is a powerful and chilling memory of the Holocaust. The House on Cemetery Street.
The two youngest children of the German author, August Fuller, spent 8 years in California. After the war, their mother, Vicky, his second wife, flew back as soon as ever she could to her husband's side. But there was no point in bringing the children back to Germany just yet. The country was flattened, and there was nothing to eat. So they stayed on until the end of 1947, with the family of Vicky's school friend, Estelle Bart O'Brien, and went back when Lucy had done her freshman year in college, and Joe had completed the 8th grade. They had left as Louisa and Joachim. They flew back in as Lucy and Joe. They were a couple of good-looking kids, but a little hard to place, bound to be exotics wherever they went. Joe, at 13, was short and slight, with a smooth pre-adolescent beauty, large dark eyes, a mop of curly hair. Lucy, at nearly 18, was tall and slender, not built for sweaters. Her face was delicate, rather bony. Her brown hair naturally waved. Her eyes were gray. She had had just enough dates to get along, but she knew that in certain circles she was classed as a dog. It had taken an enormous amount of wire-pulling for them to fly at all. They were used to this hint of privilege and special treatment, and knew that it had to do with their father, who worked miracles. Why, he had kept up a marvelous flow of letters throughout the war, postmarked Portugal at first, then U.S. Field Post. The children had received jointly over 50 letters, written in German, of course, but in the more readable English script. Vicky had set the letters carefully aside for future publication. Now it was getting on towards Christmas, and they were sitting on the plane with a bunch of Air Force wives. They tried to brief each other on their lost childhood in the old country. "Do you remember Christmas?" asked Lucy. "Do you remember the house at Christmas?" It was something she herself could never forget. The northern Christmas, the cold, the delicious warmth, the suspense, the candlelight had all sunk into her soul.
"The whole house smelled of cookies," said Joe. "There were green branches on the stairs. We were allowed to cut out Christmas cookies down in the kitchen. Aunt Helga sat at the corner of a huge table covered with oilcloth and ground Papa's coffee by hand."
"Did she?" said Lucy, surprised. "I remember the hall was too narrow, especially in winter with the coats and boots. And there was a hall stand that Papa called the Bulgarian atrocity. I thought it was rather pretty because of the lady painted on the mirror. Name 6 rooms that you truly remember, and put someone you truly remember in each one.
Papa in the study, said Joe. That's easy. He let me sharpen pencils and spin the globe. Was the study upstairs?
It was on the landing, the mezzanine. It had a wreath on the door at Christmas.
Okay. I remember Mom ringing the little silver bell in the room downstairs with blue curtains where they always had the tree. I remember Aunt Helga in the dining room carving the goose. Now we go upstairs. It's getting kind of foggy. Hey, Harold in a bedroom on the dark side of the house. I stood at the window looking out at a bunch of people in black carrying flowers. He said, "It's a funeral. Someone is being buried." I really didn't know.
I slept alone, said Lucy, because poor Rasnich had gone away to university. I had the bedroom all to myself. It was across the corridor from the bedroom you shared with Harold. Rasnich, their half-sister, had married the decadent painter Hans Molbe, and had died in Paris, in exile in 1940. Harold Fuller, their half-brother, had been imprisoned for his left-wing leanings. Now he was working to build a democratic newspaper in the American zone.
I remember Roswitha's wedding day, said Joe with shame. I had to wear a velvet suit. Holy hell, that's one memory I kept quiet about.
I remember the wedding, said Lucy. Hans had a beard and a bow tie. Harold got drunk on champagne. Even Papa might have been a little bit plastered. Mom wore a long dress, a formal, in the middle of the day. Aunt Helga ran about so much that she had a nervous collapse in the wicker chair under the yoke. She was beginning to see how weird and stiff and Teutonic the wedding had been. The older men had worn black frock coats and top hats. There were at least no uniforms, except for the band. Harold had sprung unsteadily onto a wrought-iron garden seat and accused his father of bourgeois tendencies. Papa had passed it off with a silly joke in English. "I represent that remark." Lucy was surprised by another memory of the wedding day. Outside the upstairs bathroom as she looked down at the sun-drenched landing. Aunt Helga took her by the arm. She had recovered from her swoon, and she towered over Louisa, her hair damp, her face unpowdered. "Your papa is an innocent," she whispered. "An innocent. These people crowding into the house." Which people? At the time, Lucy had had no idea. But now she saw that there had been several undesirable elements at the wedding. Artists, socialists. With a sinking feeling as the plane lost altitude, Lucy included the Jews. Mom was half Jewish, which was why they had to go into exile in the first place. There had been more wire-pulling. Papa made the decision to stay, as he explained in Letter 4, posted at Lisbon, December 1939. He must remain in the Deutsche Sprachraum, the area where German was spoken. The Nazis had left him alone after a token arrest in 41. He had his little retreat, in Schleswig-Holstein, where he wrote but published nothing, and waited until the liberal spirit was reborn.
"I remember a great place," said Joe. "The attic. We had our Geheimbutzer there, our secret clubhouse. We used to have a Christmas party with the toy animals and the dolls. There was an old dressmaker's dummy, shaped like a dame, you know, with no head and no arms, and a little door all covered with wallpaper."
"Honest to Betsy," said Lucy, rolling her eyes. "The things you remember, Bruder Hertz." Actually, Lucy remembered the stifling, dust-smelling playhouse in the attic very well. She had always been a little afraid of the dressmaker's dummy. Then they were down in the cold at Rheinmann, entirely surrounded by a reunion of Air Force husbands and wives. 2 American kids in their best clothes. Joe had cuffed trousers nicely creased. Lucy a pleated skirt and nylons. Now they appreciated the overcoats and boots that had seemed so dumb in California. They looked about nervously at their first German civilians. A tall man, emaciated, wearing a duffel coat with wooden toggles over an awful threadbare blue suit, came swinging through the crowd. He was questioned by an MP at whom he arrogantly waved documents. Lucy thought she would die. "Harold!" He was so old. He was so thin. His German was so hard to understand. "Great God, look at the pair of you, two spoiled brats from America." He shook hands with them both, painfully hard.
"Where's Mom?" demanded Joe. "Where's Papa?"
"Your mother hasn't renewed her driving license," said Harold. "Did you think Papa would appear in public? No, mein Lieber, I have to undertake this unpleasant duty."
It was rather unpleasant, Lucy conceded. They took an hour to get out of the building. Harold bundled them into a queer old jalopy, an opal, and they were whirled over the Autobahn, past ruined factories and plantations of young firs, to the small town of Breitbach. There was a long, high wall of pinkish stone. Through an iron gate in the wall they saw gravestones and grey monuments. The day was very still, grey and cold, but there was no snow. And there was the house, set back from the road on a deep, narrow site.
"Friedrichstrasse," announced Harold to his silent passengers. "Cemetery Street."
A tall woman with ash-blonde hair was sweeping the stone path.
"Your Aunt Helga," said Harold. "Frau Fuller-Krantz."
"What happened to Uncle Marcus?"
asked Lucy. She knew that it was all very sad. Her aunt had married late. Uncle Marcus came back from the war and then died. Harold scratched his head.
"Well, I'll give it to you straight," he said. "You'll get a lot of evasive nonsense in this house, but none from me, I swear it. Poor old Marcus came back from the war."
"Was he a Nazi?"
asked Joe. "No, of course not," snapped Harold. "He was a decent chap, son of a bookseller in Frankfurt. He was drafted into the Wehrmacht. He was lucky enough to get back from the Russian front in July 45. He committed suicide a week later."
"In the house?"
whispered Lucy.
"Hung himself over the stairs," said Harold. "He was sick, exhausted. I don't know."
"Was Papa at home?"
asked Joe.
"No," said Harold. "Still up in his little dacha in the northern meadows. Helga was getting the house ready."
They struggled up the path with their suitcases, while Harold stayed back, tinkering with the car. Lucy could not go any further. She rubbed her gloved hands and drew her turban of blue wool jersey down over her ears. The grass was dry. The trees were bare. Where was Mom? Why didn't she come out to meet them? The separation from her mother seemed as long and hard to bear as the lifetime she had spent away from Papa. The house was broad and high, its dark yellow plaster peeled back in places to the bricks underneath. The windows had chocolate-brown shutters folded back upon the wall, and, in the center over the front door, there was a deep balcony of the same brown wood. Lucy remembered the balcony, and its window boxes stuck with evergreen twigs. Papa's study lay behind the balcony. She felt a rush of loving apprehension. After so long. She looked through a gap in the untidy cypress hedge and saw a ragged figure in black. A young man ran off among the tall grass and the grey monuments. Flap, flap, he was gone like a great black bird. She picked up her suitcase and caught up to Aunt Helga and Joe. Aunt Helga pushed back Joe's curls from his forehead and tucked them under his knitted cap. She took him by the shoulders, changing her grip, and held him at arm's length. "Oh, he will be pleased," she said. "Joachim at last, Joachim, the youngest child." Lucy recognized her aunt and was shocked. Only the luxuriant hair was still as beautiful as ever. Helga's face had lengthened and set. There were heavy wrinkles on her brow. She was pale. Even her lips were pale. Lucy realized that she wore no makeup. She had a naked face, as if she had just got out of bed in the morning. But she was a little bit dressed up, in a blue woolen dress and silver drop earrings. Lucy herself was wearing powder over a Rachel foundation and her peppermint pink lipstick. Aunt Helga turned, stared, pursed her lips, and looked her niece up and down with a sigh. "So, Louisa." She embraced her quickly. "Go along." She stood back with a motion of her broom, and they heaved their suitcases into the house. There was Mom in the dark, too small hallway beside the Bulgarian atrocity, and she was in tears. Joe flung himself at his mother with a joyous shout. "Shh," said Vicky Fuller. "Oh, my darlings, my darlings." As Lucy joined the family embrace, she remembered at last how things had been. They were hushed all day long because of Papa. But what did it matter now that they had Mom, their very own, pretty as the painted Jugendstil girl upon the hall-stand mirror, girlish and slim with Joe's dark eyes.
"Where's Papa?" cried Joe, shrugging out of his overcoat. "Is he in the study? I must go up." "Shh," said Aunt Helga as she came in. "You may go up quietly." She laughed. "Poor August, to have such a big boy burst in." "Go on," said Mom softly. "Go on, Joe. Do you know the way?" Joe went thundering up the stairs, and Lucy went to follow him, but Aunt Helga caught her by the wrist. "Let him go," she said. "Let him go first. You must wash your face, Louisa. Your papa doesn't like makeup." Lucy shook off her aunt's hand. She saw that her mother was not wearing any makeup. She knew, too, that Mom would be no help. She never had been in certain situations. "Now, come," said Helga. "You look like a whore who runs after the Americans." Mom said in a shocked voice, "Helga!" Lucy ran lightly up the stairs without looking back at the two women. There was the study door, ajar. She went inside. Joe had drawn up short of the huge desk where his father sat. Lucy saw that Papa had not changed at all. He looked just like his photograph on the book jackets. Thick white hair, white since his 40th year, a broad, mild face. He brought his sentence to an end, and looked up, shy and charming. "Well, are you here?" he said. He held out an arm on either side of his chair. Joe ran around the desk and was gathered up, but Lucy came more slowly. Her father stared at her as she approached. "A film star," he said. Then he held them, one on either side, and a wave of sadness passed over his face. "I thought I would never see my little ones again." "Papa," whispered Joe, "is Hitler really dead?"
"I hope so," said August Fuller devoutly.
"Papa, is it true about the horror camps?" asked Lucy, not to be outdone. Even as she asked, she realized what a foolish question it was. Harold, her own brother, was surely a victim of some camp. Had he been in Burleson?
"I will say this," said Papa. "I will say this, my dear children. The misery will never end. They will be counting the dead and arguing about the guilt for another 50 years.
"Papa," said Joe, "I'm going to give you an early present."
Their luggage was stuffed with presents. Now Joe drew from his trouser pocket a dime-store puzzle. Tiny ball bearings had to be rolled into the eyes of a tiger. Lucy left them rolling the puzzle this way and that, and walked to the balcony doors. Far away there was a sound of children's voices, from a backyard or a playground. She looked out at the head garden and wished it would snow. There was a gap 2 trees wide in the cypress hedge. A young man in black, perhaps the same who had flapped away at their approach, stood in the long grass of the cemetery, gazing up at the house. She could see his black curly hair and his pale face. He wore a long black coat, not exactly an overcoat. Lucy could see neat graves with flowers and raked paths laid out beyond the wilderness. Aunt Helga came to collect Lucy and Joe. "Visiting time is over," she said briskly like a hospital matron. Joe was as bulky as a 6-year-old. He wanted to stay with Papa. He wrenched his arm away from Aunt Helga's firm grip and protested loudly in English. "For crying out loud, we just got here!" Lucy looked at her father. With a faint, gentle smile, he laid aside the puzzle and picked up his fountain pen. Aunt Helga chased Joe around the desk. Papa sat like a man under a bell jar and let his sister hunt his youngest child out of the room. As they passed Lucy, Aunt Helga said, You too, Louisa." Lucy glanced down and saw that the young man in black had gone away. They followed Aunt Helga up to their old bedrooms, which they had shared with Harold and Roswitha. Lucy liked her room well enough, and tried not to think of the sunny bedroom at the O'Briens, all ruffles and polka dots. The suitcases had been brought up, so Mom and Lucy unpacked, and laughed, and looked at farewell snapshots of Oakland, California. When he had changed into his sneakers, Joe was allowed to go exploring. At last Mom went back to her typewriter downstairs, and Aunt Helga said, "Come, Louisa." They carried the empty suitcases up to the 3rd floor, where Helga slept, then up the narrow attic stair. There was a tiny landing with a window that looked out onto the slates. Lucy glanced anxiously at the stair rails, wondering about Uncle Marcus. The long attic was partitioned off into small rooms, well swept, and reeking of mothballs. The skylights were covered with brown paper. Sure enough, there was a version of their playhouse, with an old sofa and a heavy wardrobe against a partition. In one corner lurked the dressmaker's dummy, draped in a net curtain like a headless bride. There was a soft thump on the stairs, and Joe came in, flushed with excitement. "We used to play here," he said. "I remember." "Oh, Joachim," said Aunt Helga gently. They stood beside her and saw that there was a field-gray uniform stretched at full length upon the couch. Nearby stood a pair of worn boots. "A sad place for us all," she said. "My poor Marcus." Subdued, they trooped out, and Aunt Helga locked the door at the top of the stairs. "It would be pretty cold for a clubhouse, I guess," sighed Joe. At 5 o'clock, they went down to the dining room for a meal of rye bread, margarine, plum jam, metwurst, and awful sour plum cake covered with half-raw plums. Mom lit the first candle on the Advent wreath of tannin and pine, decorated with gilded cones. There was nothing Lucy and Joe could drink except water. They tried disgusting peppermint tea and unrefrigerated skim milk. Joe spoke wistfully of Thanksgiving, and Aunt Helga asked Thanksgiving for what? At 5:30, Aunt Helga cried, go up, little Vicky. He will be waiting." Vicky carried up a tray to her husband. When Joe tried to follow, Aunt Helga held him in his chair with her hands on his shoulders. "Hush," she said. "You must understand. It is a time together." "Do we get any time with our father?" asked Lucy. The irony was lost on Helga. She smiled benignly. "I have been thinking," she said, "you might be permitted to go along on August's walk." "Permitted?" cried Joe. "Are you mad? You're not my parent. He is." Aunt Helga smacked Joe across the face. Lucy, filled with instant strength like Superman, sprang up from her place, pushed her aunt aside, and shielded her brother. "How dare you!" she shouted. "Mom! Papa! She hit Joe in the face!" No one came or questioned. The dining room was a long way from the study. Aunt Helga collapsed into her chair and burst into tears. Joe jumped up angrily and padded out of the room. "I should not have hit the boy," said Aunt Helga, turning to Lucy with a dreadful, tear-stained face. "Louisa, dearest child, it has been so difficult to care for your father, to give him conditions in which he could work, to protect him from interruption." "Joe will go to Papa and Mom," said Lucy. "Oh, August will send him away," said Aunt Helga. "It is his time alone with little Vicky." She sipped her peppermint tea and said, "I was sure I would die when the arrest took place. August was so brave. We had a tip. We were always well informed. He walked down the path, carrying his hat and coat. He did not want him in the house." "Who came for him?" asked Lucy. "What did they look like?" "Two men in soft hats and raincoats," said Aunt Helga. "August said to me, 'Such a cliché.' We had fugitives in the house. He sacrificed himself for them. He was speaking to the men. I was stationed at the front door. Frau Rottmeier and the children had fled into the back garden. Then, through the hedge into the cemetery. No one would look there, under the old trees. We did it at every serious alarm, but it was more difficult in winter." Frau Fullerkrantz wept again, her face crumpled. "Oh, Louisa, it was so terrible." Please don't cry," said Lucy as warmly and sympathetically as she could. "Papa is fine. We're all here." "I waited at the Presidium in Darmstadt for 36 hours, said Aunt Helga. "Went to the ladies' toilet in a large store and washed my hands and face, ate a bread roll and drank coffee. I came back to this house on the bus, and managed to get through by telephone to an American businessman in Berlin, Mr. Walker. I didn't bother about secrecy. I said straight out, 'August Fuller has been arrested.' I lay down for a few hours, just as I was, but I had Frau Rottmeier wake me. I changed my clothes and set out on my bicycle all over Breitbach, to the police, to the town hall, to a very cultivated man from the Labour Front, a party intellectual who had a villa on the Steinberg. I like to think it all helped. In 3 days, August was free. It was at this time, the autumn of 41, that we decided to go to Schleswig-Holstein, to the little hut on the Mariensee." "You saved Papa," said Lucy. "You were very brave, Aunt Helga." Her aunt smiled at last. They sat in silence before clearing the table. It was dark outside, and there was only candlelight in the room from the Advent wreath. There was no heating, and a heavy chill was seeping into the house. Far away, there were monotonous bursts of tapping and hammering, as if some amateur carpenter were patching some other house to keep out the cold. Suddenly, Lucy heard a wailing cry, dampened by distance, and a soft, horrible thump. "Did you hear that?" It was hardly necessary to ask. Aunt Helga had heard nothing. "Really," said Lucy, "it sounded as if someone fell down." Helga's face became set and disapproving. "I'm surprised at Harold, filling you up with these sad tales." "What sad tales?" "Enough," said Aunt Helga. "We will clear, and if you are a good girl, you may have a tiny glass of elderberry wine." They went down a few steps into the kitchen, which didn't smell of cookies any more. There was a pervading reek of smoke from the stove. All cleaners were in short supply: soap, washing powder, polish, spirits. There was sand to scour the pots and pans. When the washing up was done, Lucy opened the back door and looked into the yard. The night was undark. It was just beginning to snow. There was the old swing, moving to and fro, as if Louisa, 9 years old, had just run indoors. "Oh, I remember. I call it the children's playground, said Aunt Helga. Joachim should see this. I strung up all the colored lights we had left. When I think how we filled this yard with colored lanterns in summer and colored lights in the Christmas season, I think of all the children, Roswitha, Harold, Louisa, Joachim.
There were children in the house, hiding.
Yes, even the little Rottmeyers. They were so quiet and good, but in the dusk they ran about like mad things. This yard can't be seen from the street. Aunt Helga threw the switch, and 6 colored bulbs flowered in the half-darkness, strung from the clothesline to the garden shed. Lucy walked down into the garden among the phantom children running about so wildly. Roswitha was dead. Harold was thin and old. Joe was a displaced person. Louisa had become Lucy. Aunt Helga called and came after her. She put her into an old cloth coat and a pair of ankle boots.
Aunt Helga, what became of the Rottmeyers?
Asked Lucy. Helga stood at the top of the steps, holding out her arms to the playground and the lights.
They were saved, she said. We saved the family, your papa and I. They all came safely to Palestine.
Lucy went stomping carefully across the lawn, which was lightly sprinkled with snow that was not sticking very well. The swing was in an iron frame painted white. The enamel was lumpy and rust-spotted. She stood against the back wall of ancient pinkish stone and turned to look at the house. She was pierced with cold. She had never been so cold in her life. Her whole body was shivering, her teeth chattered, her face was stiff with cold. She could not stir from her place against the wall. The house was oddly lit, red and green in luminous patches from the colored lights. The figure of a man was standing on the roof, not far from the catwalk and the sloped iron ladder for the chimney sweep. In deathly silence, the man sidestepped and fell, face downwards, his black coat billowing out. Lucy knew the sounds that he had made, the wailing, horrid cry, the brief passage of a body through the air and the moist thump upon the snowy ground below. She was trapped, unable to call for help, unable to think clearly about what she had seen. Gradually, the ordinary sounds of the night began to return. Aunt Helga shut a cupboard door. A car horn sounded blocks away. A dog howled. Lucy ran shuddering for the back door, and paused to glance around the corner of the house. Nothing lay on the ground. She dragged herself back inside, hung up her coat, switched off the lights at Aunt Helga's command. She was like a sleepwalker. The bell rang at the front door.
"It is Harold," said Aunt Helga. "Let him in."
She fell against him in the hallway, gasping for breath.
"Now, now," he said. "How did you get so cold? What has upset you, Lucy?"
He dumped his coat and books in the library where he slept. Then he led her into the warmed sitting room and sat her on the couch.
"What is all this?"
"What is the sad tale about someone who fell off the roof?"
Harold still carried his briefcase. Now he drew out a bottle of Coca-Cola and an opener. Lucy gulped the soda as if it were the elixir of life.
"It is a sad tale," said Harold, "and also a mystery. We are not even sure that he did fall off the roof, and if he did, no one has the least idea of what he was doing there. This gets unpleasant."
He took a sip of Coke.
"He was not found, you see. The house was empty. Papa was in his lake dwelling with Helga. I was in Theresienstadt. It was not until 1944 that old Schultz, who used to do a bit of gardening here, came hunting for firewood. He found him lying there. He had been dead for years. His neck was broken.
But who on earth was it?
Didn't I say? It was poor young Stein, Solomon Stein, Frau Rottmeier's brother. She used to slip out and meet him sometimes.
But surely someone noticed that he was missing?
I'm sure they did, said Harold bitterly. He was on some deportation list, headed for the last roundup. His family were long gone.
He was trying to shelter in the house, said Lucy firmly.
Possibly.
He did fall off the roof, she said, watching Harold very closely. I heard the sounds, and I saw him fall.
Harold shook his head from side to side. You are as bad as Papa and his nightmares, he said. She saw that she had come to some frontier that he could not cross. He was not battling with his unbelief, but with her unreason. A voice cried joyfully, "Children! Helga!" Vicky was calling. She walked slowly, majestically down the stairs, arm in arm with August himself. Papa was making a special occasion. He was breaking his routine for them all. There was an instant response. Helga came with a bottle of wine. Harold stoked up the stove. Everyone spoke at once and crowded into the sitting room. The Advent candle was lit again. The radio was switched on, and a Strauss waltz was playing. Was it morning papers? Wine, Women, and Song? Wrong, cried August. It is artist's life. But where was Joe? Lucy ran up 3 flights and looked into his bedroom. In the feeble light of the bedside lamp, he was lying curled up on his bed, sound asleep. His face had an unhealthy pallor. His forehead was damp. His hands lay palm upward, filthy with dust, the same thick dust that clung to the cuffs of his trousers. She shook him roughly awake.
Joe? Joe! Papa is downstairs.
Joe looked at her with unseeing eyes, black, glistening pools. He was always hard to wake.
Are you okay?
I threw up, he said.
Papa is downstairs. Will you stay sick or come down?
He swung off the bed, and she followed him to the echoing bathroom. He washed his hands and face in cold water and stared into the glass. Lucy was impatient and frightened. He was only her kid brother, but who would be left for her if he slipped away? They went down to the bosom of the family. August was in top form, playing up shamelessly to each of his children in turn. How they laughed! How Lucy blushed! How Harold's harsh jokes crackled from one end of the room to the other. Mom perched on the arm of Papa's big leather chair. Over the mantelpiece was a large aquarelle of a sweet-faced girl in a green dress melting into flowery depths of an orchard. It was Nina, the first wife, mother of poor Roswitha and of Harold. She had been Helga's school friend. Helga was persuaded to go to the piano at last, although she protested that it needed tuning. She began with Stille Nacht, Silent Night. Everyone joined in slowly, tentatively. Joe's beautiful unbroken alto rose up alongside August's fine light baritone and Helga's trained soprano. When the first verse was over, they stopped amazed. Vicky began to cry. "It is over," said August. "It is really all over at last. We are all together again. We can start to live." Lucy was overcome by compassion. Poor things, she thought. Poor old things. Aunt Helga swung into O Tannenbaum, and Harold cried, "Now there's a good tune." Then, intoxicated by the warmth and the wine and the Christmas music, they caroled away at Every Year the Christ Child Comes Again, and Ring, Ring, Little Bell,
with Joe doing the solo for the Christ child who asked to be let in from the cold. Lucy and Joe and Mom began a cappella with White Christmas and Away in a Manger, but Aunt Helga soon played along. After a few bars, she could fake it. In a pause for refreshment after a bracket of Santa Claus numbers, Joe said, "Aunt Helga, what happened to my toy tiger?" "Oh, Joe," said Mom. "No, I need him," said Joe. "And there was a teddy and a wooden horse, a whole box of things we couldn't take." "Hush," said Mom. "I expect they're somewhere about." "Joachim, you're a big boy," said Aunt Helga. "Why in the world do you want those old toys?" "I want to give them to the refugee children," said Joe, reddening. "There was an appeal, you know, on the radio." Everyone was amused, yet approving. Everyone but Lucy, who knew that for some reason Joe was lying, most persuasively. "It does you credit, Joachim," said Aunt Helga in a quiet, careful voice. "The toys have gone. They were given to refugee children, to the little Rottmeyers who stayed here." It put an instant damper on the party. Harold said fiercely, "They were born and brought up in Germany, and they became refugees overnight. Rosa and Benny Rottmeyer and the baby, not one of our greatest successes." August was up in arms, arguing with Harold until they were both shouting. Poor organization. A complete farce. It couldn't be helped. Would he blame Helga? Frau Rottmeyer herself had a grave responsibility. The wonder was that they did not all end up in prison. "Aunt Helga," cried Lucy, "you said they were saved, that they all came safely to Palestine." "Makes that the promised land," said Harold. "Poor little devils." "I lied to you, Louisa," said Aunt Helga. "It is too sad." The Rottmeyer family had been picked up, arrested, on the edge of town, as they waited for the car that was taking them to the Swiss border. God, what could I do?" said Aunt Helga, wringing her hands. "I helped Frau Rottmeyer button their coats and put on their overshoes. In the evening, when I was giving thanks for their escape, there came the telephone call from Herr Stein, the brother. The car had arrived late. He had seen his sister and the children arrested. Poor fellow, I think they sent him mad. Next day, I went to take care of August. My bags were packed. It had taken weeks to get the necessary permits." "Are you sure all the Rottmeyers are gone?" whispered Vicky. "The mother and the 3 little children?" "I'm sure," snapped Harold. "We have an inquiry running with the Red Cross," said August heavily. "I mentioned something of this in my letters to America, but it is foolish to hope." Nevertheless, Lucy did hope from that moment. She found herself turning to the front windows of the house, upstairs or down. She looked out, dreaming, and saw them coming down the path. They were thin as Harold, but grown into hardy waifs, 12, 10, 7 years old, clutching a toy tiger, a teddy bear, a little wooden horse. She enjoyed this daydreaming much more than her actual dreams, which were cold and filled with anxiety. She saw Joe with a dead look on his face, his lips moving as if in prayer. There was a tapping, scraping, boring sound that went on, and was sometimes like a voice, the Christ child, or the lost children wanting to come in. She woke at night, hearing her father utter a strange roaring cry coming out of his nightmare, and her mother soothing him to sleep again. On the eve of the 6th of December, St. Nicholas's Day, everyone put a shoe on the mezzanine near the door of the study. The adults persuaded the children to do so, and vice versa. Lucy and Joe provided carefully chosen little gifts from their store, perfume, soap, socks, and what did they receive in return? "They have to be kidding," said Joe. "Shh," said Lucy, sounding like Mom or Aunt Helga.
We get our real presents on Christmas Eve.
It was an old joke that no one remembered. In the olden days, kids had to be satisfied with much less at Christmas. In fact, with an orange and a bag of nuts. It was 6:15, bitterly cold and pitch dark. The electricity would be off for another 2 hours. They had filled shoes and found their own presents with the help of Joe's flashlight. Soon Aunt Helga would come down to stoke up the banked kitchen range by candlelight. They sat on the stairs, fully dressed in trousers and sweaters under their dressing gowns, and sniffed at the oranges.
"I will go home," said Joe.
"You can't," said Lucy, not pretending to misunderstand.
"You're too young. You have to stay with Mom."
"She'll see it my way,"
said Joe with steely determination.
"Papa has plans for you."
"Papa can come and see me in America. He should have gone with us in the first place."
"Joe, they're all doing their best. Even Aunt Helga."
"She's mean,"
said Joe, kneading his orange.
"This is a creepy place. Think of Uncle Marcus and the poor guy who fell off the roof."
"That was the war," said Lucy. "Joe, you have to stay here."
"This whole house is no better than one of those concentration camps."
Lucy was shocked and angry.
"You're out of your mind," she said coldly. "Do you have any idea how bad it was in those places?"
"Yes,"
said Joe. Aunt Helga came down the creaking stairs and discovered the present in her old blue velvet slipper.
"Lavender soap!" she cried. "After all these years!"
August was driven out by Harold to give readings from his works and radio interviews. He received his publisher's representatives in the study. There were other changes in routine, because the children were being prepared to enter a German high school. Even Lucy must do a year in the gymnasium before trying for a university place. Mom coached them in math, and Harold in German grammar. It was generally conceded that the writing of perfect grammatical German was so difficult that Lucy and Joe might never master it sufficiently to qualify for certain professions. August discovered, with a shocked look one snowy afternoon as they trudged after him through the streets of Breisbach, that Lucy had read every one of his novels in the original and in translation. He set aside 2 hours, twice a week, to coach her in literature. They began to argue and expound very freely. Then each would stop, amazed. Lucy, because this was the man, the author, who spoke. August, because this fierce American girl was his own daughter. Aunt Helga, coming to end the seminar, had a proverb. "Children turn into people." The snow was deeper now, and everyone was pleased, because Breitbach did not always have a white Christmas. The coldest months were those 2 generals who had defeated Napoleon further north, January and February. Lucy, ranging about the study one afternoon, looked from the window and became cold. The young man was much nearer, right in the grounds, staring up at the house with an expression of misery and terror that froze the blood.
"Papa," she whispered, "there was someone in the garden."
"What's the matter?" said August. "Is it someone after firewood?" Far away in the reaches of the house, there was a burst of tapping, a crescendo of little rapping sounds that rose up and then were still. They both heard the sounds. Lucy was sure of it.
"I see a young man with black hair," she said quickly. "He wears this long black coat with a patch of yellow."
August gave a startled exclamation and hurried to the window. They looked down together, but the young man had gone. They were gazing at an unmarked patch of snow. They had both turned pale. "It was Stein, young Stein," said August, "wearing his Star of David."
"He came from the cemetery," said Lucy.
"He is buried there," said August, "in the wilderness. That is the Jewish cemetery, divided from the rest. I think he was the very last to be buried in that place after he was found, behind the house." August sank down on the window seat beside the balcony door and put his head in his hands. "I dream of him," he said. "It is one of my nightmares. I see him on the path, and run towards him, crying, 'Come in, come in!' But he turns away from me, because my house is accursed. My whole life, my work, my country, all accursed." "Do you hear knocking sounds?" asked Lucy, very low. "Yes," said August. "And scratching and nibbling, the rats and mice working away at the foundations of the house." "Oh, Papa," cried Lucy, taking him in her arms, "it will be all right again. Everything will be all right. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve." She looked down into the snowy garden again and screamed aloud. It was not young Stein who stood there, looking up with a terrible expression, but Joe, her brother. He flung a large snowball, and it landed on the balcony. The next moment Aunt Helga came into the picture and hustled him away, raining smart little blows upon the shoulders of his coat. Lucy saw that her scream had been too much for Papa, who hated loud noises. He returned to his desk, shaking his handsome head. Their study of literature was finished for the day. There was a problem about where to raise the tree. The small room downstairs with blue curtains was Vicky's typing room now, full of precious manuscripts. The tree was brought in semi-secretly by Harold and placed in the dining room. Aunt Helga shooed everyone away and set to work. Late in the afternoon, Lucy sat with her mother in the typing room, and Joe came to join them. It was Christmas Eve, so they were dressed in their best clothes. There was something very much the matter with Joe. He had grown 2 inches. His face was thin. He had an odd way of clenching his teeth when he spoke. All the grown-ups had spoken the word puberty in Lucy's presence, but she was not quite convinced. Well, sure, puberty maybe, but what else? What was he up to? Now he sat with them, looking old and sick, a little like Harold, thumbing through the carbon copies of his father's letters to Louisa and Joachim in America. They waited for the Christ-child. Once Harold stuck his head into the room. He collected their wrapped presents to put under the tree, and made everyone look for Aunt Helga's keys. She was turning the house upside down looking for her keys. He asked if they had their party pieces ready. Both Lucy and Joe, as the youngest, were expected to recite or read aloud at the feast. "You needn't be afraid," said Mom nervously when Harold had gone. "Joe, I'm sure Lucy is not afraid." "Afraid?" said Joe scornfully. "Afraid of reading something to those guys?" Then he was sorry, and he embraced Mom. Aunt Helga peeped in and said, Vicky, you must do your share." She smiled roguishly at Lucy and Joe. "You two must wait for the ringing of the little silver bell." When they were alone, Joe jumped up and said, "I always thought you had a lot of nerve for a girl." His manner was desperate and strange. She knew he was asking for her help. "Here," he said, "read this page from Papa's letter. Read it to them. If you can't figure it out, Harold sure as hell will." He had another present, a smallish cardboard carton clumsily wrapped in American Christmas paper. "This is for the whole family," he said. "Joe," she said, "Joe, if this is running away, it is truly a very dumb thing for you to do." "It's not running away," he said. "Just the opposite. You can come, too, where I'm going. Oh, I almost forgot. For Aunt Helga." He fished in the pocket of his sports coat and drew out the bunch of keys. Then he snatched up Mom's beautiful vicuna laprobe and ran out of the room. Lucy heard him go upstairs. She began to read the page from letter 12, which was dated November 1941. "I have hidden away a great many books, wrote Papa, to save them from the fire that is devouring our country. I think of all the secret places, in garden colonies, in the deep woods, in attics and cellars throughout the land, where men and women of goodwill have hidden those who are persecuted. A mother and her 3 children are hiding in our house, which I hope you still remember. I hardly know the children's names. When there is the least threat of danger, they are hidden in a little room high up under the slates. They have learned to sit very still. I think of the oversized and inhuman monuments which this warlord and his henchmen have set up in Germany. These vainglorious monuments will fall into dust and ashes. Only the secret places will abide, and the memory. The spirits of the men and women and the children who sheltered in these places will remain in them forever. Lucy was puzzled and terrified. She was standing at the brink of an abyss. A sound began to penetrate. It was the ringing of the little silver bell. She walked slowly across the hall, carrying Joe's package, but she could not slip into the dining room unnoticed. Everyone was waiting, even Papa. Lucy received the full impact of the beautiful tree, just as she remembered it, blazing with real candles. She saw the strips of silver lametta, the lovely baubles of colored glass, the legions of wooden angels, and the silver star at the top. "Where is Joe?" they cried. "But where is Joe?" "He had to go to the toilet," said Lucy. "He was nervous." Everyone laughed. Aunt Helga had a very suitable proverb. Eine schöne Bescherung, which meant a fine howdy-do, as well as a fine sharing out of gifts at Christmas time. "Lucy," said Harold, "what's the matter?" Lucy still stood there, unable to move, clutching the messily swaddled package. The scene began to unfold in slow motion, so smoothly that she could almost believe in the intervention of some higher power. Papa and Mom stood beside their chairs at the dining table, which was covered with plates of sweets, oranges, and nuts, one for every member of the family. Aunt Helga was the only one seated, fanning herself with a paper fan, warding off another nervous collapse after her exertions. Harold snatched the carbon of the letter from Lucy. "Joe said you would understand," she whispered. She went forward slowly to keep from sinking down onto the carpet. She placed the bunch of keys before Aunt Helga, and then put the package in the very center of the table. She began stripping off the paper, and found that her guess was correct. The package smelled awful. It stank of dust and corruption. She wanted to rub her hands and arms where they had touched the wrapper. Her voice was loud, out of control. "This is from Joe, for all the family." "A key is missing," said Aunt Helga. "What in the name of God?" said Papa. Lucy folded back the top of the carton, but she could only take out one thing and set it on the damask cloth. It was old and horribly stained, and there were dark threads adhering to the plush. It was a toy tiger. Harold uttered some growling sound and swiftly emptied the carton. There were 6 vile, reeking, dusty objects upon the tabletop. "The children's overshoes! Their overshoes!" said Harold, his voice rising to a shout. He felt among the overshoes, and discovered that some of them were not empty. He snatched up a napkin and wiped his fingers. Then he handed Papa his own letter. "What if Frau Rotmeier was picked up alone?" Harold said. "She went out to meet her brother and left the children in the hiding place." "It's not possible," said Mom. "What you are saying is not possible. The children—" After a long silence, Papa said very gently, "Helga?" There was a sudden loud splashing sound. It went on and on. Then a stink of hot urine filled the room. Aunt Helga turned brick red and went into hysterics, half laughing, half crying. No one dared to slap her face. Lucy stepped backwards from the damp carpet. A red ball fell off the Christmas tree. "I was going to August," said Aunt Helga. "My bags were packed. It had taken so long to get a permit." Lucy kept on walking backwards until she was at the door. Papa and Harold began to speak, both at once. She slipped out of the room and began to run up the stairs, softly, lightly, as if she were flying. She climbed up and up, and the attic door was open, the key in the lock. She went in, breathing the mothball reek. The attic was bitterly cold. The skylights were crusted with frost flowers. Joe had candles stuck to an old plate. The couch was covered with a rug and the lap robe. She sat there quietly, and the door of the wardrobe moved. Joe came out. He sat beside her, and, without embarrassment, they held hands. "There was a door covered with wallpaper," said Lucy. "She moved the wardrobe in front of it." "Maybe they always did that," said Joe. "You stole the key today or yesterday," she said. "How did you get in before that?" "From the roof," he said. "Out the landing window and in through the skylight. It was always a secret clubhouse." He might have fallen, she thought. He came here all alone and found his way into the hidden room. He found the children. He grew thin and old and said nothing. "Got a board off the back of the wardrobe," Joe was saying. "Then I broke into the room. It wasn't so hard. I was just looking for the box of toys." "Solomon Stein figured out where they were," said Lucy. "He was trying to save them. He was trying to get in." Lucy began to weep at last. She felt hot tears running down her cold cheeks. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I can't help thinking." The icy cold. The darkness. They were very good, very still. But at last they began calling, tapping, scraping, like mice gnawing at the fabric of the house. The empty house. "Is it very bad in there?" she asked. "Could I—" What did she mean? Could I get in through the narrow door? Could I bear it? She thought of her dream or vision of Joe sitting at a table with a dead look. In the end, she opened the wardrobe and peered through the small opening behind it. Joe had broken the door off its hinges. Inside, he had made a small heap of tannin branches covering the bodies of the two older children, Rosa and Benny, and a smaller heap for the baby on its moldering pillow. The air was still very foul. The room was no bigger than a cupboard. It shared a corner of one large skylight. Looking into the room, you could almost feel what it must have been like for them. "She knew their mother would never come back," said Joe. "She left them there and went away to take care of Papa and never told anyone." "Oh, yes," said Lucy. "I think she did." She turned her head to look at the poor dressmaker's dummy. Joe had draped the field-gray army tunic around its shoulders. "I think she told Uncle Marcus." She remembered what Harold had said. Marcus Krantz was a decent fellow, and had committed suicide soon after returning home from the Russian front. Presently Joe said, "What will happen? What will they do?" Lucy shook her head. She had lost the power to predict the actions of any of the adults. She could only identify with Joe and with the dead children. They sat in the candlelight, waiting for a step upon the attic stairs.
The Horn by Stephen Gallagher. A group of travelers trapped by a snowstorm and lured into the night by something both beautiful and deadly. It's a classic horror scenario, and here rising star Stephen Gallagher enhances the tension with a bleak atmosphere of dread. Born in Salford, Lancashire, and currently living in Blackburn, he became a full-time writer in 1980, scripting 2 adventures for BBC TV's popular Doctor Who series. His short fiction has been published in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Asimov's Fantasy Tales, Ripper, Shadows 9, Night Visions 8, and Winter Chills. His early books included novelizations of his Doctor Who scripts and the movie Saturn III, and were followed by Chimera, recently filmed as a 4-part miniseries for television. Follower, Valley of Lights, October, Downriver, and Rain. The Horn.
Extract from the court record. Crown versus Robeson, 24th of September, 1987. Counsel. You lured her to this quiet spot on the pretext that you were going to run away together. Robeson. I never promised anything. Counsel. Then you beat her senseless and left her for dead. Robeson. Hold on, Chief. I tapped her once to calm her down, that's all. Counsel. Are you now saying that you weren't responsible for her murder? Robeson. She was fit enough when I left her. Counsel. So how do you suppose that she died? Robeson. That wouldn't be until the next morning. Counsel. When, exactly? Robeson. Around the time they poured the concrete in, I expect. We've got heat, we've got light, we've got shelter, Mick said. The lads even left us some dirty books. We've got everything we'll need to ride out the bad weather, so why don't we just sit tight until it all blows over? It was just then that the lights flickered and failed, and the coal effect on the 2-bar electric fire went terminally dark. The bars themselves went more slowly, and the 3 of us could only watch their fading glow with a kind of bleak desperation. Sub-zero winds were still hammering at the walls of the little roadside hut, and I felt about as well protected as a mouse under a shoebox in the middle of a stampede. I was cold already. It was quickly going to get worse. The single flame of Mick's gas lighter put giant shadows onto the walls and ceiling. Winds must have brought the line down, he said. The other man, whose name was David something or other, said, Anything we could fix? Not me, pal. I'd rather live. What do we do then, burn the furniture? Then we'd have nowhere to sit. The big man, who told us to call him Mick, held the flame higher, and our shadows dived for cover. Look, there's still candles and a gas ring. Nothing's altered. We can even have a brew. The kettle's electric and the water pipes are frozen, David said promptly. Mick looked at him hard. I could really go off you, he said. Do you know that? The candles were the dim, slow-burning kind in small tin dishes, and they'd been used before. The gas ring ran from a bottle under the table, and a kinked hose gave us a momentary problem in getting it going. The candles burned yellow, the gas burned blue, and our faces were white and scared-looking in the light that resulted. Mick, David, me. 3 separate stories of blizzard and breakdown and abandoned vehicles, 3 lifelines that probably wouldn't otherwise have crossed, but which had come together in this fragile cabin at the side of a snowbound motorway. Well, here goes nothing, Mick said, and he grabbed a pan and went outside to get some more snow. The one called David went over to try the dead phone yet again. I'd been the last to find the place, and I'd known immediately on entering that these 2 hadn't been travelling together. They were unmatched and probably unmatchable pair. Mick weighed in at around 18 stone and had the look of, well, there's no kind way of putting it, A slob, however you might dress and groom him. If you had to guess his line of work, you might well place him as one of those vendors who stand with their push-along wagons near football grounds, selling hamburgers and hot dogs that have the look of having been poached in bodily fluids. David, he told me his second name, but it hadn't stuck in my mind, was more like one of those people you'll often see driving a company car with a spare shirt on a hanger in the back. He'd said that he was in sales, which I took to mean that he was a salesman. He was about my own age, and had reddish-blonde hair, so fine that he seemed to have no eyelashes. The story, as I understood it, was that Mick had been aiming for the big service area, about 2 miles further along the road, but had found his way blocked, and had been forced to abandon his van-load of rubber hose in order to walk back to the only light that he'd seen in miles. When he'd made it to the hut, he'd found David already there, crouched before the electric fire, with a workman's donkey jacket that he'd found and thrown around his shoulders. I'd joined them about half an hour after that, and no one had arrived since. The weather was worsening by the minute, and it seemed unlikely that anybody else was going to make it through. The motorway must have been closed for some time now. "Jesus wept!" Mick gasped when he'd fallen back in through the door 3 or 4 minutes later. I thought that he'd simply intended to take 2 steps out to fill the pan and then return, and so I said, "What kept you?" Some of the colour started to seep back into him as he stood over the heat of the gas ring, hands spread like he was making a blessing. He'd have made a pretty rough-looking priest. "I went down for a look at the road," he said, "just in case there was any sign of a gritter going through." "See anything?" "I'm lucky I even found the way back. I didn't get more than 20 yards, and it blew up so hard that I might as well have been blind. Nothing else is moving out there. Looks like we're in for the duration." "Oh, great," David said heavily. "You want to stick your nose outside before you say that," Mick suggested. "It's worse than before. It's like walking into razor blades. And I'll tell you something else. When the wind gets up in those wires, it's just like voices. You listen long enough, and honest to God, you start hearing your own name. You know what I reckon?" "What?" I said. "It's all the dead people they've scraped up. They're all cold and lonely out there." And he winked at me as he said this, I suspect because his back was turned to David and David couldn't see. "For Christ's sake," David muttered darkly, and he went over to the other side of the hut and started rummaging around in the cupboards for mugs and tea bags. Mick was grinning happily now, but I wasn't exactly sure why. Lowering my voice so that David wouldn't hear me, he'd half disappeared headfirst into one of the cupboards by now, I said, "What's all that about?" "Haven't you seen the notice board?" Mick said, and he pointed to the wall behind me. "Take a look. We found a right little happy house to get ourselves snowed into. Desmond was reading all about it when I got here." "It's David," corrected a muffled voice from somewhere inside the furniture. Mick said, unruffled, "Of course it is." I picked up one of the candles and took it over to the wall where the space alongside some lockers had been papered with old newspaper clippings. There were a few yellowing page 3 girls, but the rest of them were news stories. Some had photographs, and the photographs were all of mangled wreckage. It took me a moment to realize that they were all motorway crashes, and that the stretch of motorway where they'd taken place was the one that ran by under 3 foot of snow right outside. "This must be where the lads wait for a call-out when there's something nasty," Mick said from just behind me. He'd come around and was inspecting the collection over my shoulder. "Some of the things they must have seen, eh? Rather them than me." Amen to that, I thought. Although even in the dim and unsteady candlelight, I found that I was browsing through the details in some of the pieces with a kind of detached fascination that I always seem to be able to manage when it's a question of someone else's misery. Entire families wiped out. A teenaged girl decapitated. Lorry drivers crushed when their cabs folded around them like stepped-upon Coke cans. An unwanted mistress. This one really got me looking twice. An unwanted mistress, dumped, Jimmy Hoffa style, into the wire skeleton of a bridge piling that had been boxed up, ready to take concrete the next morning. "Entombed alive," the headline said, but even that looked kind of pale next to the disaster involving the old folks outing and the pet food truck full of offal. I gathered from the collection that this hut was the base for the clean-up team, who worked the road for some distance in either direction, and that they took an honest pride in their gruesome occupation. I imagined them trooping out to their breakdown wagon, whistling as they pulled on their jackets and thinking about next year's holidays. And then, at the other end of the drive, getting out with their bags and shovels to give their professional attention to the loved ones of some cheapskate who'd saved the cost of a cabin on a car ferry or skipped a night in a hotel to drive on through and get an extra half-day out of the holiday flat. Where the team would be right now, I could only guess. I imagined that they had moved their base along to the service area as soon as the weather had started to clamp down, because the hut was no place to be marooned out of choice. The services would probably be starting to resemble a refugee centre by now, cut off but reasonably self-sufficient, and I wished that I could be there instead of here. The gas ring behind us was running with the valve wide open, and still I could see my breath in the air in front of me. David, over by the table, said, "Did you fill this?" I tore myself away from the interesting stuff on the wall and followed Mick over to the ring, where David was peering into the aluminium pan. Where before it had been so overfilled with snow that it had looked like a big tub of ice cream, now it held about an inch of water. Mick observed, "It melts down to nothing, doesn't it?" And then the silence that followed was like the slow race in a restaurant to reach for the bill. But then, finally, I said, "I'll get us some more." I don't know how to describe the way the cold hit me as I stepped out of the hut. It was almost like walking into a wall, much worse than it had been when I'd made my way up there. The wind was the most disorienting factor, filling my eyes with hail and battering me around so hard that I could barely draw breath. But then, thankfully, it dropped a little, and the air cleared enough for me to see without being blinded. Visibility was somewhere between 50 and 100 yards, beyond which everything just greyed out, as if reality couldn't hold together any further. I could see about half a dozen of the overhead sodium lights marching off in either direction, their illumination blanketed and diffused by the amount of snow clouding the air. Of the motorway itself, I could make out the parallel lines of the crash barriers as hardly more than pencil marks sketched onto the snow, and that was it. A few of the lightweight plastic cones that had been used earlier to close off lanes had been blown around and had lodged themselves here and there like erratic missiles, but nothing else broke the even cover. I didn't see what Mick had been talking about. I didn't hear any voices, just the wind in the wires somewhere off the road and out of sight. The sound meant nothing special to me. I had a baked bean can, catering size, that was the only other clean-looking container that I'd been able to find, and I stooped and tried to fill it with snow. The newly fallen stuff was too fine. It just streamed away as I tried to load it in. But then I tried wedging it into snowball nuggets and did rather better. I was already starting to shake with the cold. I paused for a moment to wipe at my nose with the back of my glove, and realized with a kind of awe that I couldn't even feel the contact. I fell back into the hut like a drowning man plucked from an icy sea. I'd been outside for less than a minute. David looked up from the phone. I wouldn't have believed how welcoming the place could look with its candlelight and comparative warmth and the road gang's mugs set out ready, each with the name of an absent person written on the side in what looked like nail varnish. I did my best to make it look as if I had a grip on myself, and went over to set the rest of the snow to melt as Mick secured the door behind me. "Still dead?" I said to David, with a nod at the phone. "It's not exactly dead," he said, jiggling the cradle for about the 100th time. "It's more like an open line with nothing on the other end." "Oh, it'll be like a field telephone," Mick said from over by the door. "If nobody's plugged in, then there's no one to hear. How's it looking outside?" "I'd still rather be in here than out there," I said. Mick made the tea with a catering bag and some of that non-dairy whitener that looks and smells like paint. It was the worst I'd ever tasted, and the most welcome. The three of us pulled our chairs in close to get into the circle of warmth around the gas ring, and we grew heady on the monoxide fumes. Inevitably, the conversation returned to the clippings on the wall. "You want to see it from their point of view," Mick said. "It'll be like working in a morgue. You get bad dreams for the first few weeks, and then after that it's just another job." David didn't comment, but I suspect that by then he was starting to read something personal into everything that Mick was saying. I believed that I had recognized his type by now. Some people's reaction to pressure is to look around for someone convenient to dump on. They get angry, they get sarcastic, and if you pull through, it tends to be in spite of them rather than with much in the way of help. I knew what Mick was talking about. I could imagine the team sitting there, patiently reading or playing cards while waiting for carnage. They were one up on us. We'd go through life telling ourselves that it was never going to happen, but they knew that it would, and the knowledge wasn't even anything special to them. Mick seemed to be the one who was holding us together here. I'm not sure that right then I'd have wanted to rely on David for anything. He was frowning at the floor, his borrowed donkey jacket sitting uneasily on his shoulders. Had he really struggled from his car to the cabin with just a suit jacket and no overcoat? He must have seen the way that the weather was going before he set out, but he didn't look as if he'd taken any account of the possibility that he might have to step much beyond the warmth of a heated building or a moving car. Some people have too much faith in everything. I'm the opposite. I reckon that God intended a few things to be immutable, and that such things as designer luggage, golf shoes, and the new shape of Volvo aren't among them. I'd been heading for my girlfriend's place over in the next county when I'd come to my own unscheduled journey's end. She was with a big retail chain who were moving her around and paying her peanuts, and I was just about holding down one of those jobs that they kept telling me might or might not turn out to be something permanent. The only way that we could ever get together was at weekends, hiding out from the landlady in her one-roomed flat. Mine must have been one of the last cars to get onto the road before they closed it. I'd had to stop, as a jackknifed, articulated lorry had been cleared from the slip road, and then it took 2 policemen to get me rolling again because my tyres wouldn't grip on the icy surface. They advised me to stay in low gear and to keep my revs down, and I remember their last words to me as I managed to get moving again. "Rather you than me, pal." It got worse as I went on. After half an hour in first gear, following the crash barrier like a blind man following a rail, the temperature needle crept up into the red zone, and then, finally, both hoses blew. I stopped and taped them and topped up the water, but the engine seized soon after that. Mick was the only one who seemed to be listening as I told them the story. He said, "I've been driving this route since they opened it. I've never known it this bad. It looks like the end of the world. You've got a knack of seeing the bright side, Mick, I told him. You won't have seen that road train about half a mile on, he said. A big new wagon and 2 trailers. It was blocking the road all the way across. That's why I had to give up and walk back to the last light I'd seen. Those things are like dinosaurs. They'll go on through anything. But it couldn't get through this. What do you reckon, Desmond? It's David! His sudden shout was startling in the enclosed space of the cabin, and I think even Mick was surprised by the reaction he got. All right, he said. I'm sorry. Well, bloody get it right then. I said I'm sorry. I was only asking what you thought. I just want to get home, David said miserably, looking down at the floor as if he was embarrassed by his sudden outburst. And then Mick said with unexpected gentleness, Nothing to argue with there, Dave. It was then that the gas ring began to make a popping sound. We all turned to look, and I heard somebody say, Oh, shit. And then I realized that it had been me. The flame didn't exactly go out, not right away, but it was obviously into some kind of terminal struggle. Mick reached under the table, heaved out the squat metal cylinder. When he raised it two-handed and gave it a shake, there sounded to be about a cupful of liquid sloshing around in the bottom. There's some left, David said hopefully. You always get some in the bottom, Mick said. Still means it's empty. There was another cylinder under the table and right at the back, but this one sounded just about the same. By now, the ring was giving out no heat at all, making such a racket that nobody objected when Mick turned the valve to shut it off. The silence got to us before the cold did, but the cold started getting to us a couple of minutes later. We broke open the lockers in the hope of finding more coats or blankets, but all that we did find were tools and empty lunch buckets and mud-encrusted work boots. David's earlier remark about burning the furniture no longer seemed like a joke, but the truth of it was that there wasn't much about the furniture that was combustible. The chairs were mostly tubular steel, and the table was some kind of laminate over chipboard, which left a stack of soft-core porno magazines and a few paperbacks and one deck of cards. By now, the hut had turned from a haven into an icebox. David was the one who put it into words. He said, We're going to have to go out and find somewhere else, aren't we? He made it sound as if the place itself had done a number and betrayed us. Oh, this is great, he said bitterly. This really puts the fucking tin lid on it. Possibly we could have stayed put, jogged on the spot a little, done our best to keep going in the sub-zero air until the worst of the weather receded and rescue came pushing through, but Mick was already going through the lockers for a second time, as if looking again for something that he'd already seen. The way I see it, he said, there's only one thing we can do. The services? I hazarded. We'd never make it that far. It's more than 2 miles. Might as well be 20. I reckon we can do maybe a quarter of that at the most. Which gets us nowhere, David said. It gets us as far as that big road train that's blocking the carriageway. So saying, Mick reached into the third locker and came out with a short, hooked wrecking bar. Holding up the jemmy, he went on. If we can get into that and get its engine running, we can sit tight in the cab with the heater on. Until the fuel runs out, I said, probably a touch too pessimistically. Those things never run out. They've got tanks like swimming pools. We can either wait for the snowplow to find us or else strike out again as the weather improves. What do you think? It'll have a radio, David said, with a sense of discovery that seemed to surprise even him. We both looked at him. A CB radio, he said. Don't most of those big trucks carry them? We can tell someone where we are. That we can, Dave, Mick said, with a note of approval. and then he looked from him to me. "Are you game?" "Let's go," I said, sounding about 400% more eager than I felt. But Mick raised a hand as if to say, "Slow down. Just 1 minute," he said. "There's no point in all of us scrambling out together. What I reckon is, one of us strikes out and does the necessary, and then he leans on the horn as a signal for the others to follow." "I wouldn't know what to do," David said bleakly. "Me neither," I said. "Well," Mick said, "since we're talking about breaking and entering and a little creative rewiring, I'd say that I'm the only one with the education and the appropriate subjects around here. Am I right?" He was right. And as far as I was concerned, he could make all the jibes about education that he wanted, as long as he got us out of this. He turned up his collar and buttoned up his coat, and he pulled on his sheepskin gloves as I moved with him to the door. Dave decided to give the phone yet another try, as I made ready to let Mick out into the unwelcoming night. I said, "You're mad, you know that?" "I had my brain surgically removed," Mick said. "I've been feeling much better without it." Then he turned serious. "I'm going to get down to the crash barrier and follow it along, otherwise there's no knowing where I may end up. Keep listening for the horn." He glanced at David. "And keep an eye on him. He'll be all right. If he starts messing about, dump him. I mean it." There was a blast of cold air for the brief second or so between Mick going out and me getting the door closed after him. And this time it stayed in there with us like some unwelcome dog that had dashed in and was standing its ground. David had slammed the phone down with a curse, as if its non-cooperation was a matter of deliberate choice, before settling on one of the chairs with his hands thrust deep into the pockets of his borrowed coat and the collar up over his nose to recirculate the heat of his breath. He looked like some odd kind of animal retreating into its blue worsted shell. "I heard what he said, you know." His voice was muffled by the thick material and sounded distant. "He didn't mean anything by it." "Yeah, I bet. And who does he think he is? Scott of the Antarctic?" "I don't care if he thinks he's Scotty of the Enterprise. If he gets us out of trouble, he'll be okay by me." He settled in deeper. "Well, don't go worrying about me. I'm no dead weight." "Never said I thought you were." There was silence for a while. Then he said, "Pretty serious, though, isn't it?" Yes, I was thinking it was pretty serious. But it could have been worse. Worse was being sliced in two at a combined speed of 150 miles an hour, just because someone else chose the day of your trip to cross the central reservation and come looking for suicide in the oncoming traffic. Worse was being buried alive in concrete, so deep that even X-rays couldn't find you. It was sitting with your hands on the wheel while your head lay on the back seat. It was any one of the 50 or so examples of a messy and uncontrolled exit to be found in the road gang's private black museum over there on the wall. "We've still got options," I said. "That puts us one step ahead." "As long as he makes it," David said. The next 20 or 30 minutes seemed to last forever. David wasn't great company, particularly after the way that Mick's parting words had stung him. I wondered what I ought to expect. More of the ball and chain act, or would he become dangerously gung-ho? If the latter, then I was going to be happy to let him go out first. Finally, the wind dropped a little, and we heard the distant sound of a horn. I said with some relief, "Our call, I think?" David said that he was ready. I asked him if he wanted to take one last shot at the phone, but he said no. "The greaseball was right in one thing," he said. "You listen for long enough, and you do start to hear them calling your name." I let him go out ahead of me. My spirit of optimism took an instant hammering as the door was banging shut behind us. Compared to this brutal storm, The wind that had set the wires keening on my last excursion had been a precise and delicate instrument. All sound and sense were destroyed on contact, and I was beginning to panic when I felt David's rough grip on my arm, shoving me forward into the blind haze. The snow had drifted high in places, masking the contours of the ground beneath and making progress even more difficult. We stumbled and floundered downhill towards the road surface, and as we descended from the more exposed slopes, the wind mercifully lessened. We got across the central crash barrier, a constant mist of snow steaming from its knife-edged top, but by then I'd become as disoriented as if I'd been popped into a box and shaken. "Which way?" I shouted, and David had to put his face right up to my ear to make himself heard. "Northbound," he roared. "What?" "This way," and he gave me a hard push to get me going. I wouldn't have believed how heavy the going could be. It went from thigh-deep to waist-deep, and then back to thigh-deep again, and the barrier disappeared for entire stretches, so that we had to navigate by the yellow sodium lights above us. I'd break the trail for a while, and then David would move up and replace me. Any tracks that Mick might have left had been obliterated, but then there was the sound of the distant horn to lead us on whenever the storm took out a beat to let it through. He'd made it, so would I. I reckoned that we'd been going for about 3 hours, although a more rational part of my mind knew that it had actually been closer to 15 minutes, when we reached the first place where we could stop and rest. It was a flyover bridge, too high and too wide to feel like much of a shelter, but offering a respite from the cutting edge of the wind. We staggered in, so all over numb that we might as well have been on Novocaine drips for the last quarter hour, and we collapsed against the wall like foot soldiers in some forgotten war. "Are you okay?" I said to David, my voice oddly flattened by the carpet of snow that had blown in under the bridge. "You must be fucking joking," he gasped, and that was all I could get out of him. I tried to knock off some of the dry snow that had crusted onto my clothing. I didn't want to risk any of it melting and soaking through, only to refreeze as we pushed on. It came off in chunks. David was hunkered down and hugging himself, presenting as small an area of heat loss as he could. If we stayed here for too long, we might end up staying here for good. I listened for the horn. Even though the bridge was open at the sides, there was an enclosed, somehow isolated feeling about that few yards of shelter. It was brighter here than outside, because there was nothing clouding the air between the sodium lights and the reflecting snow. And as I'd already noticed when I'd spoken to David, sounds went dead, as if they'd run into something soft. There was scaffolding around the bridge support across the carriageway, but I could still make out the spray-canned graffiti in amongst the repair work behind it, as if through a grid. It read, "Robeson, you're dead when you get out," and it had been written in red. My favourite piece of graffiti was one that I'd seen on a beachfront building. The simple and elegant, "I feel a bit normal today." But it was a beachfront that seemed about 1,000,000 miles away from the here and now. The wind outside must have dropped a little, because a snatch of the horn came through and it sounded closer than ever. It acted on David like a goad. He suddenly lurched to his feet and set out again, stumbling and flailing his arms as if he hadn't quite brought his limbs under control yet. Wearily, I wondered if I'd ever been able to raise the energy to follow, but even as I was wondering, I was starting to move. David was muttering as he went, but I couldn't hear anything of what he was saying. I stumbled, because there seemed to be all kinds of jumbled crap under the snow here. My foot hooked up what looked like a length of compressor hose, and I had to kick it off. Over on what would normally be the hard shoulder, I could see the half-buried shapes of machinery. Big generators with tow hitches, and a small dumper that might have been the answer to our prayers if it hadn't been jacked up with a wheel missing. It looked as if, until the bad weather had intervened, they'd been drilling out the concrete like a bad tooth. Canvas on the scaffolding had concealed the work, but the material had been ripped by a through wind to leave only a few flapping shreds around the hole. The cage of reinforcing wire inside the piling had been exposed, and the wire had been burst outward as if by a silent explosion. It looked as if they'd gone so far, and then the freeze-up had enlarged the hole further. I suppose I could have thought about it harder, but there are some things, you can think about them as hard as you like, but you'll never anticipate what you're actually going to see. And the sight that I was concentrating on, to the exclusion of just about everything else, was that of the road train firming up in the blizzard about 100 yards ahead. The first details that I made out were its hazard lights, and there were plenty of them, almost enough to define its shape, rather like those diagrams that take a scattered handful of stars and connect them up into some improbable-looking constellation. They were flashing on and off in time with the horn, and they were about the most welcome warning that I'd ever seen. Ahead of me, David was striding out like a wind-up toy that nothing could stop. It was a big, continental, articulated rig in 3 jackknifed sections, a true monster of the road that would look like a landslide on the move. The distant pa-pa that had led us so far had now become a deep, regular air horn bellow as we'd drawn closer. David tried to break into a run for the cab, but he had to be close to exhaustion by now. We helped each other up and in. An alarm beeper was sounding off inside the cab, and in synchronization with the horn and the lights. There was no sign of Mick anywhere. I said, "Where is he?" "God knows," David said, studying a dash that looked like a piece of the space shuttle. "He might at least have left the engine running." Maybe he didn't get that far. But David pointed to a bunch of wires that had been pulled out to hang behind the steering column. "What's that, then?" he said. "Fine spaghetti. You check the radio." I checked the radio. "I don't think it's working," I said. 60 seconds after our entry, the alarms cut and the horn stopped. The silence almost hurt. David had found the starter by now, and he was trying it. The first couple of times it stayed dead, but he jiggled the hanging wires like a child patting a balloon into the air, and this must have helped some weak connection, because on the third attempt the engine somewhere beneath the cabin floor turned over without any hesitation at all. After a few seconds it caught, but then, almost immediately, it faded away and died again. "Bastard thing," David said, and tried again, but there was no persuading it to catch for a second time. He flopped back heavily into the driver's seat. I said, "Maybe we can just stay here anyway." "There's still no heat," he said. "It may seem warmer, but that's just the comparison with being outside. If we can't get the blowers going, I don't see any advantage over being back in the hut." He tried the starter again, but still nothing. "There's your reason why," he said suddenly, and pointed to a part of the dashboard display. If what he was pointing to was the fuel level readout, it was reading something like empty. "These things never run out," he said bitterly, in what I assume he intended to be mimicry of Mick's voice. "They've got tanks like swimming pools." And he punched the steering wheel hard, and flopped back in the driver's seat again, with a face as dark as a bruised plum. And somewhere, out in the night, another horn began to sound. We both listened, lost it for a while as the wind howled, and then heard it again. Our signal was being repeated from somewhere further along the road. "Here we go," David said wearily, and he opened the door on the far side of the cab to climb down. This time he didn't even flinch when the hail hit him. "All right," I wanted to say. "Case proven. You're no dead weight. Now why don't we just try sticking it out here a while longer?" But instead I levered myself up and clambered awkwardly across the cab. I could have dropped and slept right there, and probably died, ready chilled, prepared for the morgue. But at that moment I hardly felt as if it would matter. Mick's sheepskin gloves were on the cab floor. I reached down and picked them up. I wasn't hallucinating them, they were real enough. He must have taken them off for the delicate work of hot wiring. But how come he'd allowed himself to be parted from them? I was wearing my clumsy ski gloves, and even inside these my hands were feeling dead from the knuckles out. If Mick had gone the distance to the next stranded lorry, as the sounding of this second horn seemed to suggest, then I reckoned that he'd better not be planning any piano practice for a while. I slid out of the cab and hit the snow again. I was now on the northern side of the big vehicle. David had launched off without me, hooked by the call like some deep-sea fish being drawn up to the gaff. The horn wasn't so regular this time, but it was coming through more clearly. And me, I wasn't happy. The forgotten gloves were only one part of it. Another part of it was the fact that you didn't put a rig and its cargo, total value anything from $250,000 up, into the hands of a driver who's going to be walking the hard shoulder with a can to get some diesel because he let the tanks get empty. And the radio. The radio should have been working, even if only to give out white noise to match the scene on the other side of the glass. I was looking around the side of the road train when I fell over Mick's body in the snow. He was lying face down, and already he was half covered by drift, which for a moment gave me the absurd hope that he might have been insulated from the chilling effect of the wind and might be basically okay. But when I tried to turn him over, he was as stiff as a wet sheet hung out in winter, and when I finally got him on his back, I could see that there was a spike of reinforcing wire from the concrete flyover driven right up under his chin. I could see it passing up through his open mouth as if his head were something spitted for a barbecue. His eyes were half open, but plugged with ice. The short jemmy was still in his ungloved hand, held tightly like a defensive weapon that he'd never managed to use. This had happened right by the big diesel tank behind the cab. The tanks themselves had been slashed open so that all the oil had run out and gone straight down into the snow. And when I say slashed, I mean raked open in 4 parallel lines, as if by fingernails, not just spiked or holed by something sharp. Dave had stopped and was looking back, but he was too far away to see anything, and only just on the verge of being seen, a smudgy ghost painted in smoke. He beckoned me on with a big, broad gesture that looked like he was trying to hook something out of the air, and even though I yelled, "No, don't go, it isn't him," he simply shouted back something inaudible and turned away. He walked on, and the blizzard sucked him in. And from somewhere beyond him came the sound of the horn, the mating call of some dark mistress of nightmares, with her skin oiled and her back arched and her long silver knives at the ready. I started to run after him. I call it running, although it wasn't much in the way of progress. I reckon you could have lit up a small town with the energy that I burnt, just to close up the distance between David and me. Close it up I did, but not enough. He didn't even glance back. I saw him duck at a near miss from something wind-borne, and I felt my heart stop for a moment, but I think it was only one of the plastic cones or some other piece of road debris. David couldn't have been distracted by nuns dancing naked in the air by that stage, because he was now within sight of the next truck. The truck. It was much older than the first one, and not so much of a giant. It was over on the far side of the barrier and facing my way. It looked as if it had come to a long, sliding halt before being abandoned and half buried where it stood. It had a crouched, malevolent look, its engine running and breathing steam, pale headlamps like sick-bed eyes. David reached the cab and pounded on the side to be let in. I stopped at the crash barrier and could only watch. The horn ceased. The door opened. The cab's interior light blinked on, but the insides of the windows were all steamed up and runny, and there was only the vague shape of someone visible. David had already hoisted himself halfway up, with his foot in the stirrup over the wheel, but now I saw him hesitate. The door had swung out and was screening whatever confronted him, and then, suddenly, he was gone, jerked in at an impossible speed, and the door was slammed and the light went out. I winced at the loud, long, and intense, muffled screaming that began to come from the cab, but I knew there was nothing that I could do. I thought about those long slashes in the diesel tank, and for David's sake, I could only hope that whatever was happening would be over quickly. It wasn't. And when it finally ended, and after the long silence that followed, I saw the door opening out a crack like a trap being reset. Light streamed out into the snow mist, a narrow slice, falling like a rain of something solid. I looked up at the truck's windows and saw that the now lit windshield had been sprayed red on the inside, like the jug of a blender, and it was just starting a slow wash-down as the cab's sweat began to trickle through it. I watched a while longer, but I couldn't see anything moving. I was calculating my chances of making it through to the service area. What had seemed like a complete impossibility before now had the look of the most attractive available option. I had to have covered a good part of the distance already, didn't I? And having just had a glimpse of the alternative, I was suddenly finding that the prospect of pressing on had a certain appeal. The first move would be to cross the carriageway and put as much distance as possible between me and the truck. There was nothing that I could do for David now, and it made no sense to stay out where the overhead lights made a tunnel of day through the blizzard. It was as I was striking out at an angle across a field of white that had once been the fast lane, a stumbling and deep frozen body with a white hot core of fear, that the horn began again. That was okay. That suited me fine. As long as somebody was leaning on the button, they weren't out here with me. And that was exactly the way that I wanted it. I was trying to remember the route from the times that I'd driven it before. My guess was that I was just about to come to an exposed and elevated curve that would swing out to overlook a reservoir before entering the hills where the service area would be sheltered. I wouldn't be able to see much, if any, of this, but I'd know it because the intensity of the wind was bound to increase. High-sided vehicles took a battering on this stretch at the best of times, and this certainly wasn't one of those. I'd have to watch my footing. On a clear night, I'd have been able to see right out to the lights of some mill town several miles out and below, but for now all that I could see was a dense white swirling. In my mind, I could see myself holding one of those Christmas scene paperweights, the kind that you shake and then watch as the contents settle. But in mine there was a tiny figure of David, hammering on the glass and calling soundlessly to be let out. I saw myself shaking the globe once, and I saw the storm turn pink. Stupid, I know. I wasn't responsible for anybody. I certainly hadn't got behind him and boosted him up into the arms of whatever had been waiting in the cab. But I suppose that when you've just seen somebody meet an end roughly comparable to the act of walking into an aircraft propeller, it's bound to overheat your imagination just a little. Maybe that could explain some of what came later. But somehow, I don't think so. The truck horn was starting to recede behind me. The notes were longer now, like the moan of some trapped beast tiring of its struggles. Great, fine, I was thinking. You just stay there and keep at it, when the storm brightened and a dark figure suddenly rose before me. It was my own shadow, cast forward into the blizzard, way out beyond the edge of the road, so that it seemed to stand in the air over nothing. I looked back and saw that there was some kind of a spotlight being operated from the cab of the truck, the kind that turns on a mount fixed to the body and stays however you leave it. And this one was pointing straight at me. It went on past, and I realized that I was too small and too far away to spot with any ease, and there was probably so much snow sticking to me on the windward side that I'd be tough to spot even at close range. Any relief that I felt was short-lived, though, because just a few seconds later the spotlight picked up the line of my trail through the snowfield. The bright light and the low angle exaggerated it and left no room for doubt. The light stopped roving, and the horn stopped sounding only a moment later. There followed a silence that I didn't like, filled with unstated menace. And then the cab door opened, and its occupant stepped down to the road. I don't know what I'd been expecting. Anything but this. She was small and slight. Her light summer dress was torn and soiled, and her hair was lank and dusty and blowing across her face. Her arms were bare, but she seemed oblivious to the cold and the wind. She started out towards the point where my trail angled out across the road, and I knew that I ought to be turning and running, but I couldn't come unglued. She was walking barefoot on the snow and leaving no mark. I saw her bend to touch the barrier as she stepped over, and it might have been a stile out in the countryside, somewhere in the warmest part of the spring. I finally turned to run. I got a brief impression of another of those plastic cones tumbling by in the wind, and then it bopped me as I walked right into it. I went down. I tried to struggle to get up, but it was as if I'd had my wires pulled and crossed so that none of the messages were getting through in the right order. I could hear her light tread over the wind as she approached. She came up and stood right over me. Her skin was as white as marble and veined with blue. I couldn't see her face for the halo of light from the cab spotlight behind her. All I could see was her ruined hair blowing around a pitiless darkness in which something was watching me. "Louis," she whispered. Louis, I thought. Who the fuck's Louis? Besides, listen, lady, it sure isn't me. I opened my mouth to say something similar, and I think I made one tiny, almost inaudible croak. The wind dropped and the night grew still, and then it was like her eyes turned on like blazing torches in the ravaged pit of her face as she bent down towards me, and I could feel their heat and the breath of corruption warming my frost-bitten skin. I could see now that her hair was matted with concrete and that patches of it had been torn out. The exposed skin was like that of a plucked grouse that had been hanging in a cellar for far too long a time. "Louis," she said again, this time with a kind of nightmare tenderness, and she took hold of my dead-feeling face in her dead-looking hands, and I realized with terror that she was raising me up for a kiss. I saw the darkness roaring in like an air shaft straight down to hell, and I wanted to scream. But instead, I think I just peed myself. She stopped only inches away. She lowered me again. I think she just realized that I wasn't the one she was looking for. Then she raised her hand, and I saw the state of her fingers, and I knew how she'd caused the damage that she'd done to the diesel tank. I shut my eyes because I knew that this was going to be it. I stayed with my eyes shut, and I waited, and I waited, and after I'd waited for what seemed like the entire running time of Conan the Barbarian, I managed to unstick one eye and look up. She was still there, but she wasn't looking at me. She seemed to be listening for something. I listened too, but all I could hear was the wind in the wires overhead. And then, only once and very faintly, the single blast of a horn. "Louis," she said, and she started to rise. Most of what I know now is what I've learned since. Louis Robeson was a construction services manager who drove a Mercedes, and she was a supermarket checkout trainee. How she ever believed that he'd desert his wife and run away with her will be one of those eternal mysteries like, why do old cars run better when they've been washed and waxed? But he must have made the promise one time, and she must have replayed it over and over until finally he told her to meet him one night with her bags packed and a goodbye letter ready to mail. The place where she was to wait was one of his company's site offices by the new motorway. He'd pull in outside and sound the all-clear on the car's horn. Except that it was a signal that she would have to wait a long time to hear, because when she got there, he was already waiting in the dark with a lug wrench. He dropped her unconscious body into a prepared mould for a bridge piling, and threw her cardboard suitcase after, and then he put the sealed letter into the post without realizing that it mentioned him by name. This was all 5 years before. I don't know if it was just the signal, or whether there was room for anything beyond obsession in the dark, tangled worm pit of what was left of her mind. But she lurched stiffly upright, and then, like a dead ship drawn to some distant beacon, she set off in what she thought was the direction of the sun. The blade of the snow-plough hit her square on as she stepped out into the road. She wasn't thrown. It was more like she exploded under gas pressure from within, a release of the bottled-up forces of 5 years' worth of corruption. She went up like an eyeball in a vacuum chamber, and the entire blade and windshield of the plough was sprayed with something that stuck like tar and stank like ordure. Rags of foul hide were flung over a 100-yard radius, showering down onto the snow with a soft, pattering sound. The destruction was so complete that nothing would ever be pieced together to suggest anything remotely human. The plough had stopped, and I could see men in orange day-glow overjackets climbing out, stunned and uncertain of what they'd seen, and I managed to get up to my knees and to wave my arms over my head. "Anybody else with you?" they asked me, when we were all inside and I was holding a thermos cup of coffee so hot that it could have blanched meat. No sign of anybody. I told them that I'd seen some kind of a bird fly into the blade, and it had all happened so fast that nobody had a better story to offer. They told me their names, and I'd recognized them from the tea mugs back in the hut that they'd been forced to abandon as a base for a while. I said that I hadn't seen anybody else. Then one of them asked me how long I'd been out there, and I said it seemed like forever. "You know, the police have jacked it in and closed the road for the night," one of them said. "We wouldn't have come out at all if it hadn't been for somebody hearing your horn solo one time when the wind dropped. You've got no idea how lucky you are." I raised my face out of the steam. We all swayed as the big chained wheels turned the snow into dirt beneath us as we swung round for the return journey, and somebody put a hand out to the seat in front to steady himself. They'd find Mick and David when the thaw set in, and I'd say that I didn't know a damn thing about either of them. And did I really have no idea of how lucky I was? "No," I said pleasantly. "I don't expect I do." "How would you know?" David asked. "I've got a brother-in-law who's a nurse. He's just about seen it all. I mean, the likes of me and you, we don't know the half of what it's about."
Breaking Up by Alex Quiroba. "I ain't no Clive Barker or Ramsey Campbell," reveals Alex Quiroba, "but I know horror." And that noble sentiment is certainly borne out by the harrowing story of mental disintegration that follows. Quiroba, who not too surprisingly hails from Los Angeles, California, has been published twice in West Word, the literary magazine of the writers' program at UCLA Extension. He once, briefly, belonged to a religious cult whose leaders tried to convince him that he was Edgar Allan Poe in one of his previous reincarnations. He cites those horror writers who have affected him most as Camus, Dostoevsky, Orwell, and Charles Bukowski. He adds, "I live a boring life. Reading the names in the telephone book excites me." At the moment, he's working on a first novel. Breaking Up. They're in Nancy's bedroom, and she's just crawled under the covers in her long flannel gown with her tiny feet buried in thick gray ski socks, and she scratches herself like a cat settling into its nap. Max stands in the bedside lamp's weak light after doing 50 push-ups, and he peels off his black bikini briefs, leaving salmon-colored lines cut into his flesh. His limp penis and wrinkled scrotum stick together, and the cool air pimples his skin, and he smells his own staleness as he climbs into bed to face Nancy, who's on her stomach with her arms tucked under her, and her eyes are closed. In a while she opens her eyes, and their gray irises flecked with green make him want her. Funny how it's the little things that make him want her. Funny how it's the little things that make you want somebody. But tonight he reads something different in her steady gaze. He reaches over, and with his thumb finds and presses the hard knot of muscle next to her right shoulder blade, which usually has the effect of making her writhe with pain, pleasure, and beg him to press harder. Took them weeks of inch-by-inch self-surrender before they allowed any kind of vulnerability between one another, so that they could share the secret knotted places in their bodies and in their lives. Tonight, she doesn't move, and it's as if he weren't touching her, and finally she shrugs off his hand and says, "I guess I'm turning off to you." He watches her eyes with aching, and he thinks, "I'm going to remember this for a long time." Because it's been 2 months, and we're not going anywhere together, and when I'm with you I feel too comfortable to look around for a husband? She closes her eyes. I'm going to be 38 this month, and I haven't got time to mess around and feel good. I want to get married and have a baby, and I can't do those things with you because you're just not the kind of man I want you to be. He peers at the smile, wrinkles, in her unsmiling face, and then closes his eyes, and after a while he feels she's watching him. His turn to say something, but nothing comes to mind. He draws an empty sigh and gets up to begin dressing, and his skin pimples again, but he can't feel the cold. "I think you're awfully dumb doing this just before you get your apartment painted," he says, through his sweater as he pulls it over his head. That's a joke. He was going to paint her apartment the next weekend. After he ties his Nikes, with Nancy watching his back, he goes into the kitchen for a glass of water because his mouth is suddenly so dry. Under the harsh, naked light bulb, Max has to support himself against the sink with the glass halfway to his mouth because it feels like his chest is caving in on itself. His body is being pulled downward, and with the obscene, reflected glare from the sink in his eyes, he blindly grasps with his free hand to pull himself up, and it fumbles into the Rubbermaid dish drainer, filled with dishes he washed tonight before Nancy got home, and his fingers close comfortably around the rough, cracked wood handle of the butcher knife, and its solidity is somehow reassuring. He brings the knife to his face, as close as a lover, and the cold light from the blade calms him, and the glass slips from his other hand to crack in the sink. Nancy walks up behind him. "Max, are you all right? You can stay the night on the sofa if you don't—" Quick as a flash, he turns, and the cold, sharp light in his hand slices the air. First, he sees her gray-green eyes go round like two little mouths saying, "Oh." And then, beneath her chin, a red mouth opens in a ridiculous smile, and Nancy's flannel breasts are soaked in glistening crimson. Her hands flutter up like pale birds trying to hide her new smile, and she turns and staggers off, making wet choking sounds, and still holding the knife, he follows her, telling her it's all right, she shouldn't be embarrassed with him, because he loves her. Max blinks slowly and finishes tying his Nikes. And he's aware Nancy is watching him. He walks into the living room, where his jacket is tossed over an arm of the sofa, and Nancy follows him out. "Max, you don't have to leave right away. If you want to talk about it." "Nope, gotta go," says a strange and distant voice, and then he's out the door and walking in a dream down the street until he's standing beside his parked Datsun. He gets in and sits wondering what he should do now. He tries thinking about what's just happened, but he's preoccupied with the night outside and the sounds of passing cars and talking pedestrians that are muffled by the glass and metal of his Datsun, to the point he can't tell if they are imagined or real. Shadows and light and sound are pieces of a jigsaw puzzle lying next to each other, but not interlocked. Time passes, out there, but in his little car it is waiting and still, and he imagines he could stay in here for years without getting hungry or without having to pee. Max knows it's cold, but he can't feel it. "When I feel the cold," he tells the car's dark and silent interior, "I'll start the engine and drive home." After a while, though, it's obvious the cold is teasing him by staying barely out of reach, crouching in the darkness, as touchable as a rainbow, and all Max can feel
is the sucking emptiness in his chest. He leans forward, putting his forehead against the steering wheel, but there's no comfort there. Max starts up his car, drives to the freeway, where he heads west, and he's aware that the car is really driving itself. He's not surprised by this, but he's curious about how the car knows where to go, and how it manages to stay between the broken white lines. But of course, as a BMW scoots past on his left, it's the lights, ahead of him, are scores of little red dots teasing his car forward, and in his mirrors are the bright headlights pushing him along. He closes his eyes a couple of seconds experimentally, and opens them, and yes, the lights have kept him on course. He relaxes and flicks on the radio, and pale green numbers in the dash sing to him, "Make me feel like paradise," while he cruises through the night. The song ends and the SoCal DJ comes on, and Max wonders just how completely the lights are in control. He tightens his grip on the wheel to feel its resistance, and then he cleverly relaxes his hold, as if he's been lulled into sleep by the singing revolutions of the wheels on the pavement. And he jerks suddenly with his left arm. His Datsun streaks across 2 lanes to hit the concrete divider, and it flips over onto its roof with a sickening crunch in the oncoming lanes. The car still echoes from the impact when Max observes, through his shattered windshield, distorted headlights growing larger, and hears brakes squeal over human screams, and then a tremendous slam sets his car on its side. Max is also on his side, and he's broken in pieces and held together only by his clothing and his pain. There's a flash of light and heat near him, and with great effort he turns his head in time to see a hungry tongue of flame snake towards him, and as the fire licks its way over his clothes and across his face, and as he hears the pop and crackle and smells his own flesh cook, he realizes there's a pain worse than the emptiness in his chest. And he screams. Max shakes his head, and he's been staring at the Toyota parked in front of him. He starts his engine and drives to the freeway, where he heads west, following the red taillights of other cars, until he comes to his exit, and soon he's in his own apartment, looking dumbly around at the clutter as if he were a stranger here. He trudges dreamily into his unlit bedroom, where he sits heavily on the bed, and he manages to pull off his Nikes before falling over onto his side. He thinks maybe he'll cry, but there's nothing there. So he gives it up, and for a few minutes he just watches the sidewise world of his room with a streak of light from the living room dividing the dark floor. And then everything goes away. He wakes early the next morning, long before gray light filters through his bedroom window. Not much point getting up and doing all that silly crap he does every weekday morning, so he just lays there, watching the light against the curtain go from gray to rose to pale yellow, and then he gets up and calls into work, sick. That night, Max parks his car under a street lamp in Venice that gives off a weird, unworldly light that makes shadows more impenetrable and treacherous looking. He walks down the side street and turns the corner and walks into the porno theater, and every pore in his body exudes alcohol because he's been staining his teeth and tongue since late morning with Gallo Burgundy. Drinking wine didn't make sense then, and coming here doesn't make sense now, but then there's nothing much seems to make any sense. An idea has occurred to Max, that if he does enough things, sooner or later one of them will make sense, and everything will fit together, and the hole in his chest will be filled. Max pushes a 5 under the window and gets back 2 quarters. That makes sense, he thinks, smiling madly. And he pulls open the door when it buzzes, and he walks into the theater. It's a small room with 100 seats in 10 rows, and the ceiling is high and the air is fetid with cigarette smoke and male sex sweat. There's a screen, the same size as the ones they had in high school, on the front wall,
and on it are a man and a woman, fucking in lurid color. On each side of the screen are hung stereo speakers from which come the sounds of a woman's tremulous moans, almost synchronized with the in and out thrusting on the screen, and disco music plays behind the thrusting of cock into cunt. Max looks nervously as the faces in the audience, washed pale by the light from the screen, turn toward him, and he's reminded of how cats jerk their head when they hear a can being opened. Sexual tension that is electric and heavy at the same time hangs in the room, along with the smoke and the sweat smells, and from the far corner comes the rhythmic squeaking of a seat needing oil. Max sits midway in an empty row of seats and hears the whispers and sighs of restless vipers loose in the Stygian shadows around him, and when he looks up he sees Nancy being pronged by a big-cocked stud. In the corner of his eye, a ghost in the row behind stands and walks around the end of the seat row and comes to sit down beside him. A hand finds his crotch, and fingers like white worms probe urgently and without gentleness as Max looks down in bewilderment. They unzip his fly to burrow inside and surface grasping another pale worm. Max looks up at the screen, trying to focus on Nancy so he can tell her this is all her fault. But when he does focus, it's not Nancy, but some blonde up there, straddling 8 inches pushed up her twat. Max is confused, and he looks at the face next to him, that's made grotesque by the shadows and flickering fleshlight, and wonders if his face also looks so monstrous. The worms leave his lap, and the man nods meaningfully, and rises and walks to the end of the row, where he goes to the front and disappears through a curtained doorway beneath the screen. Max zips up, and also rises. He sidles clumsily to the aisle, where he considers walking out of the theater, but then he thinks there's really no use fighting what's happening, and he too steps through the curtains beneath the screen. He's in a tiny room, lit by the lights from the soft drink and candy machines, and an electric water fountain stands opposite the vending machines, and beside it waits the man with the worm fingers. At the far end of the room is the door to the restroom, and Max figures that's where they're going, so he walks up to the door and opens it. Inside are 2 men, bathed in red light, with one on his knees sucking the other one's cock, and Max slams the door on this scene of worship because he's embarrassed with the guy by the water fountain watching him. He crosses the room to the fountain and bends over to feel the chilled splash of water on his tongue. The stranger is quickly behind him, to reach arms around and undo Max's jeans and shuck them down along with his briefs, while Max holds onto the fountain now, and then pressing the button to feel the reassuring cool water as he hears the man unzip behind him, and then fingers are roughly spreading his butt, and the guy's other hand is pushing his hard thing against him, but it won't go in. Then there's the sound of spitting, and he feels it split him open, and it goes in. While the guy is pumping into him, Max looks to the side, and there's a good-looking young man watching them with his fly open and one hand on his prick and the other one holding a vial to his nose, and he thinks, I'm not really here. Max pushes his money under the window and gets back his change, and he walks into the theater where he finds an empty seat far from anyone else. He falls into a drunken sleep and wakes to find someone's hand on his thigh. He picks the hand off like a dead fish and exits the theater. Back in his apartment, he eases himself onto the floor with the deliberate carefulness of a drunk, and he gazes up at his cottage cheese ceiling. A long-legged brown spider makes its upside-down way across the rough terrain, and Max watches, but he has no inclination to get up and kill it, as he normally would. Either from his pain or from his apathy, he has learned compassion. Live and let live. And anyhow, it would take too much effort. The phone rings,
and he doesn't feel like answering. But then a thought comes to him. He tells the spider maybe somebody's hurting and needs talking to. He pushes himself up off the floor, muttering, "I'm not a selfish man." Max? Well, this is a surprise, Nancy. What the hell can I do for you? Max, are you okay? You sound strange. That's because I am strange. Anyway, you got a reason for calling, or you just feeling kind? He looks up and winks at the spider and sits back on the sofa. Don't be that way, Max. She draws a rattling breath, and he says nothing. I'm not changing my mind about any of this, Max, but when you left last night you seemed so strange, and I'm worried about you. That's the second time in 30 seconds you've called me strange. That's significant. He takes off his shoes. Don't do this, Max. I really care for you, and we can still be friends. We can still be friends, he echoes, and he pulls off one of his socks and picks at the black fuzz caught under his big toenail. Is that really what you want, Nancy? Long silence. No, that's not what I meant. I really miss you, even after what you did to me. He looks up from his toes. And I love you, but that's just not enough because there are other things than love. Like what? There are practical things, like income and ambition. I have practical things. Remember you'd come home dead tired and I'd make you feel better? And you can tell me things you can't tell another living soul? Max, and I have ambition because I want you, after all. And I don't know how a man can be more ambitious than that. Another silence. I could change, you know. I don't know, Max. There's a change in her voice, and he leans forward. Just say you're willing to try, because if we both try, we can do something, but Christ, don't just throw us away. She's breathing hard, maybe crying, and she says something he can't understand. What are you saying? It's the blood. It's so hard to talk with all the blood. He says nothing. All right, maybe we can try it. She sighs wetly. But no promises. When he returns from the porn theater, he eases himself onto the floor of his apartment and watches the cottage cheese ceiling wheel slowly. And he glances at the phone and imagines its harsh ring shattering the silence. He closes his eyes and maybe he sleeps a little. Then he opens his eyes and stands awkwardly, and he wavers into his little kitchen where tiny roaches scurry for cover when the light goes on. A white-crusted faucet drips into a sink full of crudded dishes. In the recess beneath the sink stand boxes and bottles of miracle things that help end toil and trouble. And he picks up the liquid Drano. If only there was something to clear up a life as if it were a hair-clogged drain. And he carefully focuses his eyes to read the label of instructions with its warning of red letters swimming on a white background, and then he reluctantly sets the bottle down and returns to the living room where he falls onto the sofa and regards the phone. 5 minutes, he says aloud. I'll give you 5 minutes. He's not aware of the pounding on his door until he hears his name shouted. Maxwell Griffin, Los Angeles Police, open up, please. He starts to get up to go answer the door, but he reconsiders that if he doesn't answer, they'll go away. And he's expecting Nancy to call in the next 5 minutes. And he relaxes back into the sofa. Maxwell Griffin! Max watches the phone and waits. But it still doesn't ring. It helps if you sing.
by Ramsey Campbell. In a writing career that has spanned nearly 30 years, he sold his first story to August Derleth at the age of 16, Campbell has been described as perhaps the finest living exponent of the British weird fiction tradition. A winner of both the British and World Fantasy Awards, he has written an astonishing body of work that includes numerous short stories and 14 novels. Forthcoming is a special issue of Weird Tales magazine, which will include some new fiction, while in the meantime we have Needing Ghosts, a recent novella which he describes as, in some ways, the strangest piece I've written so far, and his latest novel, Midnight Sun. It Helps If You Sing originally appeared in the anthology Book of the Dead, but this blackly humorous fable could hardly be further from the premise of George Romero's zombie movies. It Helps If You Sing.
They could be on their summer holidays. If they were better able to afford one than he was, Bright wished them luck. Now that it was daylight, he could see into all the lowest rooms of the high-rise opposite, but there was no sign of life on the first 2 floors. Perhaps all the tenants were singing the hymns he could hear somewhere in the suburb. He took his time about making himself presentable, and then he went downstairs. The lifts were out of order. Presumably it was a repairman who peered at him through the smeary window of one scrawled metal door on the landing below his. The blurred face startled him so much that he was glad to see people on the 3rd floor. Weren't they from the building opposite? From one of the apartments that had stayed unlit last night? The woman they had come to visit was losing a smiling contest with them. She stepped back grudgingly, and Bright heard the bolt and chain slide home as he reached the stairs. The public library was on the ground floor. First, he strolled to the job centre among the locked and armoured shops. There was nothing for a printer on the cards, and cards that offered training in a new career were meant for people 30 years younger. They needed the work more than he did, even if they had no families to provide for. He ambled back to the library, whistling a wartime song. The young job hunters had finished with the newspapers. Bright started with the tabloids, saving the serious papers for the afternoon. Though even those suggested the world over the horizon was seething with disease and crime and promiscuity and war. Good news wasn't news, he told himself. But the last girl he'd ever courted before he'd grown too set in his ways was out there somewhere, and the world must be better for her. Still, it was no wonder that most readers came to the library for fiction rather than for the news. He supposed the smiling couple who were filling cartoons with books would take them to the housebound, although some of the titles he glimpsed seemed unsuitable for the easily offended. He watched the couple stalk away with the cartons until the smoke of a distant bonfire obscured them. The library closed at 9. Usually, Bright would have been home for hours and listening to his radio cassette player to Elgar or Vera Lynn or the dance bands his father used to play on the wind-up record player. But something about the day had made him reluctant to be alone. He read about evolution until the librarian began to harumph loudly and smite books on the shelves. Perhaps Bright should have gone up sooner. When he hurried round the outside of the building to the lobby, he had never seen the suburb so lifeless. Identical grey terraces multiplied to the horizon under a charred sky. A pair of trampled books lay amid the breathless litter on the anonymous concrete walks. He thought he heard a cry, but it might have been the start of the hymn that immediately was all he could hear, wherever he was. The lifts still weren't working. Both sets of doors that gave onto the scribbled lobby were open, displaying thick cables encrusted with darkness. By the time he reached the second floor, he was slowing, grasping any banisters that hadn't been prized out of the concrete. The few lights that were working had been spray-painted until they resembled dying coals. Gangs of shadows flattened themselves against the walls, waiting to mug him. As he climbed, a muffled sound of hymns made him feel even more isolated. They must be on television. He could hear them in so many apartments. One pair of lift doors on the 5th floor had jammed open. Unless Bright's eyes were the worse for his climb, the cable was shaking. He laboured upstairs to his landing, where the corresponding doors were open too. Once his head stopped swimming, he ventured to the edge of the unlit shaft. There was no movement, and nothing on the cable except the underside of the lift on the top floor. He turned towards his apartment. 2 men were waiting for him. Apparently they'd rung his bell. They were staring at his door and rubbing their hands stiffly. They wore black T-shirts and voluminous black overalls, and sandals on their otherwise bare feet. "What can I do for you?" Bright called. They turned together, holding out their hands as if to show him how grey their palms looked under the stained lamp. Their narrow, bland faces were already smiling. "Ask, rather, what we can do for you," one said. Bright couldn't tell which of them had spoken, for neither smile gave an inch. They might be 2 men or even 2 women, despite their close-cropped hair. "You could let me in at my front door," Bright said. They gazed at him as if nothing he might say would stop them smiling, their eyes wide as old pennies stuck under the lids. When he pulled out his key and marched forward, they stepped aside, but only just. As he slipped the key into the lock, he sensed them close behind him, though he couldn't hear them. He pushed the door open no wider than he needed to let himself in. They followed him. "Whoa! Whoa!" He swung round in the stubby vestibule and made a grab at the door, too late. His visitors came plodding in, bumping the door against the wall. Their expression seemed more generalized than ever. "What the devil do you think you're doing?" Bright cried. That brought their smiles momentarily alive, as though it were a line they'd heard before. "We haven't anything to do with him," their high, flat voices said, one louder than the other. "And we hope you won't have," one added, while his companion mouthed. They seemed no surer who should talk than who should close the door behind them. The one by the hinges elbowed it shut, almost trapping the other before he was in, until the other blundered through and squashed his companion behind the door. They might be fun, Bright supposed, and he could do with some of that. They seemed harmless enough, so long as they didn't stumble against anything breakable. "I can't give you very much time," he warned them. They tried to lumber into the main room together. One barged through the doorway, and the other stumped after him, and they stared about the room. Presumably the blankness of their eyes meant they found it wanting. The sofa piled with Bright's clothes awaiting ironing, the snaps he'd taken on his walks in France and Germany and Greece, the portrait of herself his last girlfriend had given him, the framed copy of the article he'd printed for the newspaper shortly before he'd been made redundant, about how life should be 100 years from now, advances in technology giving people more control over their own lives. He resented the disapproval, but he was more disconcerted by how his visitors looked in the light of his apartment, grey from heads to toes, as if they needed dusting. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Where are you from?" "We don't matter." "Atter," the other agreed, and they said, almost in unison, "We're just vessels of the word." "Well, better give it to me, then," Bright said, staying on his feet so as to deter them from sitting. God only knew how long it would take them to stand up. I've a lot to do before I can lie down. They turned to him as if they had to move their whole bodies to look. Whichever responded, the voice through the fixed smile sounded more pinched than ever. What do you call your life? They had no reason to feel superior to him. The grey, ingrained in their flesh, suggested disuse rather than hard work, and disused was how they smelt in this small room. I've had a fair life. It's only right I should make way for someone who can work the new machines. I've had enough of a life to help me cope with the dole. His visitors stared as if they meant to dull him into accepting whatever they were offering. The sight of their faces, stretched tight by their smiles, was so disagreeably fascinating that he jumped, having lost his sense of time passing, when one spoke. Your life is empty until you let him in. Well, isn't two of you enough? Who's that now? The figure on his left reached in the pocket, and the overalls pulled flat at the crotch. The jerky hand produced a videocassette that bore a picture of a priest. Well, I can't play that, Bright said. His visitors pivoted sluggishly to survey the room. Their smiles turned away from him, turned back unchanged. They must have seen that his radio could play cassettes, for now the right-hand visitor was holding one. Listen before it's too late, they urged in unison. Yeah, as soon as I have time. Bright would have promised more just then to rid himself of their locked smiles and their stale, sweetish odour. He held open the door to the vestibule and shrank back as one floundered in the doorway, while the other fumbled at the outer door. He held his breath as the second set of footsteps plodded through the vestibule, and let out a gasp of relief as the outer door slammed. Perhaps deodorants were contrary to their faith. He opened the window and leaned into the night to breathe. More of the building opposite was unlit, as if a flood of darkness were rising through the floors, and he would have expected to see more houses lit by now. He could hear more than one muffled hymn, or perhaps the same one at different stages of its development. He was wondering where he'd seen the face of the priest on the videocassette. When the smoke of a bonfire began to scrape his throat, he closed the window. He set up the ironing board and switched on the electric iron. It took him half an hour to press his clothes, and he still couldn't remember what he'd read about the priest. Perhaps he could remind himself. He carried the radio to his chair by the window. As he lifted the cassette out of its plastic box, he winced. A sharp corner of the cassette had pricked him. He sucked his thumb and gnawed it to dislodge the sliver of plastic that had penetrated his skin. He dropped the cassette into the player and snapped the aperture shut, and then he switched on, trying to ignore the ache in his thumb. He heard a hiss, the click of a microphone, a voice. I am Father Lazarus. I'm going to tell you the whole truth, it said. It was light as a disc jockey's voice, and virtually sexless. Bright knew the name. Perhaps he would be able to place it now that the ache was fading. If you knew the truth, the voice said, wouldn't you want to help your fellow man by telling him? Depends, Bright growled, blaming the voice for the injury to his thumb. And if you've just said no, don't you see that proves you don't know the truth? Ho, ho, very clever, Bright scoffed. The absence of the pain was unexpectedly comforting. It felt like a calm in which he need do nothing except let the voice reach him. Get on with it, he muttered. Christ was the truth. He was the word that couldn't deny itself, although they made him suffer all the torments of the damned. Why would they have treated him like that if they hadn't been afraid of the truth? He was the truth made flesh, born without the preamble of lust, and never indulging in it himself, and we have only to become vessels of the truth to welcome him back before it's too late. Not too late to recall where he'd seen the priest's face, Bright thought. If he didn't nod off first, he felt so numbed. "Look around you," the voice was saying, "and see how late it is. Look and see the world ending in corruption and lust and man's indifference." The suggestion seemed knowing. If you looked out at the suburb, you would see the littered walkways where nobody walked at night, except addicts and muggers and drunks. There was better elsewhere, Bright told himself, and managed to turn his head on its stiff neck towards the portrait photograph. "Can you want the world to end this way?" the priest demanded. "Isn't it true that you wished you could change it, but feel helpless? Believe me, you can. Christ says you can. He had to suffer agonies for the truth, but we offer you the end of pain and the beginning of eternal life. The resurrection of the body has begun." Not this body, Bright thought feebly. His injured hand alone felt as heavy as himself. Even when he realized that he'd left the iron switched on, it seemed insufficient reason for him to move. "Neither men nor women shall we be in the world to come," the voice was intoning. "The flesh shall be freed of the lusts that have blinded us to the truth." He blamed sex for everything, Bright mused, and instantly he remembered. "Evangelist is voodoo widower." The headline inside a tabloid had said months ago. The priest had gone to Haiti to save his wife's people, only for her to return to her old faith and refuse to go home with him. Hadn't he been quoted in the paper as vowing to use his enemies' methods to defeat them? Certainly he had announced that he was renaming himself Lazarus. His voice seemed to be growing louder, so loud that the speaker ought to be vibrating. "The word of God will fill your emptiness. You will go forth to save your fellow men and be rewarded on the day of judgment. Man was made to praise God, and so he did, until woman tempted him in the garden. When the sound of our praise is so great that it reaches heaven, our Saviour shall return." Bright did feel emptied, hardly there at all. If giving in to the voice gave him back his strength, wouldn't that prove it was telling the truth? But he felt as if it wanted to take the place of his entire life. He gazed at the photograph, remembering the goodbyes at the bus station, the last kiss, and the pressure of her hands on his, the glow of the bus turning the buds on a tree into green fairy lights as the vehicle vanished over the crest of a hill. And then he realized that the priest's voice had stopped. He felt as if he'd outwitted the tape, until a choir began the hymn he had been hearing all day. The emptiness within him was urging him to join in, but he wouldn't while he had any strength. He managed to suck his bottom lip between his teeth and gnaw it, though he wasn't sure if he could feel even a distant ache. "Voodoo widower," he chanted to himself, to break up the oppressive repetition of the hymn. "Voodoo widower." He was fending off the hymn, though it seemed impossibly loud in his head, when he heard another sound. The outer door was opening. He couldn't move. He couldn't even call out. The numbness that had spread from his thumb through his body had sculpted him to the chair. He heard the outer door slam as bodies blundered voicelessly about the vestibule. The door to the room inched open, then jerked wide, and the two overalled figures struggled into the room. He'd known who they were as soon as he'd heard the outer door. The hymn on the tape must have been a signal that he was finished, that he was like them. They'd tampered with a latch on their way out, he realized dully. He seemed incapable of feeling or reacting, even when the larger of the figures leaned down to gaze into his eyes, presumably to check that they were blank. And Bright saw how the grey, stretched lips were fraying at the corners. For a moment, Bright thought the man's eyes were going to pop out of their seedy sockets at him, yet he felt no inclination to flinch. Perhaps he was recognizing himself as he would be. Yet, didn't that mean he wasn't finished after all? The man stood back from scrutinizing him and turned up the volume of the hymn. Bright thought the words were meant to fill his head, but he could still choose what to think. He wasn't that empty. He'd done his bit of good for the world. He'd stood aside to give someone else a chance. Whatever the priest had brought back from Haiti might have deadened Bright's body, but it hadn't quite deadened his mind. He fixed his gaze on the photograph and thought of the day he'd walked on a mountain with her. He was beginning to fight back towards his feelings when the other man came out of the kitchen, bearing the sharpest knife in the place. They weren't supposed to make Bright suffer. The tape had said so. He could see no injuries on them. Suppose there were mutilations that weren't visible. Neither men nor women shall we be in the world to come. At last, Bright understood why his visitors seemed sexless. He tried to shrink back as the man who had turned up the hymn took hold of the electric iron. The man grasped it by the point before he found the handle. Bright saw the grey skin of his fingers curl up like charred paper, but the man didn't react at all. He closed his free hand around the handle and waited while his companion plodded toward Bright, the edge of the knife blade glinting like a razor. "It helps if you sing," said the man with a knife. Though Bright had never been particularly religious, nobody could have prayed harder than he started to pray then. He was praying that by the time the first of them reached him, he would feel as little as they did.
Closed Circuit by Laurence Staig. Laurence Staig tries to live and write in Suffolk. A former arts administrator, he can often be found in the Star, Lydgate. He has been described as the Stephen King of teenage books, and since he began writing for older children a few years ago, he has produced such novels as The Network, Digital Vampires, The Glimpses, The Companion, and The Night Run, as well as the genuinely quirky short story collections Twisted Circuits, Electric Heroes, and Dark Toys and Consumer Goods. He is currently working on his first adult novel, and for the past 3 years has been writer-in-residence for the USA Spoleto Festival in South Carolina. Although Closed Circuit originally appeared in a collection aimed at young adults, its unsettling blend of techno-horror should leave the most blasé horror fan with sweaty palms. Closed Circuit.
Their mother had always been afraid of multi-story car parks. There was no particular reason for this, no easily identifiable explanation. She just was. Something about mazes? Perhaps. Now she would have to learn to love them. The Anderson family had been awarded one of the remaining places in the township. Happy Sterling was to be their new home, It had taken her husband years to accrue enough government credits to qualify for a development corporation place. She'd even surrendered her own right to employment credits in order to hurry things along. The Ministry of Placing offered an entire range of incentives. At last they were there, everything to hand, and with no need to worry about disruptive minority groups such as the rioters and the campaigners, just spoiling it for others. Besides, it seemed such a nice place to live. She would have to try to live with the car park. There was nowhere else to shop, and a car was the safest way to get around. In any case, Consumer Comfort Shopping Mall boasted that they could provide everything you would ever want, all under one roof. It was an oppressive kind of day. The sky lay like a dirty grey blanket, threatening to flop down upon them at any moment. There'd been a thickening of meltdown jetsam lately, and that had always played havoc with the weather, or so she'd been told by the guard on the freeway. It would almost certainly rain, which could be the only reason for getting under cover. Mrs. Anderson took a deep breath and approached the ramp which led from Housing Zone 09 to the Mall. The entrance peeped out from below a dark monolithic block of concrete. Windowless, it squatted, waiting, at the far end of the access lane. At first they thought they were driving into an enormous silver fishing net. Only when the bonnet of the car was almost touching the gleaming chrome of the mesh did they realize that it was a portcullis. They'd reached the ticket dispenser. The car window wound slowly down. A small plastic card slid from the yellow meter as if it were offering its tongue for inspection. Mrs. Anderson took the card. A synthesized voice crooned, "Welcome to Happy Sterling. Have a happy shopping trip." And a green light flashed through the chrome mesh. Overhead, angry clouds shifted uneasily. Globules of burnt out floated through the ozone of a spatter of raindrops, which hit the windscreen. After a few moments the car advanced beneath the rising gate. Cautiously it crept into a dimly lit concrete cavern of invisible corridors and brief instructions. Up, down, left, right, no entry, staircase, level 8. John had been silent until now. A brilliantly lit sign flashed a reassuring message as they manoeuvred into the up level 8 lane. No vandalism here, thanks to Consumer Comfort Shopping Circuit Limited. Below these, there was a friendlier message in red. Your peace of mind is our peace of mind. How can they stop vandalism? Asked John. His mother had also noticed the sign. Did you see what we had to get through to get in here? Oh. To the left, a further sign announced, You have entered at level 8. The car park appeared to be almost full. It was vast and impersonal. Even cars, which seemed to have their own character and appeal, became cold and purely functional once they sat in multi-story. Perhaps it was this that made her afraid. The building was deserted except for the rows of vehicles neatly positioned in their bays. There was an equal assortment of new and old cars, all shapes and sizes. John was prompted into considering the possible reintroduction of his car-cleaning service. There seemed to be a lot of cars in Happy Sterling. When they lived in the north, he'd supplemented his weekly pocket money by this little weekend enterprise. Only when they introduced the class zoning system did the bookings start to fall. Manchester and Liverpool had been classified as resting-only sectors. His father had accrued enough merits to be awarded a job, which meant they had to move south, along with everybody else who'd earned that privileged status. It seemed a good system to John. The riot class could all be kept together, out of the way of socially useful groups, such as the producers and the investment city areas. Still, he was glad that he hadn't been born into an investor's family group. He would have had to live in an investor's sector, like his phone friend Jimmy. They all wore special uniforms and always spoke computer. At least, as a reclassified consumer class family, the Andersons could wear what they liked. The area was noted for its islands of industry. Living standards here were really high. The Andersons were lucky. The Great Meltdown had given everyone the chance to start again, right from scratch. John decided that the return of the Anderson car cleaning service was a must. Many of the cars seemed very dirty, almost abandoned. He decided that the township must be full either of very lazy or very busy people. "This is crazy," said his mother suddenly. John had been so preoccupied with the various models that he hadn't noticed their arrival at a level 1, the very top. John thought this a strange place to start numbering. Surely you started at the bottom. "Stay calm," whispered Mrs. Anderson. "It'll make sense soon." She took a deep breath and drove on. Julie, John's little sister, had been asleep in the back seat. With a yawn she sat up and looked through the rear window. They'd left the north very early that morning, and Julie always slept a lot. "Are we there, Mummy?" Mrs. Anderson searched the level. She looked desperately for a space or even the telltale indicators of a departing car. There was nothing. The outside wind howled through the air vents and echoed across the gallery, the only indication of the storm. Rows upon rows of silent cars waited, patiently. This was the largest multi-story car park they'd ever seen. "Can we get out and see where we are?" asked Julie. "Can we see our new house?" "Don't be stupid," snapped John. "This is an enclosed car park. There's nothing to see. Anyway, there wouldn't be anything to look at. Our estate's access way goes straight into the mall. It overlaps, stupid." Julie tried to picture this in her head, but gave up. "Oh, quiet, you kids," said their mother. Her nerves tingled. "The centre must be packed, but we've at least got to get something to eat. Dad'll be here tonight. The Development Corporation won't be delivering the packing cases till tomorrow. I guess it's down we go again." "Aren't there any other shops?" groaned John. "I only want a hamburger." "Not according to their little blue handbook," she replied. They kept going down. "Consumer Comfort is the only place to shop, as far as I can tell." "Oh, give me a break, John. We've only just moved here. I don't know the neighbourhood yet." John threw himself back in his seat. He was bored. He thought of all those cars again and mentally tried to calculate how much he could make if he got the job of cleaning all the cars on one level. Slowly, their old estate car crept back down through the levels. Large yellow arrows directed them into narrow lanes. These, in turn, subdivided into up or down or halt. The options were clear. Level 7. Level 8. The car crawled around a sharp hairpin bend and stopped. "John?" Mrs. Anderson squinted through the windscreen. "Is it my imagination or what? I don't think I've seen one car leave since we got in here." Her words faded and slowed. For the first time she looked about her, taking in the setting and the layout of the car park. Cautiously, she lowered the window and listened. They could hear nothing except the chug of the car tick-over and the polite rush of the air exchange system. A sign on a nearby pillar indicated direction. "Exit to level 8. Banks and Finance Complex. Goods Deposit Station, ground floor only. She followed the direction of the arrow. It pointed to a large pair of porthole swing doors. With a sharp command to the children to stay in the car, Mrs. Anderson jumped out. She crossed the vehicle lane towards the doors. Suddenly she stopped. Through the stair of the double O were queues of people waiting at lifts. A corridor to the left was filled with a blur of figures pushing shopping trolleys. She laughed at herself for being so silly. Of course there were other people here. She skipped back to the car and got in. "What is it, Mummy?" asked Julie. "Oh, nothing, sweetheart. Mummy had a peculiar thought, that's all. It's going to be crowded. All our new neighbours must be doing their shopping today." She reached into the glove compartment. There were still some chewing tablets there. John shared them out. A voice in her head told her to stay strong. If you're a consumer class citizen, you take the rough with the smooth. She would have to get tougher. They drove down another ramp. Again Mrs. Anderson brought the car to a halt. She counted in her head. Level 8. That was where they'd started. Ground level. The Consumer Comfort Mall was a 12-level shopping centre according to the Corporation Guidebook, but 4 levels underground. "Mum!" whined John. With a low whistle at the thought of underground cities, she shrugged her shoulders, engaged gear, and moved off. Level 9. Level 10. This level was darker than the others. Many of the lights didn't seem to work. A wall had been retreated. A shadow of letters showed that graffiti had been daubed on it at some time. She chewed harder. Level 11. Level 12. The last floor. There was space. With an enormous sigh of relief, Mrs. Anderson manoeuvred the car into one of the bays and switched off the ignition. She'd not noticed how wet her hands were. She whispered a sentence of self-congratulation. To get round a multi-story was one thing, but to run through 12 floors and end up parked underground was another. They parked next to a gleaming 1999 Westland coupe. John jumped out first and rushed over. His fingers rested lightly on the paintwork and then admiringly stroked the highly glossed bonnet. This car wouldn't need his services. It was immaculate for the year and regularly polished. He would almost have cleaned it for nothing. Almost. He looked around him. Most of the cars seemed glossier on this level. The really dirty ones, he'd noticed, had been on the top floor. It was as though they'd been grouped according to their layers of dirt. Their mother took Julie by the hand and helped her out of the car, then slammed the door shut. The thud bounced back from the other side of the bay. They paused for a moment in order to get their bearings. Level 12 was only half full. Their footsteps rang out as they crossed to the exit. They were about to see the attractions of the mall. As the double doors opened, an alarming blast of activity hit them. "Good God!" was Mrs. Anderson's first reaction under her breath. The three of them stood together for a moment. They linked hands as if this might provide some protection against the chaos and commotion before them. They'd stepped out onto a wide balcony which circled an enormous indoor space. It was like overlooking an arena. The central floor was only a single flight of steps down. Around the balcony walkway was a continuous chain of shops. Every one had open access, without shop windows or doors. Customers spilled out onto the walkway. Neon signs flashed above each one, announcing their name and usually the availability of credit. Laser Light Limited. Holograms to order. Easy terms. Antrobus Electronics. Home Help in a microchip, all credits taken. It was only when Mrs. Anderson looked up that she became aware of the impossibility of the building. Further encircling balconies and galleries stretched upwards towards the dark and distant ceiling, if indeed there was a ceiling. It was like being at the bottom of a cylinder supported by a series of broad ribs at regular intervals. Each rib consisted of row upon row of shops and stores. The noise was tremendous. Mrs. Anderson could just detect the strain of an up-tempo melody, contradicting different layers of turmoil and din. There were people everywhere. Frantic chatter was mixed with the squeak and crash of the trolley baskets, which were being pushed urgently round in different directions. Occasionally 2 trolleys would meet in a head-on collision. Then they would reverse and continue on their way like the dodgem cars the Andersons had seen in the funfair centres. Mrs. Anderson tightened her grip on the children's hands. They stared around them, wide-eyed in wonder, saying nothing. A young woman pushing an overfilled trolley rushed past them. One of the wheels caught in a crack in the paving stone. She struggled to raise the frame out of the gap, wrestling for a moment with an awkward caster. Mrs. Anderson caught the look on her face. She turned cold. She'd seen an expression of utter despair. The woman nervously brushed away the hair which fell in front of her face, and tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. The trolley spilled over with unwrapped cartons. Julie caught sight of some items of interest. Milkshake machines, Android dolls, hologram cameras, and personal video eye sets. "Oh, let me help," said Mrs. Anderson as she gently lifted the trolley. The woman stared back in astonishment. Somebody was helping her? A large red box with a picture of a turbo food mixer fell out of the basket. The frightened look returned as the woman snatched the box up and replaced it in the trolley. She looked up again at Mrs. Anderson, her lips mouthing something, before she rushed away like a hunted rabbit. Suddenly, a hand caught Mrs. Anderson's arm. Another face stared up into hers. But this time the anxious expression alternated with a grin. There was a young man dressed in a bright blue sweatshirt. The words, "Consumer Comfort Club," were written on the chest. "It's almost hurry-up time," he said, "and I know what it's going to be." His clenched fist shook with excitement. He pushed his face towards hers as if to share a secret. Beads of sweat were breaking out across his forehead. "It'll be the talking towel rail. Don't tell anyone." He raised a finger to his lips and made a shoosh, and then ran off, pulling 2 half-filled trolleys behind him. John had once heard a book in which everybody seemed to race around getting nowhere. His mother had even shown him a picture from a real book that she'd had as a child, of a large-eared white rabbit looking at a pocket watch and mumbling, "Oh dear!" This was just like that. Julie gently pulled her mother's sleeve. "Come on, sweetheart," said Mrs. Anderson. "This won't take long." John had gone very quiet indeed. Once, when he was much younger and they lived in Manchester, his father had taken him to a meeting in Albert Square. That was before they'd been advised to join the Toe the Line Association. The square had been packed, just like the inside of the Mall. John had watched as all around him people's faces had grown twisted and angry. A scuffle had broken out, and the peace police had been summoned. John and his father had been carried through the square by the natural surge of the crowd. It had moved as a single heaving body, breaking and reshaping, until, in anger, it began to turn inwards and eat itself alive. They'd been lucky to escape. Most of the crowd had later been designated riot zone class, the mindless disruptive sector. It was strange. Those in the shopping centre were consumer category, but their faces still reminded John of Albert Square. All that anxiety. His mother led them to the edge of the balcony. The ground floor arena was just below them, a teeming mosaic of bobbing heads and crashing wire trolleys. A tall figure in a peaked cap and blue shirt had been watching them from the car park doors. Large dropped sunshades hid his eyes and part of his face, but it was still possible to make out an icy, detached expression. He'd been standing against the doors with his arms folded. Now he walked towards the trolley bay, which was a confused tangle of wire mesh and thick red handles. He shook one of the trolleys free from its clinging partners and advanced to Mrs. Anderson and the children. With a grunt, he pushed the trolley towards them. No, thank you, she stuttered. We only want, His fist crashed against the side of the basket, and again he pushed the trolley at her, this time much harder. Her hands let go of the children's as she managed to catch the front edge. A loose wire caught her thumb. "Take it! Keep on shopping, damn you!" He hit the side of the basket again. The message was clear. John and Julie stood quite still. The screech of a parade day whistle rang around the building. Everybody froze where they stood, the air filled with whispers and urgent hushes. Even the peaked cap forgot his bullying and looked upwards. A synthesized trumpet voluntary stabbed the air, followed by an excited female voice. "Brought to you by the Tomorrow chain of stores. It's hurry-up time!" The sound of a drum roll flowed into the bouncing disco beat. There were cheers. Above this, the voice continued its frenzied announcement. "Even now, at this very minute, our friendly store staff at the Tomorrow chain are marking the star reduction of the hour. What will it be, folks?" The crowd began its soft murmur. A swell of excitement surged within the mall. "The Oconee, fully digital, talking towel rail." A cry of awe and wonder escaped from every mouth, like the release of a pressure valve. "And the first dozen sold, I repeat, the first dozen only, will have the rail personalized to speak their name." The buzz of approval broke into pockets of discussion. "The offer is only available in Tomorrow stores on levels 5, 7, and 12. Remember, every hour on the hour with hurry up. Now off you go and quickly now." The electronic twang of a synthesized note bounced through with perfect timing. A low bass riff bringing the melody to a conclusion. An elderly woman, further down the balcony, cried out in an ecstatic wail. "I must have one! I must have one!" The shoppers broke into a mad directional swarm. The peaked cap man disappeared, swept away like a bad dream. Mrs. Anderson put her arms protectively around John and Julie as people hurried by. A burst of bongos and a chorus of silver tongues sang to a bossa nova beat. Can you live without your creature comforts? Can you afford to let goodbyes pass by? If you've a sharp eye for a bargain, keep on shopping and let time drift by. Come on, let's hurry on up. Quickly now. The crowd around her responded with a cry of, "Keep on shopping," as an army of fists shot into the air in time with the jingle. Mrs. Anderson trembled. She couldn't move, frozen with the fear of having to mingle with these people. This was evil, pure, undiluted greed. Down on the ground floor, a small group of blue-shirted men wearing shades and peaked caps were talking. It was obvious they had some sort of security role. One of them looked up at her, She shivered. They had to get out. "Now listen, kids." Mrs. Anderson spoke slowly but firmly as she walked them towards the exits. "This place isn't for us. It's too busy. Just do as Mummy says. We're going to go back to the car." The first throb of the crowd had moved on. It was now much easier to get through to the other side of the balcony. They moved amongst the anxious, empty faces. From a doorway next to the car park doors stepped the security guard bully. "Damn! Oh, damn!" said Mrs. Anderson. She manoeuvred John onto Julie's arm and grabbed an abandoned trolley. They changed direction, wheeling the trolley slowly towards another pair of doors set back between the first cluster of shops. Occasionally the wheels would stick in small cracks and crevices between the paving slabs. Mrs. Anderson would stop and casually ease the trolley up and out of the fissure, but with eyes locked firmly on the swing doors. Just as they passed Antrobus Electronics, a large cardboard box suddenly fell into her basket. Behind the box had been a small, balding man with a round pink face. He wore an outsized, scruffy raincoat, and his tie had been pulled up around his collar. Sweat trickled down his face as he drew breath in heavy, laboured pants. I'm so sorry." He struggled to regain his speech. I just didn't see you. I've got to get this to level 8 to deposit. I've got to. We've bought 3. He took out a crumpled grey handkerchief from his raincoat pocket and dabbed his face. His eyes bulged, nervously trying to take in everything about him. It was very cheap. They've still got some left, I think. Electro land, just over there. We might even, be able to get a couple more, with a credit disc. Mrs. Anderson's nails dug into the red grip of the trolley. The neon shop signs began to blur and dance. She clenched her teeth, and a voice inside her head told her to hold on and act like one of them. With a blink, she opened her eyes wide, becoming a talking doll. "That's all right. I wasn't looking where I was going. What is it you bought? It is nice. I must get one too." The man pushed his handkerchief deep inside his pocket and embraced the box. "Oh, thank you. Shopping is so good, so good. It's a CBC television, super voice-activated in seductive ebony and pink." The word pink was muffled by the box as it fell towards his face. He scuttled away, mumbling, "It's mine," as he went. Mrs. Anderson wondered why he'd bought 3 televisions and what he'd do with 5. The shops on this side of the balcony all seemed to be concerned with electrical goods. Mountains of food processors, toasters, home computers, and the like were neatly stacked in blocks, which poured out onto the walkway. Inside the brightly lit shops, eager salesmen took plastic cards, credit discs, and asked for signatures in a continual loop of, "Certainly, sir, top of the range, special this week, certainly, sir, please sign here." The Andersons soon found themselves before an alcove which led to yet another large pair of oval-eyed doors. Just as Mrs. Anderson pushed the door inwards, a tall blonde woman with half-frame spectacles charged through from the other side. She stopped and looked directly down her nose and into the trolley. She wore a bright blue badge bearing the message, "Keep on shopping." She made a clicking sound with her tongue. Piercing blue eyes held Mrs. Anderson, pinning her to the spot. "That will never do. You must do better than that. How do you expect to keep the country on its feet, eh? Tell me that. If you've run out of money, it's simple. Go to level 8, 200 credit ranges to choose from. You're privileged to be here, you know. We all have to do our bit when we first arrive. Off you go now. Keep on shopping. She didn't have a trolley, but held a clipboard and a wedge of credit card coupons. She vanished into the crowd. That was it. Enough was enough. Mrs. Anderson grabbed the children by the hands and rushed through the swing doors. They stopped dead in their tracks. They'd entered a short, brightly lit corridor. There was only one way out, and that was into the open mouth of a steel-grey lift. She thought quickly. They were on the bottom floor. The lift could only go up. To hell with it, they had to get out. The car could be collected later. Bob could do it. They would go straight to the exit on level 8 and leave. Mrs. Anderson pushed the children into the lift. The doors closed politely behind them. She saw only one illuminated square. 8. She pressed it. They couldn't be certain at first that the lift was moving. It shuddered, then an increasing whine could be heard. They were startled by a loud hiss which came from the ceiling. A tape had started which was obviously worn and ran at varying speeds. "Hi there! Since you're visiting level 8, call in on the Credit Forever Counseling Center. Unit 199. Remember, Unit 199. Keep on shopping." A fuzz of hard guitar chords and erratically crashing cymbals provided a background to another jingle. Credit Forever is fast and quick. Credit Forever will do the trick. Buying things is kind of fun. Brings life essentials to everyone. At this point, the cymbals wowed for several seconds, and the hiss stopped. A light above the door flashed 8. When the lift yawned open, a short corridor which mirrored the one on level 12 greeted them. Mrs. Anderson pulled the children down the passage and through the now familiar double doors. They stepped out onto another balcony. The layout was frighteningly familiar too, but here the balcony didn't overlook a central arena. Instead, there was a vast space. Mrs. Anderson rushed to the balcony rail and looked over. She immediately pulled her head away. "Oh, my God," she said. "It's not possible. Do they go on forever?" She looked up. Everything swam. Above her she counted 7 huge concrete bands, each bustling with noise and activity. These were levels 7 to 1, capped by a huge dark blue dome which seemed to sit above the last balcony. Again she looked down. She could make out other balconies and shopping chains. Lights flashed from the shops and various jingles spilled over into the abyss. Shafts of light crossed from one level to another. Many projected down and down and down. It had to be an optical effect. A blue-sleeved arm pulled her from the rail. She cried out as she caught her reflection in a large pair of drop shades. "Are you all right? We don't want any leapers. Ruins the shopping for some time," he said. He grinned, revealing a pattern of brilliant white and gold teeth. A government perk. They alternated perfectly. "Do you want credit?" He nodded towards the long row of counters. The Andersons had stopped where the electrical shops had been on level 12. Mrs. Anderson swallowed and wiped her nose on her sleeve. No, thank you. Where is the exit, please?" The grin vanished. The face said nothing for a moment. "The exit?" Yes. He didn't seem to understand the question. Then the teeth appeared again. "Oh, you mean the exit to the levels? To and from?" "Yes," she agreed, nodding furiously. "The exits." She would not at anything. She just wanted to get away. Well, that's easy. Through those doors, and that'll get you through to the lanes. He pointed to a pair of yellow doors set back from the front of the Consumer Comfort Bank. Through the oval eyes she could make out the dim glow of the car park lighting. She mouthed a word of thanks and pulled the children. John's arm resisted the tug. She looked round. He was looking up at the guard. A smile glowed from his face. "Keep on shopping," he said. The guard smiled back. They were the first words that John had spoken. Julie laughed and repeated the words. Yes, keep on shopping. Then she giggled coyly. "Nice kids," said the guard. Mrs. Anderson's heart leapt into her mouth. She almost gagged. She pulled harder, dragging the children towards the oval eyes of the doors. A voice called out behind her. "Hey, the lift is easier, you know." Once through the double swing doors, she fell back against the wall and closed her eyes. She shook with sobs as the sound echoed mockingly back across the car park. Through the tears came distorted shapes and colours. The sign she'd noticed when they'd first arrived was still there. But there was something wrong with it. "Your peace of mind is our peace of mind." There were signs that indicated down to level 9 or up to level 7. Signs that indicated which exit lane to which level. Signs that told you where the lift or exit to the balcony was. But there was nothing which read way out or just plain exit. She began to take the exit lane to level 9. The children walked behind her, perfectly in step. Their eyes were glazed, and they smiled, quietly humming, "Credit forever." 20 minutes later they were all sitting in the car. Mrs. Anderson crouched over the steering wheel. The air was hot and sticky. Had the storm finished? She was trying to remain calm, but it was difficult. She'd driven back up to level 8, but everything looked different, and she'd been unable to find a way out. The car had somehow got into the wrong lane. They were now at level 10, having already been to the top and back. There must be another route out. Level 12 had to lead to a special exit lane. She'd heard of something similar in the southwestern multi-stories. You had to drive through all the floors to get out. That must be it, mustn't it? She pushed the accelerator down to the floor. The engine screamed. She bit down hard on her tongue, her eyes fixed on the 11 arrow. With a roar, the car catapulted down the ramp to level 11. Tires tore as the white estate sought level 12. Almost unconsciously, the car discovered exit to level 13. Level 13? She gasped. Then she laughed, and the children laughed. Radio Mal 1 was really quite good after a while. It was the only radio station which the car's receiver would pick up, but that was perfectly understandable, being in a huge concrete car park. There would be lots of giveaway prizes, with a hologram photograph demonstration at 7 p.m. on level 2. She thought that sounded like fun. There would also be free Radio Mal 1 T-shirts. Her hands were dry, her eyes bright and shining. After an hour, they'd all learnt the words to the Hurry Up song. Can you live without your creature comforts? A pretty tune. All three had sung it together. Julie had even made up a new verse. They would send that in. They also knew the salute to keep on shopping. Might as well carry on until the petrol ran out. Curiosity, really. A shopping mall could be so welcoming, so warm. After they left the exit lane from level 50, the car slipped on to level 1 again. And again. Julie had begun to cry. John, it seemed, had been struck dumb. He didn't know whether to laugh or not. Deep down, he was fascinated.
Carnal House by Steve Rasnic Tem. Steve Rasnic Tem was born in Pennington Gap, Virginia, in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. He currently lives with his wife, the writer Melanie Tem, and children in a supposedly haunted Victorian house in Denver, Colorado. He has contributed literally hundreds of stories and poems to small press magazines and anthologies, and forthcoming fiction includes tales in Tim Sullivan's Cold Shocks, Robert Bloch's Psychopaths, Charles L. Grant's Greystone Bay 3 and 4, Bill Prozzini's Western anthology New Frontiers 2, and Fantasy Tales. In 1991, Rosemary Pardo's Haunted Library will be publishing a booklet of 5 new traditional ghost stories entitled Absences, Charlie Good's Ghosts. The title of the story which follows aptly sums up its theme, Carnal House. Jean's phone rang again, the 3rd time that evening. Yes? He asked again, as if the very ring were his name. Are you coming over, Jean? Could you come over? He held back any immediate reaction. He didn't want her to hear him sigh or groan. He didn't want her to hear the catch he knew was waiting in his throat. Ruth, he would say. Who else would it be? She said, as if in accusation. For just a second he felt like defying her, telling her about Jenny. The impulse chilled him. She couldn't know about Jenny, not ever. No other woman, he finally said. She was silent for a time, but he knew she was still there. He could hear the wind worrying at the yellowed window shade in her bedroom. Her window would be closed, he knew, but it would leak badly. There would be a draft that went right through the skin, but none of that would bother her. Come over, Jean, she finally said. Okay, I'll be there. I'll wait, she said, as if there were a choice. He hung up the phone. The house was at the end of a long back street on the west end of town. It was one of the oldest in the area, its lines ornate, archaic, and free of the various remolding fads that had passed through this neighborhood over the years. Jean had always appreciated the dignity of the Victorian style. But he also knew that Victorians could be extraordinarily ugly, and this house was a perfect representative of that type. The exterior color seemed to be a mix of dark blue, dark green, and gray, which resulted in a burnt stew of a shade, a rotting vegetable porridge. The paint had been thickly applied, splatters and drips of it, so complicating the porch lines and filigreed braces under the roof that they looked like dark-coated spider webs. The windows and doors were shadowed rectangles. He couldn't make out their details from the street. All but a few of the houses along this tree-shadowed lane were abandoned. Some were boarded up, some burnt out, some so overgrown with wild bushes and vines and weeds they were virtually impenetrable. Here and there, a few houses had been torn down, the lots given over to bramble gardens or refuse heaps. And in the occasional house, a light burned behind a yellowed shade, its tenders hidden. Jean stood on the porch of her house for a very long time. He could feel Ruth inside that dark place, perhaps lying quietly on stiff white sheets, perhaps sitting up, motionless, listening. He imagined her listening a great deal these days, her entire body focused on the heartbeats of the mice in the corners, the night birds outside in the crooked trees. He imagined that focus broadening to include the systemic pulse of the moths beating against the dim bulb of the lone streetlight on the corner, the roaches crawling over the linoleum next door, his own nervous tics as he stood on the porch, hesitant to go in. He imagined Jenny in a dark house like this, at the end of some other godforsaken street, waiting, her eyes forced open, waiting for him, and he hated himself for imagining it. At first he had been so pleased that Jenny had kicked the habit. He'd seen it as a cleansing when she'd gone through the house in a rage, looking for needles, spoons, all that other paraphernalia she'd always carefully kept hidden. But now she'd been ill for months. She wouldn't tell him what it was. She didn't have to. She would no longer make love to him. Last night she'd refused to kiss him, and cleanliness to the point of sterility had become an obsession. They didn't talk about it. Now, standing on this darkened porch in a shunned neighborhood, he could imagine it was Jenny he was visiting, not Ruth at all. He was staring at the brown, flaking screen door, when it lightened briefly. Pale skin pressed into the mesh from the other side. The lips, endlessly bisected, were almost as pale as the rest of the flesh, but with a hint of silver in their curves. "Coming in?" the lips said, in an almost toneless question. As Jean stepped forward, the pale flesh backed away, leaving the mesh as dark and empty as before. The hinges were oddly silent when he moved them, as if perfectly greased, but that seemed so unlikely. His hand shook slightly before he let go of the greenish brass knob. The door fell back against the frame without sound. The staircase climbed out of the dark burgundy well of the entrance hall into the smoky shadows of the second story. The paneled doors to the parlor on his left and the rooms ahead of him were closed, as they had been every time he'd been there. The woman standing on the staircase was nude, her flesh pasty, her face so pale, and features so blurred that in the darkness Jean didn't know if it was Ruth or one of her companions. Her breasts were high and full, catching the available light on their upper curves. The nipples were shadows, as if half remembered and only vaguely applied. Her pubic hair was so thick, so dark, that in its dimness it looked as if someone had blown a hole through her groin, and it was a triangular window on the dark staircase behind her he was seeing instead. Her black hair suddenly moved across the pale shoulders like a snake. "Hurry," she whispered huskily in Ruth's voice. She turned and moved up the stairs so effortlessly that her buttocks remained smooth and firm throughout the movement. After a moment, he followed, his hands ahead of him, suddenly too anxious to stay trapped in his pockets. They groped and pawed their way through the darkness. Not for the first time he wished he could tell someone about all this, anyone. He wished he had someone here with him to tell him whether what he was seeing was real. He thought how, after all this time, he had so few friends. That dwindling of friendships had all started in college. There had been Ruth, but she hadn't really been a friend. Just the woman he'd always been pursuing. He had known Jenny back then, but only distantly. He had dated the friend of a friend, and he remembered her as someone always desperate for fun, as if she didn't have a serious thought in her skull. First he had pursued Ruth, then he had pursued Jenny. There had never been any time to make friends. "Kiss me," Ruth whispered, and Jean moved his lips slowly over hers. "Now bite," she said, and his teeth gently prodded her unyielding flesh. Making love to her was strange. Making love to her was like a cutting, a notching of her hard, white, translucent flesh. Each time required more effort on his part before she could feel anything. There, she said. "I felt something." He rubbed against her rhythmically, slowly at first and then faster, but it felt less like a making of love than like a sandpapering, an attempt to wear away the old dull skin in order to expose fresh nerves, in order to feel something. He had a sudden urge to strike her unresponsive flesh, slap and pinch it, anything to bring it awake. He knew Ruth wouldn't mind, but he would. He could not look into Ruth's eyes when he made love to her. He could not bear that faraway stare. He continued to scrape himself against her, cut into her, and her body felt like a pair of scissors squeezing him, cutting through flesh and nerves and bone. Her odor was sour and animal-like. Her flesh seemed to melt into the stark white sheets. He had a sudden skirmish with the thick tangle of her hair, the twisted sheets, and came up gasping for air, thinking of Jenny. Ruth stared up at him from her resting place. Had he ever imagined her anywhere else, looking as if she could read his mind? When he left before dawn, Ruth stayed in her bed, not sleeping really, and yet not fully awake. This was the usual way. In the other upstairs rooms, he thought Ruth's companions must be similarly greeting the departures of their lovers. A shadow moved suddenly into the hall, staggering. The man raised his white face, eyes dark and hooded with fatigue. The man, as if embarrassed, turned his head away again and made his way quickly down the stairs. As Jean walked off the porch, the rest of the neighborhood seemed suddenly to burn into a new life. He turned back around to look at the house. Its windows stayed dark and shaded, the sun doing little to lighten its colors. Jenny was still in bed when he got back to the apartment, only her head outside the sheet, the flesh drawn so tightly at the temples and chin that her face looked hard, carved from wood. The bedroom shade was drawn to keep the morning light out. "Jenny?" he whispered, but nothing came in reply. The apartment was a mess. He could see the nest she must have made in front of the TV the night before, a U-shaped wall of firm cushions in front of the couch, the firmer the better to hold her up. Her back and neck, the open space filled with blankets and pillows, like the living room castles he used to build as a kid. A phalanx of overflowing ashtrays and snack trays had been arranged around the castle, but the food had been barely nibbled. Jenny always seemed to be consumed by this aimless hunger, and yet nothing would satisfy her. At times she could hardly eat anything at all, and yet the hunger still gnawed at her, and she kept loading up on the junk food, trying to find something she would eat. Jean could picture her sitting here, wrapped up in her blankets, her small face peering out at the TV, her nervous hands grabbing for cigarettes and snacks she would not eat. She seemed smaller with each passing day, more vulnerable, more and more like a kid, less like a woman. He hated himself for thinking that way, as if Ruth were more than that. Jenny wasn't the kind to sit up and wait. At least, she never had been before. Their relationship had never been exclusive. That had never been part of the rules. Yet, he kept thinking of her sitting up all night, and maybe, just maybe, waiting up for him. And he hated himself for that as well. Suddenly he felt starved. He went to the refrigerator and jerked the door open, the bottles and jars inside rubbing against each other musically. He reached for the quart bottle of orange juice. When he started to open it, he noticed the lid wasn't on securely. He held the bottle up to the light from the narrow curtainless kitchen window. As he turned it slowly, he detected the faint impression of a lip print near the rim. She was just like that kid. More and more, he felt a sudden flash of anger and poured out all the juice, discarded the bottle and the can under the sink. At first she'd been so careful, sterilizing her silverware, her cups and plates, making sure he didn't handle anything she'd had in her mouth, like she was dirty. They hadn't made love in some time. He couldn't even remember the last time they'd kissed. Now he was ashamed of himself, looking at the discarded juice bottle. You can't catch it that way. He told all their friends that, his family, who thought he should have nothing more to do with her. But he was scared. He knew better, but he was scared of Jenny. And yet, If he could love her illness away, kiss and rub it away, he would do it. I heard something. The voice behind him was so weak he hardly recognized it. I didn't know you were home. He turned around. She had the comforter wrapped tightly around her. The narrow muscles in her cheeks and throat trembled. He tried to smile at her, but couldn't quite get the idea to his lips. You should be in bed, he said. You'll get cold. I'm always cold, she snapped. I know, Jenny. He went to her and put his arms around her. I know. He squeezed her. After a moment's hesitation, she squeezed back, or at least what passed as a squeeze for her. Hold me in bed, she whispered. I'll hold you in bed, he said softly, leading her into the other room. I'll hold you as long as you want, forever if you want. After an hour or so, she was asleep again. Jean lay with her, massaging her back gently with his hands, feeling the lines of every muscle, every bone. And then the phone rang. Are you coming over? He could hear Ruth's voice and static and wind. I was just there, he said quietly, watching Jenny stir in her sleep. But are you coming over? I need you to come over. Ruth's voice was steady, focused, obsessive. Ruth, I need you. He'd chased Ruth all through college. Every once in a while, he would stop and think how ridiculous he looked. What a fool he was. But those pauses for self-examination had been few and far between. She'd had the voice he heard in his dreams, gestures he could mimic in his sleep, skin that had felt like no other. He'd never wanted to think about whether his feelings for her were real or whether this was truly a balanced, healthy relationship. Those questions simply had not applied. There had been nothing real about her, and he hadn't cared if there was a balance. He felt deliriously unbalanced. He'd simply had to have her. He'd met her the first day of classes, the friend of a friend of a friend, although he could no longer remember which ones. He'd been introduced as a math wizard. Then you'll have to tutor me sometime, she had said, with this simply amazing smile. And he had. If she'd asked him to, he'd have done all her work for her. There had never been magic before. Now there was a magic he could not let go. I need you, she'd said, but it had meant something different back then. She'd needed his help with school, and she'd needed him to tell her how beautiful she was so that she could be convinced that someone else might find her attractive. Even when she'd made love to him, it was to convince her that someone else, and that someone else seemed to change depending on her mood, would want to make love with her. You make me feel good, she'd say. You make me feel alive. But she had never asked how she made him feel. She should have asked, because sometimes she had made him feel less than alive. He'd shied away from any other relationship just in hope that she would be the one. He hadn't kept up his friendships. He'd convinced himself that his life would not work without her in it. He'd convinced himself that his relationship with her was a crucial turning point in his life, and that this was a relationship he dared not fail. Every woman he had met resembled her in some way. She'd become the measure for every female gesture, glance, or expression. Kiss me, Jean. There, and there, and there. Am I still beautiful? He could hear noises in other parts of the house. Ruth's companions and their lovers. Yes, he said, with his lips urging her skin towards some vague warmth. You've always been beautiful. He ran his hands through her hair and felt them go too deep into the dark waves that surrounded her depthless eyes, her pale, night-surrounding mouth. Good. That's good, Jean, Ruth whispered, holding him tighter and tighter within the scissors her body made. He wondered what she could possibly be thinking. It scared him that he could not even guess what she was thinking. But then, he'd never been able to guess what she was thinking, even as she'd died. The thing that had haunted him the most was trying to figure out what she was thinking. He'd been walking on the quadrangle at the center of campus. It had been a bright, sunny day, bright enough to burn away the haze that had accumulated the previous week, both a haze of weather and the haze that had built up in his mind after several weeks of an unusually frenetic and unproductive pursuit of Ruth. In fact, the contrast had bothered him. The sunlight had felt just too bright, the campus setting too stark, too livid. Suddenly there was a crash. Screams. A large crowd had gathered near the stone wall that bordered South Drive. When he got there, he saw a red Ford that had come up onto the sidewalk and knocked a third of the wall down. He'd pushed his way through the crowd. Several people had been huddled over a woman on the sidewalk. Jean could see the long cuts on her legs, the nylon scraped away, the real skin scraped away below that, the shards of glass in her sides. Then someone had shifted, and Jean could see that it was Ruth lying on the sidewalk, that it was Ruth who had contained so much blood. Somehow he got through the crowd. He had said things, terrible and inarticulate things, but he could no longer remember what they were. And then it was he, huddled over Ruth, the mask of her face in his hands and staring up at him, and it was a mask because the back of her head was gone, sprayed in carnival colors across the granite and marble of the rough wall. But Jean had kept talking to her, holding the ruin of her head in his eyes and sweet-talking her, kissing her open eyes and kissing her lips, passionately kissing her lips with tongue and tooth and caress as if to arouse her, then desperately rubbing at her breasts, even as her broken ribs caught on his shaking hands. Sweet-talking her, kissing and rubbing her as if he were loving her awake after a long night asleep in his arms. When they finally pulled him away from her, Jean screamed as if they were taking him apart. But Jean could not remember that scream. What he would remember instead, and so vividly, was that sudden fantasy he'd had that his kisses had been working, that Ruth's eyes had just begun to focus. Jean? And it had remained a fantasy until the evening she'd first called. Could you come over? Until she needed him to tell her how beautiful she was once again. I need you, Jean. Until she needed him to put his hands once again into the thick waves of her dark hair and to feel his fingers go too deeply through the hair into the space where the back of the skull should have been. Until she needed him to tell her she was still alive. There, I think I felt something. I'm sure I felt something. In desperate need to make her feel, he had bitten her left breast as hard as he could. It was like putting his teeth into leather, and still no blood would well, no bruise would form. Don't leave now, Jean. So close. I could almost feel. Passing the bedroom doors of Ruth's companions, he could hear their lovers softly weeping. He'd decided that night that he would leave the phone off the hook. He prepared dinner, the biggest meal Jenny had had in some time, if he had to cook all night. But he ended up spending more than an hour in the meat department of their local grocer, and still he wasn't able to choose anything. The chicken looked too pale, bloodless, as if it had all been dead too long, and you couldn't eat anything dead so long, could you? He was sure it would have no taste, no color. And all the cuts of beef and pork looked somehow unreal to him. Too much red, too much blood. He could not believe anything dead could have that much color. Only the fatty parts looked real, the smooth, too soft curves and hills of fat. He rubbed each cut of meat through its sheer plastic covering. He thought he was close to knowing what they wanted from him. He could see it in the way their color changed when he pressed his living fingers into the meat through the plastic, but he couldn't quite bring himself to trust anything in that cold landscape of cut meats. The lights were out in the apartment when he finally got back. Again, Jenny had left a mess, but he could hardly blame her for that. But she'd always been so orderly, almost obsessive about it, so he supposed this increasing laxness probably did not bode well. "Jenny," he whispered from the bedroom door. She said nothing, but the dim light that slipped beneath the bottom of the shade illuminated her head, the soft blonde curls, the face that looked even more beautiful to him, the paler it became. She slept so soundly. He knew she would be in no mood for a meal. He could feel tears on his cheeks, running into the corners of his mouth. Quietly he slipped out of his clothes and joined her under the covers. She did not stir, even when he pressed his cool body against her nakedness. He began to kiss her, to taste her, and when she still did not respond, he began to nip, to bite, he began to cry, massaging her breasts, probing her pubic area with his fingers, trying to kiss her, love her awake, but she remained cold and dry. The only air stirring in the room seemed to be his own ragged breath. Jean knocked on the dark screen door and waited this time. This time, he knew, required a more definite invitation. Her pale face appeared in the screen, her dark eyes taking in the bundle by his feet, the dull green blanket, the soft blonde hair that still trapped the light, the pale skin with its tinge of silver. "Is there room?" Jean whispered. "Room for her." Again, Ruth looked at the bundle. Then her eyes floated up to hold him. "You'll still come? You'll be there when I call?" Jean pulled his jacket closer, unable to keep warm. "Yes," he said finally. "I'll be there when you call." The screen door opened without a sound, and the woman inside the dark house dragged the bundle across the threshold. It was 2 weeks before the next phone call, but he was there to pick up the receiver on the first ring. "Hello?" he said. "Jean," Jenny's voice said. "Are you coming over, Jean? I need you, Jean. I need you to come over." Twitch Technicolor by Kim Newman. Kim Newman has recently updated his critical history of horror movies from 1968, Nightmare Movies, and completed an equally thorough volume on the Western film. He has also contributed to the Virgin Film Yearbook, the Macmillan Encyclopedia of Film, and revised editions of the Orem Encyclopedias of Horror and Science Fiction. A committed film buff, with his own weekly spot on British breakfast television, his avowed aversion to the process of colorization is given full vent in the following tale. Newman's short fiction regularly turns up in Interzone, Fantasy Tales, and various Year's Best anthologies. He is the co-editor of Horror, 100 Best Books, and Ghastly Beyond Belief. His first novel, The Nightmare, was published last year to great critical acclaim. And as Jack Yeovil, he has a string of gaming novelizations appearing from GW Books. He lives in Crouch End, London, and in the early 1980s he acted and played the kazoo in a cabaret band, Club Whoopee. It was wretched, he recalls. Twitch Technicolor.
Playing the buttons was all well and good, but Monty thought sometimes you had to get your hands in the colour. He had Bela Lugosi, frame-frozen in mid-snarl, stretched black and white over the video easel, wooden stake jutting. Patiently he combined film overlays in his plastet. Red was the key here. People like red best of all, and there would have to be a lot of it in the Dracula remix. It was integral to the property, perhaps a major factor in its lingering appeal. Finally satisfied, he inserted the plastet into the assessor and sat back while the machine digitally encoded the precise shade that had struck him as proper. When it was done, the assessor pinged like an antique oven, and Monty plucked the now primed squirt stylo from its light well. He squeezed a blob of red onto the tip of his forefinger and examined it. It was fine. Then he dabbed the electronic image analog with a stylo, dribbling red between the reproduction lines. The monochrome filled in, and gore gushed from the dead actor's starched shirt front. The film looked better already. It was the personal touch that distinguished the Monty video product from the competition's all-machine enhanced remix jobs. He plugged the stylo and noticed phantom rinds of red under his nails. His hand looked as though it belonged to a murderer. He shook his fingers, and the red vanished in a static crackle. He adjusted his handiwork. He keyed advance, and the film slow-forwarded a few frames. Lugosi completed his snarl. His hand clawed at the snake, blood flowed freely. The red grew, a blob in the centre of the image. It was fine. Monty keyed save, and the colour took. The vampire's glowing eyes and skull-head cufflinks lit up, the exact red of the blood on his chest and about his mouth. Michaelis Monty could remember the beginnings of the remix business, the ineffectually colorized films of the 80s. He had been among the first to test the potential of image analog encoding, the process that enabled a skilled remix man to have an original moving picture reduced by the assessor to a particle chain of information bits, and then rebuilt again in accordance with his own vision. With his own technologies, he had stolen the march on the majors, resisted many an attempted corporate rape, won all the Dickey Awards going, and marked out an Ayatollah's share of the marketplace. Monty Video's Dracula was already a Q-seller on advance orders, securing the rights from the schizoid corporate descendants of Bram Stoker, Universal Studios, Hammer Films, the BBC, and about 20 others who had dipped their claws into the property, had been a lengthy and costly battle. With such an important acquisition, Monty might in any case have taken the time to handle the remix himself. Thanks to the troubles, he was being forced to do the hands-on work personally. He was still the numero uno in the business. Trevor, Ruby G, Considine, and now Tarnavero, all remaindered. Someone had it in for his remix men, or was trying for a stranglehold on Monty Video. He keyed proceed, and the assessor took over, absorbing Monty's decisions, replacing the drab grey of the original with day-glow colours. He liked to think that Monty Video's Dracula was the movie Todd Browning would have turned out in 1930 if he had been free from the censorship requirements of the day and had access to unlimited technical resources. Browning had been forced to have Van Helsing stake Dracula off-screen, with only a tame groan to mark the villain's death. But now the anticlimax could be fixed. Lugosi floundered through the vaulted crypt, eyes aflame like an electric antichrist, pushing aside curtains of butterfly-winged, stained glass cobweb, recoiling from a succession of violently violet neon crucifixes. Then the vampire was down, and Peter Cushing was on top of him, hammering furiously, driving in deeper the killing stake. Actually, Edward Van Sloan had played Van Helsing to Lugosi's Count Dracula, but since nobody remembered him any more, Monty had decided to mix in Cushing's definitive performance from the 1958 version. In fact, aside from Lugosi and Dwight Fry as the fly-eating Renfield, he had recast the whole film. James Dean as Jonathan Harker, Marilyn Monroe as the victim-cum-vampirette Lucy, and Meryl Streep as the heroine, Mina. He'd even stirred in Humphrey Bogart as the comic Cockney asylum attendant. There weren't enough David Manners or Helen Chandler fans to make a dent in the marketplace, and Monty was always in favour of anything that added to the commercial afterlife of a property. His instincts had made him a rich man, rich enough to afford an unparalleled art collection, 3D religious postcards, Popster necrophilabilia, Woolworth's clown prints. Michaelis Monty was well known as a man of influential tastes. On screen, Dracula putrefied spectacularly, maggots bursting from his eye sockets. An entirely apt Jimi Hendrix guitar burst accompanied his death screams. Monty upped the zinth. More noise, more music, more scream. He infilled with more red. The last of Dracula should be a bloody pool on the lining of his opera cape, red on red. "Fuck you, Count," said Peter Cushing, "and the bat you rode in on." It was well said, and Monty's vocals people had taken a lot of care to perfect the actor's clipped voice pattern. Hendrix segued into Tchaikovsky, winding up the film with a snatch of Swan Lake that had been heard in the Transylvanian prologue, and the end titles strobe-flashed as Cushing led Dean and Streep out of the crypt into the rainbow-bright sunrise that lettered out "The End" in the sky, and subliminally flashed an expensive ad for coca drugs. The message "Poor" in the top right of the easel spiraled open. Monty saw an inset of his own doorstep from the POV of the monitor-eyed stone eagle perched atop the lintel. Sally Rhodes stood on his welcome mat. Trench coat belted tight, hat brim pulled low over her domino breather. She looked the eagle in the eye and gave a tight smile. Monty pulled over the nearest slab and ran the routine checks. The image in the paw proved true, a first generation, unscrambled. He supposed that he only had himself to blame for the fact that you couldn't routinely trust anything you saw on television anymore. The household recognized her heat pattern, cross-checked the clearance of the Sally Rhodes agency with the latest listings, and gave him a manual control over the door. He palm-printed an OK, and the paw closed as Sally Rhodes was admitted into his hallway. Monty had scheduled this meeting for a late evening in an attempt to avoid embarrassment. He had, of course, been keeping the state police updated on his troubles, as he was obliged by law to do. But it was no secret that Montevideo was financially able to afford access to private sector policing. The Sally Rhodes agency was known for its discretion, and Monty found that quality worth a hefty annual premium. He was even willing to overlook Sally Rhodes' tactless jibes about his business and taste in objets d'art. In a market rife with piracy, Montevideo rarely suffered from bootlegging, and the last large-scale operation to try infringing its copyrights had been permanently retired, thanks to Sally Rhodes. Monty met her in the gallery. The paintings were asleep, but the room was a-whisper with their steady breathing. Sally Rhodes was admiring his shag-pile Rothko. "There is some interesting work being done with sub-sentient jellies and acrylics at the moment, don't you think?" he ventured. The poised young woman turned and held up a hand in mock horror, waving it as if to ward off Dracula with a crucifix. He missed the point. "That shirt," she gasped. It's called a Paisley pattern," he told her. "The lemon yellow and eggshell blue combination is my own idea." "Oh, you didn't have to tell me, Mickey. My grandmother told me about this 1960s. They must have been hell to live through." "I wouldn't know. I was very small at the time." "And now you're very big?" "Quite." He adjusted his chrome and lucite love beads. "Are you in a position to make a report?" "Only a preliminary. I note that you've lodged provisional declarations of war against Agfa Dei and Disney McDonald's. You know what kind of commitment that will entail? What choice have I got? He said. Someone's been singeing my remix men. With Tarnavero gone, there's a severe crimp in my output. It has to be an alliance among the competition. They want me scuppered before Frankfurt. Perhaps, said Sally Rhodes. She peeled off her domino and sniffed with distaste the herbal-scented air. Do you have a room screen handy? I've got a tape to run for you. He accessed the downstairs suite, which came complete with a full editing slab, and a glass-wall display of Monty Video's top-selling remix jobs. Citizen Kane, Battleship Potemkin, Psycho, Faster, Pussycat, Kill, Kill, King Kong, High Noon, Double Indemnity, The Best of Sergeant Bilko, The Elvis Autopsy Video, The Seventh Seal, The Break-Dancing Nun. Monty thumb-signed the slab, and a framed poster for the Bob Dylan, Sylvester Stallone, Glenda Jackson, Madonna, Women in Love remix rose into its ceiling slot, revealing a milk-white wall screen. It was the only colourless thing in the house. Sally Rhodes unscrambled the sequirence lock on her briefcase and produced a video cassette. It was a Monty Video own-brand product. This is from Tarnavero's office, she said. I've established that it was what he was working on when he was killed. Then it should be Captain Blood. Yep, 1935. Michael Curtis with Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland, Warner Brothers, right? Your pardon? He double-taked. Oh, forgive me. I always forgot you're a, what are they called, film buff? He spat the word with distaste, recalling the petitions that used to flood into his slab. Let's pass over that, shall we? She said, shuffling fiche notes. You've kept up on your autopsies, I trust? Yeah. But let me remind you, Tarnavero was attacked by someone with a long, sharp, heavy blade. A carving knife, a machete, or a sword. He was almost literally hacked to pieces. Yes, that's why I suspect those Agfa Dei bastards. The multinats like to throw in a scare when they open hostilities. In his struggle to swallow Thorn Futura McAlpine before the Combine swallowed him, Monty had authorized as bad or far worse. And you know what the Axis are like. Being market leader was a precarious position. Since the trouble started, with Trevor, Montevideo had lost over 20% of its employees to the marketplace. Even disemployment was better than being an unmourned casualty in a corporate skirmish. It may not be that simple, Mickey. Have you ever thought to watch the method of assassination used against your people with the properties they were working on? Monty was startled. No, why should I? Sally Rhodes held up her fiche. Trevor was the first. 2 months ago. He was blown to bits by some kind of frag charge. He was remixing Battleground. Ruby G was expertly kicked and trampled to death. Her current assignment, the Gold Diggers of 1933. Considine had his throat ripped out by some kind of animal. Remember the werewolf jokes in the newsies? His last property was Lassie Come Home. Do you see it? He wanted it keyed out for him. Sally Rhodes slid Captain Blood into the VCR Moore and began to play the buttons. As always, when you slot a cassette at random, the sex scene faded on. This is the sequence Tarnavero was remixing when they got him. We had to clean the blood and guts off the tape. The assessor was clogged. On screen, Errol Finn was extensively sodomizing the cabin boy. It had seemed wasteful not to feature the star's most legendary adornment in the film, and all the historical research proved that buggery would have been a way of life on the all-male pirate ships of the 17th century. Besides, they had wanted to work up a role for the teenage David Bowie. There was a little ghosting, and Tarnavero's green notation blips came and went in the corner of the image, but otherwise it was fine. It was an effective addition. Sally Rhodes was distracted, not looking at the action, but waiting for something else to appear. Look, here it is. Here's where it happens. She frame froze. Look at this line. There was a thick band of different quality colour, crossing the screen like a ripple. She advanced frame by frame, demonstrating the glitch's progression. It was a diagonal wipe from left to right. Inside the band, the colours were different, a little like the pastel shades of three-strip Technicolor, not very realistic and far too thin for Monty's taste. When the band had passed, all colour had gone. Bowie's face faded into Olivia de Havilland's, and, a cut later, Errol Flynn had his clothes on. There was a ruckus outside the cabin, and Flynn was bounding, cutlass in hand, to the door. So, this is where Tarnavero broke off. This is the original version. Not quite, said Sally Rhodes, tapping a finger to the screen, initiating pause. A horde of pirate extras cowered in tableau as Captain Blood laid into them. They were typical Warner Brothers, sea dogs with earrings, 3 or 4 knives apiece, striped headscarves, leather boots, stupid expressions. But in the middle was a balding pirate, with Coke-Doke bottle glasses and a 2-piece whaleskin suit. It was Tarnavero. The woman took her finger from the screen and action resumed. In a long shot, Flynn threw off 2 huge attackers. Tarnavero was in the melee, turning to run. His glasses fell off and were kicked over the side by a sneering Basil Rathbone. The remix man made a dash for safety and tripped over de Havilland's skirts. Flynn smiled, impossibly beautiful in the smoke of battle, and ran the interloper cleanly through. He heaved the body off his cutlass, and Tarnavero fell into the sword-waving throng. The pirates hacked at him mercilessly. He even got his own close-up, still twitching, eyeballs free-floating, a coil of rope grey under his head. Then he was out of the film, another dead extra, and Flynn was dancing up to Rathbone, jeering at the villain's Frenchified ringlets. Monty was appalled. Elaborate, isn't it? He had to agree. It would take expert remixing to do that, but it's pointless. The film went on. Monty waved down the sound, but the black and white figures still danced on the wall. He had to think. Mr. Monty, do you know a Caspasian Kleinsack? Of course. He's a remix man, with Agfa Dei. I've been trying to get to him. With the troubles, we'll need to net a few top defectors to keep up our output. He's not up to my standards or Tarnavero's, but is a professional jobber. Is A.D. involved in this? Unlikely. I mention Kleinsack because he's dead, too. The news is, haven't got it yet, but he's definitely a casualty. I think A.D. have had others, and there's been a total security clampdown at McDisney World. Someone doesn't like remix men. Kleinsack was shot, and he was working on My Darling Clementine. Do you know the property? 1946. John Ford, with Henry Fonda and as Wyatt Earp and Victor Mature as Doc Holliday, 20th Century Fox. You're not the only one who can remember things. A.D. screwed me out of the rights in a nasty negotiation last year. She smiled. That's the one. A.D. buy their policing from the Salvation Army. That's fundamentalism for you. I've got a few friends in the Sal, and I was leaked some fish. According to them, Kleinsack was deleted with something exotic, a buntline special. Ever heard of it? No reason you should. It was a white elephant showpiece of the Wild West with an 11-inch barrel. Wyatt Earp had one. Do you see the pattern? The Sal aren't saying any more, but it's my guess that if you were to screen Kleinsack's Clementine, you'd see a Technicolor twitch, and it would wind up with a lab-coated Kraut remix man blundering into the crossfire at the OK Corral and getting his globes shot out. Later, after Sally Rhodes had gone, Michaelis Monty had a few stiff drugs. He was rattled, no doubt about it. In previous corporation wars, the higher echelons had been off-limits. You can't negotiate a peace with a frazzled corpse. But this new thing, this campaign of terror, didn't appear to be a particular respecter of the ethics of monetarist diplomacy. He found Sally Rhodes' conclusion unutterably creepy. Someone, something, doesn't like what you do, Mickey, and is taking extreme measures to shut you and everyone else in your line down. He was safe in his household. The defences were on, the grounds were secure. There were no human agents in the system to turn traitor, and the governing A1 had had its loyalties freshly upgraded. Killflies were loose in the corridors of his retreat. He knew his employees, referred to it behind his back as the House on Haunted Hill, and were coded to administer lethal injections to any moving thing that didn't match Monty's displacement configurations. He was as protected as a man could be. He sat on the psychedelic bubble couch and looked at his tiger-striped Echt Mondrian. The painting stirred in its sleep. He let the pleasant warmth of a soother seep through his body, calming him. As he watched, the painting's breathing grew ragged. It died, colours fading to grey, jelly congealing behind glass. It had happened before, a fault in the heating. There was nothing to worry about, the soother in his bloodstream told him. Deep in his brain, an unsoothed fragment of his consciousness screamed. He floated back to his easel room. As he passed the sensors, his body heat registered. Overhead banks of lights lit up, then shut off when he moved on. There was darkness in front and darkness behind, but he was always in the light, safe in white light. Behind him, black eyes shone in the darkness. Monty heard the swish and turned. He couldn't see, but he had heard a strong after-image, a tall man with a heavy cloak. He had to be alone. The 3D wall plan proved it. He showed up as an orange pinpoint winking in a corridor. There was no other warm bodies in the house. He arrived in the easel room just too late. The twitch was disappearing off the lower right corner of the screen. A black and white picture remained. Monty stood over the easel and watched as the camera tracked around an empty crypt. Lids fell off coffins, and creepy crawlies, giant spiders, rats, and armadillo scuttled in corners. Dracula's sad-eyes wives waited, infinitely patient, in long white shifts for their master's return. In his system, the soother reached the zenith of its effect. The tranquilizing bulk of the pill had dissolved, putting a potentially dangerous dosage into him, and the emetic core spread in his gut. If he wanted to drug any more, he would have to empty his stomach. He wasn't soothed right now. Fear played his buttons. Icy fingertips keyed his vertebrae. He would have to empty his stomach. His bathroom was mirrored and luxurious, richly carpeted and hung with turquoise and scarlet silks. The design was copied from a Cecil B. DeMille spectacular of the 1920s he had rejected as too outmoded to be worth even a thorough remix. Jewel-encrusted gold taps shone against lime-green, veined marble sunken tubs. This was the focus, far more than his austere bedroom, of his fantasies and fulfilments. Monty bent double over a puce and ginger toilet bowl, fashioned like a triton's horn, and vomited tidily. He slammed the oyster-shaped lid and sat on it. The emetic had a calming side effect. He felt bad, but was instantly better. He got up, walked to the sink, a mustard replica of the font in Salisbury Cathedral, and washed his face. Behind him, a door silently opened. Monty peered minutely at his face in the mirror. It was possible to be flabby and haggard at the same time. He bared his teeth. They were filmed yellow. Then the thing took him. He saw the hand that gripped his jaw and felt the one in his hair, but neither showed in the mirror. He was held fast by emptiness. Arms like metal bands gripped him. Angling his eyes down, he could see the dark sleeve of a dinner jacket and the black folds of a cloak, but in the mirror, on screen, he was struggling only with himself. His paisley collar was yanked away from his neck, cold lips clamped to his throat, ice-chip teeth sank in. The turquoise and scarlet faded first, turned dead and grey. Then his shirt calmed down and resolved itself into a dingy, indeterminate smear. His vision slowly bled, the Technicolor twitch passing from left to right before his eyes. He felt himself emptying out. Feebly, he raised a hand to push away the unseen face pressed to his throat. He had no more feeling. His hand flapped, chilly and wet, in his field of vision. The last things he saw were his fingers, stained forever with the black of his own blood.
Lizaveta by Gregory Frost. Gregory Frost is the author of 3 odd-titled fantasy novels, Lyric, Tain, and Remscala, and dozens of short stories, most of which qualify as horror, fantasy, or science fiction. He has been published in such magazines as Asimov's, the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Twilight Zone, and Night Cry, and anthologies Ripper, Tropical Chills, Lyavec, and Invitation to Camelot. He reveals that Lizaveta, a story of historical haunting first published in a science fiction magazine, came about as a result of reading Harrison E. Salisbury's study of the Russian revolutions of 1905 to 1917, Black Night, White Snow. Frost presently lives in Philadelphia with close companion Barbara and a cat the size of Staten Island. His favorite city, however, is Edinburgh, Scotland, where he holed up for a week once in a cold-water flat and read Kingsley Amis' The Green Man and Olaf Stapledon's Star Maker. He says he'd like to go back. Lizaveta.
As he strolled with his comrades along the fog-bound, filthy walk, Sergei Zarubkin wondered if the war with the Japanese were to blame for the eruptions of violence spreading through Moscow. The war had become a travesty in the failure of so vast a nation as Russia to devastate the upstart Orientals. Added to that, the hot August temperatures this year had inflamed tempers, fueled fights, even murders, as for instance last night in the Yama. The Yama, the pit, Moscow's red light district. 3 blocks of ornate houses with windows trimmed in carved scrollwork and lace curtains, where a woman cost 3 rubles for 1 hour of her time, 10 rubles for a night, where boys of high standing became men. But that quiet tradition had been suspended because this night the Yama lay in darkness, in absolute stillness, with the houses all looted, their bright scrollwork smashed, lace curtains charred and hanging in tatters. All the whores had been beaten, killed, or driven out. And that was why 4 soldiers had to come here to the cesspool called Quiroba Market in search of women for the night. Zarubkin took a swig from the bottle of Smirnoff's he carried, then passed it to Gallagher on his right, who lifted it, hailed it as a national treasure, and drank his fill before passing it on to Getz. From Zarubkin's left, Vanya handed him another bottle. He must have had it hidden inside his greatcoat. Zarubkin smiled to him, but recalled for an instant Vanya's despairing face, lit by the fires all around, last night in the Yama. Dragoons not unlike him had initiated the destruction. 2 fools who decided they'd been cheated out of 3 roubles by some madam. 2 men who had, because of tension and heat, impotency and drink, managed to stir a civilian army into looting and killing. Tonight those same civilians ran amok somewhere in Moscow, violence begetting violence. The disease of the mob had turned away from the whores, reshaping into something with a more sinister purpose. Zhidov, the new target, Jews. Zarubkin, a captain in the Tsar's guards, looked past his friends and into the fog. Why, he wondered, hadn't the zealots burned his pestilential place instead of the Yama? Even the police tended to avoid Quiroba Market. The thick blanket of fog tonight hid much of the district's rot, but it carried the intense stench of the place, so that Zarubkin felt smeared with rheum. He took a hard pull from Vanya's bottle, then snarled, "To hell with the righteous citizens." It was they, after all, who had forced him and his friends to come here. Anywhere but where the mob was on this night off. Let those on duty look into the face of hell. Not him. Not 2 nights in a row. Gladkin laughed and slapped his shoulder. "To hell with the righteous," he agreed, and then added, "May they all burn for every one of us who carries crabs out of here tonight." "And crabs!" cried Vanya. "To the crabs!" They all drank to the health of lice and strode on. Their boots clopped like horses' hooves on the cobblestones in the dark. Whatever evil had really dwelled in the pit, it hardly compared with Chichovka. Here, as Zarubkin had learned from the heartfelt writings of Gilirovska, the young girls were called Tietki when they advanced at the age of 10 or 11 from begging to prostitution. Many had become alcoholics by that point, although their pimps, their cats, generally watered down the vodka. Few survived past their 14th year. Chirovsky had found none in his search through the rubble. Because of 2 uniformed idiots, those hapless children would now have to match their indecent skills against professional prostitutes, the desperate survivors of last night's conflagration. How many of each, Cherubkin wondered, lurked in the fog ahead. As the 4 men neared the heart of Chirovka, beggars began to emerge from the darkness. The beggars choked the houses around about, thousands of soiled bodies wedged into a few blocks of space. Some were mutilated or deformed, unable to work. Some carried the corpses of babies in their arms as an appeal for sympathy in the form of coins, even though with the child dead they'd one less problem in their lives. Often the dead babies weren't even their own. The sight of 4 large, well-fed guards in uniform sent most of the beggars scurrying back into shadow, the fog swirling after them. The 4 men walked on toward the building called Pirisilny, where the prostitutes had most likely found a haven. As he passed a curbstone fire, Zarubkin sensed someone watching him. The watcher turned out to be a scrawny creature, warming its hands over the fire, where another wretch, oblivious of him, cooked up a dog's mess of sausage and onions in a rusty iron pot. The creature staring so boldly was by appearances an ancient dwarf. The fire between his fingers revealed skin like parchment, and a nearly hairless head that looked to have been smashed in on one side. The dwarf sneered at him, revealing brown and broken stubs and gaps in the gums, like a child in the process of losing his baby teeth. His nose looked like a rotting carrot. By a trick of sound, the sizzle of the dog's mess seemed to emanate from the dwarf. Zarubkin looked away. He made himself relax, and discovered that his hand had closed over the butt of his revolver. At that moment Gladkin announced, "I think it's time we separated, gentlemen. Together we're going to scare off our nightingales. After last night, the Tetki, I'm sure, expect us to burn their little world to the ground." He gestured at the fog, laughing, as if to say that no sane man would waste his energy on such a task. "All right," Getz agreed. "See you all inside Peresilny." Abruptly he broke away from them and went up another street. They heard him walking long after he was lost to sight. Gladkin gave Zarubkin a wink, and turned and followed Getz like a bird in formation. "Later, my friend," his voice carried back. Zarubkin was going to share a humorous reply with Vanya, but he found that Vanya had quietly taken his leave too. Zarubkin slowed and glanced round. Of the four of them, he at least wanted to venture on his own in this place, though soldiers would be quite safe, especially as Gladkin had said, after last night. Pinpoints of light here and there revealed clusters of people, but the fog drank their voices and turned them into primeval lumps. The dwarf at curbside had vanished. Maybe the fog had swallowed him too. Zarubkin turned towards Peresilny, and a tall figure rushed toward him from a doorway on his left. He leaned away, his bottle held at the ready to smash down. Hands in fingerless lace gloves reached out for him. Delicate fingers closed on his wrist, over the neck of the bottle, pulling with the weight of a single body. The darkness swished. To his surprise, a woman pushed herself up against him. She stared into his face for a moment, her terror quite naked. Then she glanced past him, all around, nervously. Zarubkin guessed her age to be 25. Vodka had puffed the skin beneath her eyes, added some premature years there, but had not yet swelled her body or burst the capillaries in her nose. She was lean, her cheeks prominent and proud, her body like a whip in the dark décolleté dress that had blended with the fog. Her hair, it looked perhaps auburn, hung in disarray at her throat, but also bore the signs of a coiffure not many days old. When her attention returned to him, he saw again the unrestrained terror in her dark eyes. What was after her in the fog? He couldn't help glancing around himself. Whoever wanted her, they would doubtless be less inclined to trouble one of the Tsar's guard. Had she recognized that as he passed by? Was that why she had scurried to him? He smiled reassuringly and said, "Would you care for some vodka? It's not watered down. It's good Smirnoff." A smile trembled desperately on her lips, made little creases in her cheeks, and revealed good white teeth. Of course, he realized then, this girl's from the Yama. No wonder she was terrified. In this place she played the part of the lamb in a field packed with wolves. She drew nearer, like an intimate companion. "You're very kind. Thank you." She took his bottle and drank deeply. He saw her looking over it into the fog once more, eyes searching, always moving. Vodka glistened on her lips as she returned the bottle to him. Then she asked, Would you stay the night with me, soldier? This nonplussed him. It was supposed to be his question to her, after all. As a Yama whore, she ought to have recognized the proprieties of their encounter. He politely took back his vodka. She seemed to sense his withdrawal from the proposal. "Look," she said, and dug fervidly into a small purse. "I have a ticket." She held up a yellow card. "Government approval." He hesitated, but there was something about her predicament, that he wanted to know. "Yes, all right," he said. Found her staring out into the night again. She'd made enemies here, probably, he thought, by trying to push her polished manners on the denizens. In Chitrovka she could disappear, and no one might ever look for her. What was one whore, more or less afloat in the stinking Yartsa? She had to be scared to be so forward as to express her wants. The problem, as he saw it, lay in the fact that he'd only enough money for an hour of her time if he was going to rejoin his friends for more drinking. In some embarrassment he explained this. The woman started to laugh, very near hysteria. Three rubles?" she said, and pressed tightly against him. "My darling captain, with 3 rubles you can have me for life." Zarubkin merely gaped. He had paid for a woman twice before, and he knew enough to know that this was not the way it was supposed to be. Then she buried her face against his collar and whispered, "Please stay with me this night, fair captain. Don't leave me to this horror." She smelled of soap, and perfumed French soap at that. He wondered how so delicate a scent had survived a day amidst the ordure of the market. The whore's breast rubbed against the back of his hand, where he held the bottle to his chest. Her scent, her looks, and her mystery aroused him. "Of course," he lied. "Of course I'll stay. Where do you live?" The small room contained 3 beds wedged in around a scarred and warped washstand displaying a cracked ceramic pitcher and a brass oil lamp. 2 of the beds had been stripped, and the whore assured him the other occupants would not be returning. "They fled the city this morning, Niva and Olenka. The landlords don't know that yet. I would have gone with them. They didn't wait." She hid her face where she could regain her composure. "I'm sorry. You delight that we're alone, of course." She drew back the covers. Blotches and smears the colour of rust stained the sheets, but she swore that no vermin hid in the bedding. The business side of her came out as she undressed, her manner mechanical, any hints of nervous tension coming only at the end, as she removed the last of her shiny underclothes. Next she helped him remove his own clothing, her fingers quick but twitchy. They lay down together. Her thin body shivered, but she smiled bravely, prepared to endure anything to have him. He found her peculiar forlornness arousing, and he pulled her to him. She stopped him briefly. "My name is Lizaveta Ostrov," she said. "I'm Zarubkin." She looked questioningly into his eyes. "Sergei," he added in compliance. "Sergei," she repeated flatly, and opened to him at last. The warmth of the vodka seemed to shoot through him. Her love-making had urgency, as if she must race to the end before the whole world burst apart. It defied Zarubkin's knowledge of whores. Usually they feigned vague interest in their partner, and some not even that. He'd always seen through the shallow facade and not cared. This woman treated him like a drink of water in the desert, or a last meal before execution. They made love 3 times in as many hours, and polished off Vanya's bottle of vodka as well. She retrieved a bottle of her own from a small cupboard beneath the crooked window, crawling across the 2 other beds to get to it. As she climbed back into bed and handed it to him, she apologized. "It's not as strong as yours. In the house in the Yama, the madam didn't wish for us to get so drunk as to forget to collect our fees." "You prefer I paid you now, I understand." The fright reappeared in her eyes. Don't pay until you leave. Not before day." "What is it? Is your cat looking for you?" She shook her head. "I represent myself here. Now that so many others have come, it's become more difficult." He had to ponder that before the astonishing meaning became clear. "You came here before the Yama burned?" "Dear God, why? A beautiful woman like you, with your manners, your grace." "Oh, I did well. I learned very quickly, even though I'd arrived upon it so late, as a trade." "You enjoy me?" "Very much. I mean, 3 times is—" He looked around to cover his embarrassment. Her boldness in asking, that was like the whores he had known. "You became a prostitute recently, then? Why did you choose, of all things to do with your life?" "You're beside your whore this very minute. Don't make it sound so foul, Captain." "I didn't mean— well, all right, yes, I suppose I did." He studied the creases in the sheet between his elbows. Softly, Lizaveta said, "I was a teacher." And he glanced up. Her gaze had become distant. She drank long from the bottle of weak Smirnoffs. "I loved children. I did." Slowly she lay back beside him with her head against his shoulder. Her toes rested on the tops of his feet. She was nearly his height. Zarubkin had intended to leave shortly, certain that his friends would tire of waiting and go off without him. Now he realized he would not be with them. He'd asked his other whores to tell him about their lives, mildly curious. But the woman, Lizaveta Ostrov, didn't act like any whore he had known. Her pose, if it was a pose, had him desiring the explication of her life as much as he desired the union with her body. He really did want to know what had driven her here, what lay in the fog. At first, when he asked, he thought she wouldn't say anything. Then she sighed, leaned up and kissed him. "You'll stay with me, then?" There was implicit in the question the revelation that she had known his earlier lie for what it was. "I'll stay. This time I swear I will. Until light." She covered her eyes with one hand, beneath which her lips trembled. The glistening of a tear crawled out into sight. Unwilling to commit himself to her further, Zarubkin waited and drank and waited. When she began to speak, it was so soft that she caught him completely off guard. She was telling him her story, and he had to ask her to begin again. "When I graduated from the university," she said, "I was equipped to teach, but could find no jobs in Moscow. So I returned to the university in the hope of inquiring after a job there. I should have done that at first right away, because by then, I think, I must have been the last person in all the city to ask. What they gave me instead of a job was a list of places that needed teachers. And it wasn't a large list, a handful of jobs, all in distant places too. Only one of them lay in the south, near the Kazakh border, in the foothills of the Urals. It sounded very lovely, warm and inviting, compared to the chill of Moscow, or of such places as Shigansk and Obdorovsk, which were among the remaining choices. I have always desired warmth, probably from having lived a cold childhood. We always want the other thing, the thing we don't have. Don't you find people to be very polar in this way? I wrote a letter to the people petitioning, saying that I would take the job of teacher in their village, called Divashgorod. Next I waited almost a month before the village replied. They sent back a letter of acceptance with directions on how to reach there. I left right away. A train took me to Orenburg, which was the closed, civilized place to my new home, and that nearly 100 kilometers away. I located a troika going into the Urals from there, a coach of odd travelers, and I secured a place on board, next to a man, a Persian, I believe, just arrived from the Caspian Sea. He smelled of an alien sweetness, and his Russian was terrible. But he smiled broadly, openly, with huge white teeth, whenever I looked his way. The others in the troika seemed to take offense at his presence and scorned me for befriending him, even that little bit. No one spoke to me really the whole first day of the journey. I didn't care. I leaned back and I watched the incredible scenery float by. The rolling steppes, whole hillsides covered in flowers, the mountains growing always larger and more distinct. By that second day, the majority of the passengers had reached their various destinations or had got off at a crossroad to take a different path. Only 3 people remained: myself, the Persian, and the man who was going with his driver to some place on the Tobol River. "This is old country," he said to me. Left alone with us, I suppose he no longer felt the need to pretend indifference. He claimed this place we travelled through belonged to the oldest civilizations in the world. Time, he said, had hardly touched the land there. He could not understand why someone such as I travelled alone in such a place. So I told him about my teaching position, my first one. Where? In Divashgorod. The traveller to Tobol hadn't heard of it, but the Persian beside me was plainly disturbed by the name. His face pinched and it furrowed like a ploughed field, and he clutched my hand, saying, "Must you go, lady, must you go?" I answered that I had to, yes, or have no employment and a bad record. From that moment on, I became the outcast, and he, the dark man, avoided me, while the other man laughed contemptuously and called him a superstitious peasant, but also quickly turned to reverie. Shortly after that he feigned sleep. Eventually, the wagon deposited me and my trunk at the intersection with the Divashgorod road. A one-horse cart arrived. The driver greeted me with a great wave. He stood up in the cart, a huge man with long, shiny black hair and a heavy moustache. He had the cheeks of a Cossack that looked set in place with a trowel. He wore a bright peasant shirt and rough trousers tucked into high boots, very worn. His name was Trifon. A curious name, I thought. As we drove to his village, he explained that he was the ataman, which is the chieftain of sorts, but with religious as well as judiciary duties. Every Kosaki village had an ataman, he informed me. The road took us up into the true foothills of the Urals. Peaks still had snow on them in May. The road became a trail, barely more than 2 ruts in the high grass. I experienced the moment that comes upon the threshold of a new life of fear and doubt and a tingling excitement. The wagon bounced over the top of a ridge, and there below me lay Divashgorod, like a collection of doll-houses, quite lovely, colourful. It was a scene of utter serenity. Oh, very nearly so. At the edge of the village nearest the road below us there was a great pit, grown over by grass and flowers. From above I could look right down into that pit, and I found myself staring at the peaked roof of a house. It looked not very old, and I was amazed. "What happened there?" I asked. Trifon replied quickly, "Terrible. An earthquake. The ground opened up. The house was simply devoured by the earth. Most terrible day for our village. But here, look," he said, and pointed to a grove of fir trees nearby, where they had built their schoolhouse. No more than a shack, really. "That is where you will teach." Trifon clapped his hands just like a chieftain denying further discussion, and down to the valley we went. Lizaveta paused to take a long pull from her watered vodka. Puzzled somewhat, Zarubkin asked her, "How did this drive you into whoring? Did Trifon attack you?" She laughed, dribbling a little vodka. Oh, dear, Captain, no, as if such a thing would make you want more of it. "I will tell you, it's coming, but let me do it naturally, please." She hugged against him to win his patience. Outside someone shouted an angry string of invectives, and someone else told him to shut up. Lizaveta ignored the noise and said, "Listen now." I began my teaching the next day. A local family called Schuldin took me in. They had a farm and a big house, and Trifon had prearranged everything with them. They had a son and a daughter who had each been schooled for some years. From them I learned of how my predecessor had approached teaching, and some of the names of the students, the ones who were their friends. The daughter, Larissa, warned me to watch out for a boy named Akaki. He was apparently the ringleader for trouble. In all, only 22 students attended, a fact which hinted that there must be families who chose not to send their children, who taught them at home, if at all, but who did not want them to know of the other world. Early in the morning, before the children would arrive, I went to schoolhouse. There I found stacks of papers and notebooks left by my predecessor. Dust coated the stacks and the desktop. I wondered how long the children had been without a teacher. While I finished cleaning off this area, the children began to file in. Most of them were shy, a bit afraid of me. Then from outside there came loud jeering, a teasing chorus of voices. I went to the doorway. At my appearance they all fell silent and moved off, a dozen or so children. At first I thought they had been picking on an old man, but in a moment I saw that the old man was in fact a child, a victim of a terrible, withering disease that had made him age prematurely. I had heard of this, but never had I seen so pitiable a sight. He stood in a sort of a hunch, as if the disease were pulling his body in upon itself. His head seemed too heavy for his neck. The purple vein showed under his skull, which was almost hairless. His skin had that quality of transparency that an onion has. Awful, his cold, bird-like eyes glared at me, and he hobbled past, still staring at me, wheezing as he climbed through the door, his right hand crippled up and pressed against his side. I could not believe the cruelty of these children, that they could openly taunt such an unfortunate. I resolved to change, that if I accomplish nothing else. Children afflicted by this disease rarely live more than 10 years, and I wanted above all to let this boy enjoy what time he had left. Once the children had taken their seats, I asked them each to tell me their names and how far they had advanced in their learning. When the time came for the weazened little boy, he refused to speak and just stared with his hard eyes straight ahead as if he were deaf. I thought here was a poor victim, so harassed that he distrusted even me. I asked that someone tell me about him. Larissa Sheldon stood up. She made no sound, but the boy seemed to sense where she stood behind him. "That is Akaki," she told me in an incomprehensibly bitter tone. "He rejects what you teach him, and will continue to, no matter how hard you try. His family even despise him for—" She stopped and looked around herself, "for shunning everything." "Why do you despise him, though?" And though I addressed her, it was a question to the whole classroom. Larissa became dismayed by the question and sat down. Someone more daring called out from the back, "You can see why. Just look at him." This engendered sneakers from around the room. I saw that I couldn't carry the argument further without terribly embarrassing the child, and so I left it at that, and turned to instruction, working on their alphabets and handwriting skills. They knew barely half their letters. My predecessor had not been very qualified for her duties, it seemed. That evening I knocked on Larissa's door and went in to apologize for singling her out, which I had not meant to do. She sat on her bed in her undergarments and wouldn't look at me until I sat beside her. "Child," I said to her, "you can't treat an unfortunate that way. It's morally wrong." "An unfortunate?" she replied, again virulence shot through her words. "Akaki? He's everything he deserves to be, everything. Death would do us a service to take him." She stopped speaking, but her phrase expressed how much more she could have said. Her eyes moistened from this contained anger, and she jerked her head away. "You're just the same as the other one. You come here with your ideas about how things are. Everywhere is not like here. Please, I'm warning you now, let Akaki alone. Don't try to help him." "But that's ridiculous, child. Why shouldn't 2 houses sink into the ground in your Moscow? Does the earth open up and devour people?" After that outburst, she refused to say anything further. Her cheeks burned as if she were ashamed to have said any of this. I squeezed her hand quite uncomprehendingly and then left, thinking that her family must have put such ideas into her head. I could not imagine why. Had they branded him an outcast because of his disease? Did they think him contagious? Or were these people so backward in their thinking that they saw such physical calamity as a curse from God, a mark of evil? Questions such as that kept me awake a long time. The next morning, Larissa's father reinforced them for me. He confronted me in the hallway, blocking my way to the door. He said that, while he prided himself on doing his part for the village, there were rules in his house, and one of these was that I was never to enter the children's bedrooms. I didn't know what to say. He went on asking rhetorically, "How would it have seemed if you had gone into my son's room last night to speak with him?" I answered that such a thing would have been unseemly without a doubt, but I added, "Nevertheless, your son is but 13, sir." "Well, and just so," was his reply, as though I had agreed with him. "An impressionable age, and he is already infatuated with you." "Oh, you didn't know? He's a romantic boy, my little Wald. He would mistake your attentions, or he might think that he, too, had the right to pass into other people's bedrooms at night. His sisters, for instance?" I could not believe this argument. Nevertheless, I deferred. I was, after all, a guest. But Sholden could not leave the matter there. He went on, "Just remember, madame, you may be the teacher in the school, but here I make the rules, and it is only proper that you adjust to them. After all, what do we know of you, or you know of any of us?" "Very little," I replied, "but I know enough to see now that this is in some way connected to the incident with the child, Akaki." I had known nothing of the sort, but the urge to say that seized me. Sholden actually blanched, as if I had uttered blasphemy. Then he pushed past me and went out of the house, slamming the door. The entire family must have heard the argument. The echo of the closing door banged all around the upstairs. I had no doubt now that Sholden had forbidden any talk of the child in his house. Now I suspected there might be a blood feud between families involved. Everyone knows how strong are blood ties among the Kazaki. I've heard of disputes that lasted through generations, when the actual cause had been forgotten or even repaired. On the weight of that assessment alone, I determined to go to see Akaki's family that afternoon. When the day's lessons had been completed, the children went off to help the family chores. There's always work in the fields and at home. I kept Akaki after all the others had gone, and I didn't tell him until then what I wanted of him. He did not even blink at my demand to see his family. That wrinkled mask of hatred became, if possible, more disdainful. I was struck with an extraordinary sense that all of this had happened before, that I was repeating the actions of my predecessor. The child climbed off his stool and shuffled out of the schoolhouse. I hurried after him, leaving my papers and things behind. I can remember my eyes stinging from the humid heat of the day as I hiked after him. I took to holding my hair off my neck and unbuttoned the collar of my blouse. The light breeze helped somewhat. Keeping up with Akaki proved no trouble, despite my lace-up boots, which were hardly designed for rough hills. We passed the sheep and the goats. The stink of the goats clung with a particular tenacity to the steamy air. It pervaded my clothes. The captain laughed. "Oh, there's surely no stink like it," he agreed, and passed the bottle back to her. She rose up to take a drink, and he saw her profile against the vague light of the window, saw the sparkle of moisture on her lips. She was, he reminded himself, really very lovely. In the street below Burleson, he heard feet clatter on the cobblestones and more shouting, spewed cries that sounded like alarms. He climbed past her across the beds as she had done and stared down through the grimy window. Fires spotted the night, but except for those small enclaves he could see nothing of Trobka, no matter how he strained. The footsteps ran on, fading away. Behind him Lizaveta said, "It's like this here every night. Sometimes you hear it and you know someone's being murdered." Zarubkin accepted that he would learn nothing from his watch and crawled back beside her. The bottle touched his hip cold. He flinched and took it from her, took a drink, then settled back to listen to her. "You were going to his house," he prompted. "Akakai's house," she said. "It was a hut, actually. They had a large pen built on one side of it, but the animals inside were scrawny things. We had reached a rise slightly above the hut, and as we descended, 4 people emerged from the doorway and stood in a row outside waiting. They must have been watching for us. Akaki went up to his father and stopped. The child shrank into himself more than ever and glanced up at his father without raising his head. Then he pushed past his family and went inside. Only then did they all turn their attention to me, all staring with that same dark malignity the boy had. I tried to excuse their hostility by telling myself they must have felt cursed by his affliction. I told them who I was, and that I was offering to help both the boy and them. The father snorted at me. "Help us," he said. "You wish to help us? Then kill that boy. You'll be helping the whole village and yourself, lady teacher." I couldn't believe what I heard. The man saw this too, but all he did was shake his head sadly. Then he told me I was like the others, and that perhaps the next one would have a chance. "Maybe by then the boy will use himself up," he remarked. "Maybe he'll use himself up on you." Then he told me to go away. I turned to his wife, but she refused to look at me. His older sister, a girl who should have been married by then in that village, eyed me askance, as if daring me to try and address her. The grandmother beside her was the only one showing any sympathy in her face. Maybe she had travelled, or at least understood that a world existed beyond Divashgorod. She said, "Lest you should teach those who need your gifts." I thought then, my God, she could be Akaki's wife. He looked so ancient. The father inserted himself between us and repeated his order that I leave. What choice did I have? I lay in bed that night, finding sleep impossible for hours. When I did finally drift off, I had vivid dreams. The sunken house had been resurrected, and I was walking through it, down wainscoted hallways. Ahead of me, doors on both sides of the hall swung open and closed. As I drifted along, I thought I heard a voice softly call my name. Drawn towards it, I waited for that door to open to me, then passed through into a small room, the walls papered in burgundy, the curtains of white lace. A woman stood there. I thought at first that she must be a grandmother, but oddly, she wore clothes not unlike mine, clothes that a young woman would wear. The curtain fluttered around her. "Don't give in to him," she said. "He'll eat your life up to survive. Look at me." She turned more toward me, and I saw that her blouse below the collar shone with a wet darkness and seemed to be stuffed into a depression between her breasts. A hole. She might have said more, but the curtain came to life like a serpent. It wound around her throat and dragged her off her feet. I took a step toward her, but she held up her hand for me to stay away. Then the curtain snapped and she crashed back through the window. Beams of shadow, like an infernal opposite to sunlight, flooded the room. The floor splintered beneath me, and I dropped down into a pit. I awoke in my own room in the Sholden house. The bedclothes stuck to me as I sat up, and I pushed them aside. My pulse raced like a horse. I threw off a great shiver. With the lamp turned up, I sat against the pillows and thought over the dream. The woman, I knew that she had been my predecessor at the school. What had he done to her? How had she been made to age like that? Akaki's grandmother came to mind. What if she were no older? The more I thought about this, the less it made sense to me. It was, I reminded myself, no more than a dream, which had conveniently assembled the things that were most unusual about the village into a narrative, but not coherent reality. Feeling utterly foolish, I crawled back beneath the coves and went back to sleep. But I left the lamp burning brightly. I had no further dreams than that I remember. The child did not appear at the school that day, and another of the children informed me that Akaki had been too weak to come in today. The whole of the morning went uneventfully. In the afternoon, as I was returning home, I saw Trifon. He asked me how I found my new job, and I told him it was going well, that the children needed a great deal of assistance because their last teacher had not done her work properly. She was a weaker vessel than you, he replied, but we shouldn't judge too harshly, should we? It was as though he could read my doubts, or had shared my nightmare. I agreed with him. He told me what she forgot was that not all children need special attention, that some are made to learn and others not. There are children who refuse to be helped, though they are only children. You, I believe, understand not to invite problems. He bid me a good afternoon and went along the road. My hopes sank with that meeting, for I had expected that Trifon would give me answers where the others would not. Now I felt truly lost and 1,000 miles away from the world I knew. I went to my room, I closed the door, and began to cry. If anyone there heard me, they did not come to see what was the matter. Eventually, I cried myself to sleep. Immediately, a dream overtook me, vivid as the night before. At first, I didn't know I was dreaming because I was in my room still. But then I noticed how dark it was outside. The window across the room was open wide, the curtains drawn back. I could see stars for a moment, but then a shape blotted them out. The men in the dream got up and turned up the lamp, then carried it over to the window. The flame reflected me in the glass, but through myself I could see the child, Akaki, floating beyond, more hideous than ever, more withered and malicious. "Let me in," he said. "You must help me." I stepped back with the lamp, gesturing him through the window. He slid over the sill and settled on the floor. A mist curled over the ledge at his back. He stood hunched, grimacing in pain. I put the lamp down beside the bed and turned back to help him, remembering that he had been too weak to come to school, but he said, "Lie down." I found myself obeying him. A part of my mind watched me performing, but the rest of my will had been left outside the dream. He came to the foot of the bed and began picking up the discarded clothes lying there, the ones from the previous day, and my nightgown. Each item he held to his nose and sniffed like a dog, and then he dropped each one and took another until he had soiled everything. All the while his liquid eyes glistened at me. Finally he came along the side of the bed and stood beside me. His crippled hand, that he kept always curled at his side, unfolded over my face. The fingers all ended in long, sharp nails like tiny blades. With his other hand he untied the bow at my throat, then grabbed the blouse and pulled it apart, exposing my breastbone. He turned the hand slowly, and the nails hung above me. It no longer appeared deformed in any way. He let his hand descend slowly, savoring the moment. The promise of ecstasy gleamed in his cruel eyes. I've seen it in many lovers since. His hand dropped below my view, and I waited, not breathing, not thinking, waiting. And then those nails sank into my skin. I went rigid. It was like terrible ice inside me. My back arched away from the bed until I thought it would snap, but I couldn't make myself move to stop him. He sighed, and I could feel him wriggling his fingers down into my heart. That pain! How can I explain the sweet edge it had to it? Pain that was almost unbearable pleasure. I began to scream and scream, trying to roll away from his clutch. He laughed, not a child at all, but a fiend. He rose up straighter, his eyes swelled, growing closer until they blotted out everything else. When I did wake up, the afternoon sun blinded me, coming in the window from just above the horizon. I got up, but rocked back from dizziness, and had to catch my breath before I could stand. These nightmares, I thought, were draining my reserves. I went to the washstand to pour some water and cool myself, and I saw myself in the mirror. Between my breasts was a bruised ring of 5 tiny white scars. The bruises are gone now, but if I turned the lamp up, I could show you the scars. I began to cry when I saw them. A moment later, Sheldon's wife called us all to dinner. I didn't know what to do. Should I tell them? There seemed no point. They would not be more sympathetic now than before. They might drive me from their home. I wiped away my tears and I splashed my face, then buttoned and neatened my blouse. At dinner, I kept to myself, which seemed to satisfy them all. I must have eaten something, but I don't know what it was. The family made countless covert glances at me. Both children showed concern, but the parents had fear in their eyes. I had no energy left to cope with them, and I excused myself and retired. In the hallway outside my room, I heard Sheldon's caustic voice. I told Tryphon I won't bring this on us, he said. Some other house can have her. Some other family can suffer on her account. I had gone from guest to intrusive enemy. The man blamed me, even though he obviously had known of Akaki's powers beforehand. Why had he said nothing? I cursed him for his cowardice then, and slammed my door so that he would know that I had heard. Once inside, I went to the window and latched the shutters before closing the window. The air would become stuffy. I hoped it would make me uncomfortable and keep me awake, but it had just the opposite effect and put me to sleep. But no one came into the room, and no dreams came to trouble me. In the morning I sought out Tryphon again. He sat in the corner of the store, where they served pastries and tea. When I arrived, he was speaking with some others, and his back was to me. I waited a short distance away. The men with Tryphon grew uncomfortable, and one by one they got up and left. He still had not turned to look at me, but he gestured over his shoulder for me to come and join him. I sat down. He took an empty cup and gave me tea. "What is it?" he asked. "I will know all the things that you didn't tell me the other day." He pursed his lips, then brushed the crumbs from his moustache. "What would you know?" I said, "Akaki." I needed to say no more than that. Tryphon was a huge man, but that name seemed to shrink him. He nodded, as if he had long expected this, but he did not speak, so I prodded him further. "Why do you all tolerate him?" "You know nothing of us, not even as much as you think you do," he answered. "We believe in God, yes, but we also believe that when a person is murdered, that soul enters the heart of the murderer to plague him." I remarked that this was an interesting belief, but of no relevance I could see. "Not relevant," he said. "It is the reason we've let the monster live. It's the reason he is the way he is. His father killed a neighbor. I'm sure it was an accident of emotion, but it happened, and the boy was born within weeks of that. Born evil, cruel, powerful, and desiring nothing more than to ruin himself and his family. The harm that he has done has been directed at them, at no one else. That is how we know whose soul he has. That's why his family lives in shame." "How can you say he's harmed no one but them? What about the house out there that's sunk in the ground? What about that poor family?" Tryphon stared at me as if to say I was a fool. That was his house. That was where his family lived. He brought it down. As if to dismiss me, he shoved his cup away, but I had not finished. "What of my predecessor?" I demanded. "Her? She witnessed the event and fled from us. Nothing happened to her, just as nothing will happen to you. She lost her position. Akaki withdrew afterward, and no one here saw him. His family keeps away, still in shame. They told us he had fallen into a trance and would die. We acted on that, believing merciful God and hoping for it. He should have died. We sent for you then. Now you're here, and Akaki's weaker than before. So let him be. Let him rot. Just don't run away in fright, or we'll have to send for another teacher. Evil he is, but he won't do anything except frighten you. Especially at the house of Sholden, because he fears Larissa. Her gifts outshine his and the rest of us. Oh, yes, you see, I told you that you knew less than you thought. We all have some powers like his, but we take precautions and we don't use our gifts frivolously. If we did, we would all look like a kaki. Now you know why we put you there of all places in spite of Shaldin's objections. No, I insisted. No, she didn't run away. What? Who didn't run away? Your last teacher. She's dead. Her kaki sucked her life away. Rubbish. Now you think him too powerful. Really? I said. Well, let me tell you, wise Ataman, the reason I know what Akaki did to the last outsider is that he is doing the same thing to me. I wanted to show him the marks, the bruises and scars, but the high-necked blouse I had put on to hide them would not let me. He would have denied them too, I was certain. He had his system of belief, as did the entire village of witches or devils or whatever they were in Divashgorod. Angrily I got up and marched out of the shop. I was no demon, nor had my predecessor been. We were something altogether different. We were prey. That afternoon I went into the church, as orthodox a church as you'd find in any village. I prayed for my soul, though I feared that I now dwelled somewhere that God did not visit. Afterward, I returned to my room in Shaldin's house. My thoughts collided, but as I sat there, I spied my trunk at the foot of the bed, and I thought that I should obey my instincts and flee. I could steal a cart, but how could I drag the trunk out of here without the whole house knowing of it? The situation had trapped me, do you see, my captain? There was no way to leave, and no hope of survival, unless I could deal with Akaki. I thought then that perhaps I could make him leave me alone. At dinner, I said nothing of my intention, but that night I dressed for bed and then opened the window into my room. The cool breeze from off the mountains blew in, and I settled back on the bed to wait. This time I hoped that the cold would keep me awake. For a while I tried to read some Gogol, but could not concentrate, so I set it aside, lay back, and waited. Even with the cold, I eventually drifted to the edge of sleep. I might have dozed, but it was at that moment that Akaki thumped against the window. Again a mist trailed in behind him. He was grinning. I sat up and said, "I'll speak with you," as harshly as I could muster. My tone dismayed him for a moment, but then he sneered and came forward again. "Lie back," he said. "I've no desire to speak with you. It's your life I want, not talk." I fought his control over me, but my body obeyed against my will. Still I could talk, and I said, "You burn your own life up doing this. Stop before you damn yourself." He laughed, which turned into a cough. "Ha! I burn either way," he rasped. "You can help me live a little longer." "But why not stop? Why not rest?" I asked him. "Because I love it too much. What would life be without the burning inside?" And his eyes rolled up in ecstasy as he lost himself in his own fire. In the room, as he did that, the furniture began to rattle and shift. The bed beneath me trembled, creaking. Then Akaki's roomy eyes settled on me again. "You can't imagine it," he said. Or if you did, you'd give in to the pleasure with me. Only your kind doesn't have the knowledge we do. Then why don't the rest burn themselves up too? I asked. Why aren't all the villagers out devastating their town for the sheer pleasure it brings? They're afraid, but I'm tired of talking to you. Be quiet now. He uncurled that deformed hand of his, and it was whole again, the nails glinting as if sharpened. The part of me that he controlled ached for him to insert them again. Terrified even of myself, I tried to roll free of him, but I might have been paralyzed. He undid the bow on my gown, exposing the bruise he had made. Then, behind him, a shape emerged from the shadows. Slender hands closed over his wrist above me and yanked him around. I found myself able to move, and I turned my head to see Larissa there. She whispered sharply in the Kazaki tongue, words I didn't know. What she said must have been a curse of some kind, because he reacted by spitting at her. With his free hand he swung at her face and knocked her against the door. Then he didn't touch her, only looked at her, but somehow this seemed to mash her against the wood of the door. She answered his assault, and he stumbled back a foot. She might have superior powers, but Akaki was willing to use his at a murderous level, which Larissa dared not. I thought of her withered and dried out from saving my life, and I couldn't let that happen. Akaki's head swiveled, and his teeth creaked. He jerked his neck, and Larissa spun away, smashing against a chair and onto the floor. He seemed to expand, to rise almost to the ceiling. The house groaned and snapped. It must have spun somehow, because I was tossed across my bed. Larissa climbed up quickly. Blood was running out of her nose. "Akaki," she said, but he shook his head and replied, "It's too late. You waited. I've new strength from the teacher, and you shouldn't have picked now to try me. You shouldn't." He closed the distance between them. I sat up, reeled with dizziness, and I fell on my side, my face pressed against the cool binding of my book. The house lurched with a bounce. It would sink like the other one, and because of me. I grabbed the volume of Gogol in both hands, and I swung around and smashed it down across the back of his wretched skull. The blow drove him across to the door, and I heard something in him crack when he hit it. I thought I had killed him, but when Larissa and I turned him over, we saw that only his nose had been broken. She could hardly stand, and I made her sit in the chair she had fallen across, while I wiped the blood from her face. Beneath it she had lines I'd never seen before. She had aged years from that short confrontation. "He'll come again for you, night after night," she assured me. "In each generation here, there's one like him who does damage until he perishes from his own obsession. Evil is always consumed by its own heat, but never before have there been outsiders. Now the evil will spread to the outside from us." "The world has evil in it already, Larissa," I told her. She nodded. "True, but no evil before had your name on its lips." I considered then finishing what I had started, killing the child. Larissa sensed this and told me that I would be foolish to do so. She believed the myth of her village. Perhaps I had come to as well. Larissa sighed, exhausted. I was surprised that no one else had stirred. She must have seen my distant look, because she said, "They've been kept asleep. Akaki's magic. He wouldn't want to fight us all. It would drain him utterly." "But why not destroy him like that?" I asked. Here they had what seemed to me the perfect solution to their problem. But Larissa shook her head. "You don't understand us," she said. "He's evil, but he is of us nevertheless. We must tolerate him, though we don't want him. In this way, he destroys only himself, nothing else." "Except me," I pointed out. "Yes," she agreed. "He can destroy you. You should never have been allowed here before the village knew for certain that he had perished. And now you must go. I'll take you to the ataman, and he'll send you from here tonight." She left my room to put on her clothes. I changed mine, stuffing my belongings into the trunk. When I came around the bed, Akaki's hand shot out and grabbed my ankle. "Larissa!" he wheezed. "I'll murder you. I'll wear you down until you're a rotting corpse." He clutched my skirts and dragged himself up to me. Blood covered his lips and outlined the stubs of his teeth. I shoved him away, but he hung on to me with those fingers. I tried to reach the door, but he pulled me off balance. I fell, catching myself against the doorknob. Akaki was on his knees. I whirled around and slammed him against the wall. He growled, and his eyes rolled back, and a horrible pain opened in my breast. Akaki was grinning in pain and pleasure combined, his head back, the blood drawing lines up his face now. Frantically I tore him from me, peeling his tiny hand away, crushing his fingers. He became weaker and more fragile by the moment. He laughed at me then, as if rejoicing in both our sufferings. I was not of their village. I could not block him out, and I could not endure this any longer. I slapped him as hard as I could. It was like hitting old, thin plaster. His cheekbone shattered under my hand. That whole side of his face caved in. He hissed, his breath fetid, but his hand went limp, and he tumbled back across the chair. I stood there, shaking, waiting. If he had moved again, I would have taken something and beaten his head into the floor. Instead, he lay unmoving, as repellent a sight as if I had disinterred a corpse and brought it into my room. The stench of him seemed to fill the room. Larissa returned and saw him. In a mad rush, I explained what had happened. Horrified, she bent over the chair. "I think you've killed him," she said. "Come on, you have to get away now." She grabbed my arm and pulled me from the room. I wanted to go back for my trunk, but she insisted that someone else would get it. I was not to return to that room. Trifon listened to her story morosely. Was it me, I wondered, who shadowed the ataman's thoughts? But no, it was Akaki, for Trifon cursed him and spat. He agreed to hitch up his horses. My trunk was loaded on his wagon, and I left Divashgorod in the dead of night, like a criminal, a spy. At the edge of town, Shaldin's house now stood canted to the right, as if the pit that had swallowed the neighbouring house was growing, unseen. On the way along the road, Trifon handed me some money. This is payment for as much of the year as I can afford. You won't have a successor. Not till Akaki is taken care of. I thought, but he's dead. I've killed him. What of me? I lost myself in gloom until I saw him. He stood beside the road as we went past. Tryphon didn't see him, but I did. I saw the moonlight on his wild eyes, and I turned to watch him hobble into the dust after us. In terror, I watched him recede into the night. When we reached the main road, Tryphon wanted to leave me, but I wouldn't let him go. I pleaded with him to stay, not to leave me where Akaki could prey upon me. Tryphon remained until morning, when he assured me in the sunlight that I was safe. Then he would not be kept there, and drove off. His village needed him, he explained. Larissa Sheldon needed him. The troika was due around midday, or so he claimed. I sat on the trunk, surveying the landscape for that hunched, repulsive shape. The trunk shifted under me so gently at first that I didn't understand what was happening. Then it shook violently. I jumped up at the instant that the latch burst. The lid flew open so hard that one hinge tore free. Clothing, all that I owned in the world, went spinning up like a fountain. At the center of it, a shape rose up. Akaki. His bleeding mouth drooled. The indented side of his face was purple and black. He scrabbled at me with those claws, but in his blind lunge he fell over the side of the box. I thought, now is the time to finish him. I took a step. Should I kill him with a rock? Then he sprang from the ground, and his sharp fingers reached for my face. He missed, but tangled them in my hair. I grabbed his wrist and tore myself free. His arm snapped, and he wailed. I turned and ran. The troika picked me up later that day, and I rode in the safety of the other passengers, saying nothing to them, but protected by their presence, or so I hoped. But on the train to Moscow, I saw him outside the window twice, pressed to the glass like a fly on a wall. Where had he got the strength to do this? Had he killed someone else, drained their life to pursue me? I could not. I did not want to imagine it. And each time I saw him, he was more decrepit, more horrible. He looked like a mummified corpse, like nothing living. In Moscow, I tried to go back to the university, but he sat on a bench by the door, knowing somehow that I would go there. In my despair, I contemplated taking my own life, jumping into the river, but I haven't the courage. I don't know when I decided at last to go to the Yama. I think I just found myself there, wandering, and I saw the fine houses and realized that Akaki could never imagine I'd go there. It frightened me at first, but the women were kind and understanding. Most of them had been through the same initial fears. The madame promised me that I had a cultured look that would appeal to her aristocratic clientele. I used most of my money to bribe an officer into getting me a yellow card, and the rest was, as the girls had assured me, just a matter of playing a role. I came to enjoy it. Hardly ever did I go out, But one man wanted a companion for the opera season, and I knew opera where the others did not, and so the madame insisted. As I feared, Akaki found me. I saw him as I came from the opera one night, but he would not approach while the man was with me. Like a gnarled stick creature, he hobbled along behind our carriage, following it all the way back to the Yama house. I escaped that night, dressed like a beggar, my clothes in a bag. No one paid me any mind, and I saw nothing of Akaki. This became my refuge, a shabby room with 2 other whores. Nights I've always had company, but now they've fled. Now I'm trapped in this pestilent hole. I must get out to work, to protect myself. But to go out is to invite Akaki to find me. I drink vodka and hope it will kill me, but it's too weak. All I can do is keep me from dreaming. He'll find me in my dreams. He'll get inside me again. She shivered. Safety, I learned long ago, is an illusion. None of us is safe. All Moscow isn't big enough to hide me. He'll find me. The filth here feeds 1,000,000 rats. Zarubkin thought of the creatures outside in Chitrovka market. He recalled the hideous dwarf where the sausage had been cooking. Dwarf! He sat up. In the street something exploded. The lopsided square of the window lit up, and the shutters rattled. Zarubkin jumped from the bed. Screams echoed from below, reports of gunfire. "What's going on?" he cried. He pressed against the glass. A few vague, scurrying silhouettes were all that he could glimpse. Then came the rumbling that became hooves clopping on cobbles. Many horses. He could imagine them, the cavalry, like a wave. Shots sounded in a volley, a string of sound. And when that echo died down, it revealed a growing chant. Be Zhidov, be Zhidov. Zarubkin hurried to the bed and pulled on his trousers. He leaned back towards the window. Lizaveta sat up as if spellbound by the chanting. "The Jews," she said. "Last night the whores. Tonight the Jews." Here in Chitrovka lived all the usurers to whom so many of the soldiers owed money. The city, devolving into chaos, would take her captain from her. "Oh, no!" she cried. "You can't go! You promised to stay!" She stretched and grabbed his arm to make him look at her. Footsteps pounded in the hall. Doors slammed open or closed. Zarubkin drew his pistol. A voice shouted his name. It was Vanya, and he answered her. "Here!" by reflex, wishing even as he called out that he kept silent. Lizaveta's hand slid away, and he couldn't meet her gaze. The door burst open to the whirlwind Vanya, his pistol also drawn. His wide eyes gleamed in the low light from the oil lamp. He looked at Zarubkin like a lost child. "It's a pogrom, Sergei. Come on. They're shooting Jews tonight. It's worse than ever." He glanced at Lizaveta with embarrassment. "Gladikin's already out there. For a target practice," he said. Zarubkin had known Gladikin for over a year. How had he tolerated the cruelty of the fellow for so long? Lizaveta rose naked from the bed suddenly and charged at Vanya. "You!" she shouted at him. "Here's a Jewess for you. Start with me." Vanya's mouth hung open. "Don't!" Zarubkin protested in confusion. Here, you foul pig! Here's all you could possibly want, both a whore and a Jew. One shot gets you double your prize. Where's your guts, oaf? Zarubkin said, Lizaveta, harshly. She ignored him, closing on Vanya, who was trapped confusedly between two cogent thoughts and couldn't even move. She took his hand, caressing his wrist, the butt of his gun. "Help me with it," she implored him. A moment later, the gun fired. It lit up the room for an instant like a sputtering candle. Lizaveta stumbled away from the horrified Vanya. Zarubkin caught her in his arms. Her head slid along his shoulder into the crook of his elbow. "What did you do?" Her blood darkened his hand. "Why?" She looked up at him and said, "Vodka's too slow." Her whole weight suddenly sagged against him. But, my God, Sergei! She did it! Vanya was stammering. This was worse than the deaths of anonymous peasants. This was a woman with a face and a name. "Yes, Vanya. I know. Zarubkin laid the body on the bed. He knelt beside her and held her hand. "God forgive her this terrible sin," he said finally. "Give her peace." Outside, more shots and cries resounded. The chant bounced from building to building, a cannonade. The air in the room seemed to stir round Zubkin, and he lifted his head. A cool draught brushed his cheek, then passed across the other. It breathed his name. He could barely believe what he understood then. She was with him still. Behind her presence, however, he could feel the smaller one pressing in. She clung to him for a moment, as she had in life. Then he lost the sense of her. He wanted to reach and bring her back. Sadly, he glanced at Vanya. The hairs on his neck crept up. Vanya's mouth was turned down in a bitter scowl. The gleam in his eyes was no longer that of a scared child. It had become a feverish shine of the most intense hatred Zarubkin had ever seen. Vanya saw him watching, and the scowl flattened smugly. Zarubkin had seen that face before. For a moment the pistol wavered in his direction before Vanya reholstered it. Jerkily, he turned away and walked out of the room, leaving the door open. "Vanya!" Zarubkin cried. A shriek from down the hall answered him. Hastily, he grabbed up the rest of his uniform and charged out. Bullets filled the air like flies. In Chitrovka Market, the horror had barely begun. That evening no one in the Shuldin household said more than a few words to me, and even then they would not meet my eyes. Larissa's brother, the one who supposedly had a fondness for me, actually fled to his room when I encountered him on the stairs.
Snow Cancellations by Donald R. Burleson. Donald R. Burleson is a scholar of H.P. Lovecraft, although there is nothing of the old master's style in the tale of childhood terror that follows. His fiction has appeared in Twilight Zone, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, The Horror Show, 2 AM, Eldritch Tales, and other magazines, as well as in the anthologies The Year's Best Fantasy Stories and Post Mortem. He is the author of books H.P. Lovecraft, A Critical Study, Lovecraft, Disturbing the Universe, many articles on HPL, and has even translated Lovecraft's The Terrible Old Man into Esperanto. Snow Cancellations.
The snow came silently to the window, like the blind, white, groping hand of a mummy. Resting on his knees in bed, and stretching toward the brittle panes, Jamie could just make out the vague outlines of the bird feeder on the edge of the deck, its once sharp wooden angles now muffled in white. Beyond, the pines and spruces that grew close to the back of the house were snow-shrouded ghosts waving in the wind, nodding to each other, whispering. It was going to turn out to be a big storm. Jamie liked that. Sort of. There was something nice about a lot of snow, but also something a little eerie somehow. Beyond the bedroom door, Mom had the radio on while she slammed around getting breakfast ready and getting herself ready for work. Dad had the early shift at the mill and had left some time before. Jamie, still half asleep at the time, had heard him shoveling the driveway, crunching through the snow in his boots, scraping the shovel blade on the surface of the drive. It must have been snowing for a good part of the night, and the air visible through the frosted window was still a frenzy of flakes falling thick and fast. The bedroom door opened to admit his mother's face and a distant whiff of oatmeal cooking. "Jamie, time to—" "Oh, you're awake, good. You better hurry up and get dressed and help me listen to the radio to see if they're calling school off. Come on now." Slipping his jeans and flannel shirt on, and poking his feet into slippers that weren't really much warmer than the hardwood floor they had spent the night on, he made a trip to the bathroom, and then to the kitchen, where his oatmeal was steaming on the table beside a glass of orange juice. From the shelf over the dishwasher, the radio was blaring, turned up loud so that Mom could hear it as she moved about the house. "A major snowstorm for southern New Hampshire and northeastern Massachusetts, with 15 to 18 inches accumulation possible by noon in some locations. If you have to go out, leave yourself a lot of extra time to get where you're going this morning, friends, because it's a real mess out there. And please drive with care, won't you? Hey, we like you, and we want you to get there safe and sound. Better yet, if you don't have to go out, why don't you just pour yourself another cup of that nice hot coffee and sit back and keep us company. Time is now 6:41. Temperature outside our studios is 24 degrees. I'm Rick Phillips for Storm Center Radio, 1360 on your dial, coming to you from downtown Manchester. The cancellations are coming in, and we'll have a complete rundown for you following these messages, so stay tuned." Jamie ate his oatmeal and watched the snow through the kitchen window. Wow, maybe they were going to cancel school. He'd heard that it happened here in New England all the time. In Arizona, where they'd lived till this past year, they never canceled school. Ever. The only time he'd even seen snow before was that one time in Colorado, when he was 6.
"Mom?"
She paused in her trip past the door. "Yes, dear?"
"What if they do cancel school?"
She shrugged. "I'll just call Mrs. Carty to come over and sit with you. She only lives a couple of miles from here." He knew Mrs. Carter well. She'd sat with him 3 or 4 times when Mom and Dad went out. She was okay. A little grumpy sometimes, but okay. Still.
"Mom, maybe they'll close up at Sanborn's and you won't have to go to work."
She shook her head ruefully. "Are you kidding? Sanborn's wouldn't close if it was the end of the world. I have to go in. Listen, you'll be okay with Mrs. Carter. I'll be home an hour early, too, because I'll work through my lunch hour to make up the time." She withdrew. Jamie worked on his oatmeal while the radio jangled its way through a series of commercials. He thought about the school building, ghostly and dark and empty of kids. Did the teachers come in anyway? He tried to imagine Miss Bouvier staying home, eating her breakfast in a housecoat and slippers, with her hair up in curlers and no makeup on. But it was hard to think of a teacher that way. "The list of cancellations that we have so far. We'll give them again at 1:15. Now, we've had no chance to put these in alphabetical order, so listen carefully. Here we go." Jamie set his spoon down and listened. Manchester, no school, all schools. Manchester Senior Center craft classes scheduled for this morning have been cancelled. Litchfield, no school, all schools. Hudson, no schools, all schools. Concord, at least a 90-minute delay, but keep listening, they may decide to cancel. Amherst, no school, all schools. Bedford, no school, all schools. Also, Bedford Senior Center is open, but no transportation. Hooksett, no school, all schools. Come on, Jamie thought, finishing his cereal and trying not to chew too hard so that he could hear clearly. Come on, who cares about all that stuff? What about Merrimack? Derry, no school, all schools. Salem, no school, all schools. Ding Dong Bell Nursery School in Goffstown is closed today. Pelham, no school, all schools, but faculty will still meet at 3 o'clock unless further notice. Stay tuned. This just in. Jamie had a feeling and held his breath. Merrimack, no school, all schools. Mom? I heard it, Jamie. I'm dialing Mrs. Carter now. He put his bowl and spoon in the sink and went to the front window in the living room, glass of orange juice in hand, and stood watching the storm. The snow was beautiful in a way, but somehow also darkly suggestive, as if saying, "See, you people think you're so smart, but I can shut you down any time I feel like it, and I feel like it right now." Gazing across the front yard through the swirling gray-white air, he had to find the mailbox, now a shapeless muff of snow standing on a post at the end of the driveway, before he could tell where the yard ended out there and where the street began. Somewhere nearby, snowplows were thundering their way through the streets, but they hadn't gotten to the street yet. He remembered seeing a snowplow that one time before, in Colorado, a lumbering metal dinosaur with great shining eyes, nosing its way through the snowdrifts. His mom was talking on the phone now, but he couldn't hear her over the rumble of the plow that had just swung the corner onto this street and was barreling past, pushing a sliding mountain of snow with its enormous blade. "Jamie?" He turned.
Mom, the snowplow piled snow up at the end of the drive. I'll get my coat and boots on and go out and shovel it for you.
She shook her head. "No, I don't want you out there, Jamie. Not when you just got over a fever. Thanks anyway, dear, but I can do it. Or maybe I'll just drive over it. Anyhow, what I wanted to tell you was that Mrs. Carter can't come over to sit with you today." Mrs. Carter has been cancelled, Jamie thought. Stay tuned. "There's nobody else I can get, so I guess you'll have to be here by yourself. That'll be okay, won't it? You're 9 now. You can handle it, can't you?" He shrugged.
"Sure, Mom. It's okay."
He wasn't really sure how he felt about it. In a way it was exciting, the prospect of being on his own for the day, but then again... He must have let his thoughts show on his face, because now she was making assurances to him. "You can watch television, or play records, or run your train set, or do anything you like. And when you get hungry for lunch, you can make yourself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I know that's your favorite." He warmed to that idea readily enough.
"Can I make more than one?"
She laughed, but looked at him warily. "All right, but don't you go eating yourself sick. Do you hear me, Jamie Hutchins?"
"Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, I won't."
She was pulling her overcoat and boots on. "You can make a couple of sandwiches if you want, and there's a bag of potato chips in the pantry. And if you're still hungry, you can have an apple. There's a big bottle of soda, too, in the fridge for later, but you drink a glass of milk with your lunch, understand?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"And don't make a mess in the kitchen, and don't fool around with the oven or the microwave. And don't go outside in this cold."
"No, ma'am."
"Okay, I know you'll be all right. Here's my number at work." She scribbled it on the back of an envelope and left it on the coffee table. "In case you need to call, and I'll call you at lunchtime. I have to run."
"Okay, Mom. Bye."
"Bye, dear." She was out the door, and he saw her trudging through the mounting snow to her car in the drive. He watched from the window while she brushed the snow off the car and shoveled the end of the drive. He watched as she backed the car out, watched until her taillights winked red through the wind-swept falling flakes and were gone around the corner. Then he was alone. Alone in the house, alone with the snow. Outside the window, the wind swirled into a dismal-sounding howl and rippled the snow like a curtain. Jamie stepped closer to the window, sipping his orange juice, and heard the floorboards creak faintly as he shifted his weight on them. Funny how quiet, how empty a house could sound. Well, he finished the juice, deposited the glass in the kitchen sink, and went down the hall to his room. Sliding the top dresser drawer open, he fumbled through the mess of socks and underwear, and uncovered his emergency supply of candy bars, taking 3 of them and closing the drawer. Then he went to his parents' bedroom farther down the hall. Kicking his slippers off, he folded back the bed covers and crawled onto the bed and sat cross-legged in the middle facing the snow-crusted window, and arranged the sheets snugly around his legs like a bird's nest. He had decided on this room rather than his own, because this was where the other phone was. He was going to call Kevin Riley. He unwrapped a candy bar and took a bite, and leaned across to the phone beside the bed. Tapping out Kevin's number, he straightened back out in his nest with the phone in hand. A kid's voice answered on the other end.
"Hello? Hey, Kevin, your mother licks armpits. Jeez, hey, Jamie, you're gay. You're a fat slob, Kevin. You wet your bed, Jamie. You're spastic, Kevin. Hey, Jamie, your mother eats dog boogers."
At this, they both collapsed into wild laughter. When they had got their breath back, Kevin said,
"Great about school being closed, huh? What are you doing?" "Sitting here talking to you on the phone. What do you think I'm doing?" "Your folks home?" "No," Jamie said. "Yours?" "Nah," Kevin said. "They both had to go to work. Wicked neat being home by yourself, huh?" "Yeah," Jamie said. "Yeah, I guess so."
Kevin guffawed so loud that Jamie had to back the phone off his ear an inch or 2.
"What do you mean, you guess so? You scared being alone, Jamie, huh?" No, I'm not scared. What's there to be scared of?" "Yeah, I bet you're not scared. I bet you're gonna pee your pants. Up yours, Kevin. Fight my dong, Jamie." "Hey."
Jamie had just realized that the radio was still going in the kitchen.
"Hey, hold on. I'm gonna go get the radio and bring it in here so I can listen to it in the bed." "You in bed, Jamie? What a pussy."
Jamie put the receiver down on a pillow and went for the radio. When he had it plugged in and playing on the bureau, with the volume down a little so that he could hear Kevin, he resettled himself in the middle of the bed and picked the phone up.
"I'm back." "What did you have to go get the radio for?"
Kevin asked. Jamie took another bite of the candy bar and talked with his mouth full. "Want to listen to the Cancellations."
"How come, you dumbass? You already know they canceled school. You're home, ain't ya?"
Jamie watched the snow falling ever harder and faster beyond the window panes.
"I thought maybe if it got bad enough they might close the mill early and our dads would come home, right? I told you were scared, you chicken shit." "Stick it in your ear, Kevin. What station you listening to?"
Kevin asked. Jamie could hear him tuning a radio across the dial, a jumble of stations fading in and out.
"It's a 1360, he said. "That Manchester station." "Got it," Kevin said.
And Jamie could hear the radio sound over the phone slide into agreement with his own radio. As storm-related information continues to come in, so stay with us and we'll keep you up to date on what's happening here in southern New Hampshire on this miserable day. Have another cup of coffee for me, won't you? Time now at Storm Center Radio is 7:28, and we have some basketball scores for you. But first, this just in. Schools in Londonderry are closed. That's Londonderry, no school, all schools. And I'm told now that schools in Concord and Laconia have been closed after all. That's Concord, no school, all schools, and Laconia, no school, all schools. Here's another one just in. St. Anselm's College is closed today, both day and evening classes. We'll update you on the whole list of cancellations at 7:40, but first, here's Tom Michaud with the local sports news. Tell us, Tom, what happened with that basketball game at River College last night?
Hey, Jamie, this is neat. The whole town's covered up with snow.
Jamie had been to Kevin's apartment building across town several times after school or on Saturdays, and knew that you could see just about the whole town from Kevin's 14th floor living room window.
Kevin? Huh?
Can you see Sanborn's from there?
Sanborn's? Yeah, of course I can see Sanborn's. It's got snow all over the roof. What's the matter, Puddin'-Face? Ooh, Miss Ooh, Mommy? Smell my farts, Kevin. Smell 'em yourself.
They were quiet for a while, their radios murmuring the same commercials, the same chatter. Jamie couldn't think of anything to say, and apparently Kevin couldn't either. Cancelled, and also the meeting of the Franco-American Friendship Club scheduled for this evening has been cancelled. The Manchester Public Library is open this morning, but there is no bus transportation for the Tiny Tot story time, and the library will close at noon. Those are the newest ones in. Here's a complete list of public school cancellations again, now as we have them. We'll be reading them again for the last time at 8:05. Here we go. Manchester, no school, all schools. Nashua, no school, all schools.
Hey, Kevin. Listen, you don't have to hang on the line if you got things you want to do.
A moment of silence, then,
Nah, I don't have nothing I want to do. I'll stay on.
Jamie thought, I bet I know why, too. He said,
Sort of nice having somebody to talk to, right? You saying I'm spooked being here by myself? I didn't say that,
Jamie replied.
All I said was it's good to have somebody to talk to.
More silence on Kevin's end, then,
Yeah, I guess it is, kind of. Even if I have to talk to some numbnuts like you.
They became thoughtful again, neither speaking for a good while. Outside Jamie's parents' bedroom window, the snow seemed heavier, more insistent every minute. It brushed against the frosty panes with jittery fingers of white, worrying at the glass, whispering. He could scarcely see far enough out now to make out the pines, except when the snow would lift a moment, rearranged by the wind. He ventured a remark to Kevin, bracing for the taunting reply it would bring.
Something about the snow's kind of eerie, isn't it?
Kevin was slow in replying, and surprisingly he said,
Yeah, kind of.
What do you know, Jamie thought. He feels it, too.
Kevin, can you see the mill? Yeah, just barely. It's a long way off. I can just see it. Looks like a ghost.
And Storm Center Radio will bring you all the details throughout the day, so stay tuned. I'm Rick Phillips for Radio 1360 Manchester, your information station for southern New Hampshire. Then music, some wimpy-sounding song like the old-fashioned stuff grown-ups listen to. Odd. Odd the way that voice had sounded. Something different about it.
Kevin? Did you think that guy on the radio sounded kind of strange?
Kevin seemed to be thinking about this.
I guess I wasn't paying much attention to him. I was watching the snow. Well, let's listen to him when he comes back on again. Okay,
Kevin said. Somehow Kevin seemed different too now, more serious. Jamie had almost never known Kevin to be serious about much of anything. The music droned its way to a conclusion, and the voice was back. A little bit of Mel Torme for a snowy morning. Nice, don't you think? Time now is 8:25. That snow keeps coming on down, and we have some new cancellations for you. Jamie drew the sheets closer around his legs, feeling suddenly colder. The wind outside the window moaned and shifted the snow in crazy-looking patterns. That voice was different, and he didn't like the way it sounded. It was, what? A little like some kind of cartoon character villain, sort of half-mocking, like, sort of unreal.
I see what you mean,
he heard Kevin say.
Shh, listen.
Here's the big one, friends. Listen carefully. He pronounced carefully the way Bela Lugosi might say it in a Dracula movie, drawing the first vowel out long with a final lilt. "Here it is! Merrimack Valley Mill is cancelled!" The radio went immediately to music again, some love song. For a long while, neither boy spoke. It was Kevin who finally broke the silence.
Jamie?
"I'm here."
Jamie, I'm looking out the window and something looks funny.
"What do you mean something looks funny?" Kevin waited a long time before answering, and when he did, he sounded awestruck.
This ain't right. I can see Pennacook Park. So what's the big deal about seeing Pennacook Park? I never could see it before. Not from here. Oh, come on, Kevin. It's as big as a football field. Bigger. You must have seen it. No, I'm telling you, Jamie. I never could see it before. I can barely see it now, just when the snow lets up a second, but it's there all right, and—
Jamie could hear him draw in a shocked-sounding breath. Kevin sounding shocked. Kevin who never sounded shocked.
And I just figured out why. It's because the mill ain't there.
Jamie laughed, but the laugh came out a little hollow.
Give me a break, Kevin. Of course the mill is there. What are you talking about? Look, Jamie, I ought to know where that mill is from my own window, and I'm telling you it ain't there. That's why I can see the park, because the mill ain't hiding it anymore.
Outside Jamie's parents' window, the wind whooped up into a deranged-sounding howl and threw snow against the panes.
Kevin, what are you saying? My dad works there.
Kevin was quiet for a long time, then said,
So does mine. Kevin, look. Hey, shh! The guy's on the radio again.
Hope you enjoyed that one by Dean Martin. At 8:39, this is Radio 1360, your voice of the storm. The voice had that lilting, mocking tone again, more so than before. And in case you thought we were through with cancellations, consider this one, my friends. This just in. Sanborn's in Merrimack. Sanborn's has been cancelled. Immediately, more music.
Kevin? I'm here.
Kevin, my mom works at Sanborn's.
I know.
Kevin, can you see Sanborn's? After a moment, Kevin replied,
I can't tell. There's so much snow.
Kevin, look, I'm going to hang up for a minute. I'll call you back.
Promise?
Promise. Jamie clicked the receiver down and raced to the living room and retrieved the envelope from the coffee table and returned to the bedroom. He punched out the digits his mom had scribbled on the envelope, feeling oddly moved by the sight of her handwriting. As he listened for the phone to ring on the other end, strained to hear that soft burring sound, he heard only a blank hissing on the line, and the murmuring of the wind outside, where he could see the snow was falling harder than ever. Finally he gave up and dialed Kevin back. Kevin answered before the first ring was finished.
Jamie?
Yeah, it's me.
Look, I tried to call my mom, but there was no answer. It doesn't even ring.
Kevin coughed and seemed about to say something, when the voice returned to the radio. We hope you're staying tuned, because we have another update on the snow cancellations. Exatron Technologies has been cancelled. Compton Industries has been cancelled. Pennacook Mall has been cancelled.
Jamie, I heard. Jamie, my mom works at Pennacook Mall.
I know.
Jamie, there's something awful wrong. The downtown out my window, there's like parts of it gone. I mean really gone. Like holes in it.
Kevin, I'm getting—
Shh! Jamie, listen.
And still more Storm Center radio updates for you. Ready for this one? The voice sounded thick, gloating. Dreadful. Reed's Ferry Apartments in Merrimack. Cancelled. Music. Some woman was singing, "Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow." A brittle finger of ice wormed its way up Jamie's spine. Kevin lived in the Reed's Ferry Apartments complex. He swallowed hard to get his voice back. "Kevin?" Nothing. "Kevin?" Nothing at all. "Kevin!" Nothing on the line at all but a dead, dry hissing, like the sound that might come out of the grinning and remorseless mouth of a reptile. "Kevin, please be there, please." Silence. Silence on the phone, and the radio crooning along, unconcerned. He hung up the phone and sat looking out at the snow, which had grown into a nightmare whiteness pressing at the window, blotting everything out, swirling in the madness of the wind. He looked at the 2 remaining candy bars on the pillow, and at the envelope where his mom had written her phone number those eons ago. Pulling the sheets closer around him, and pressing the envelope to his cheek, he sat in the bed and waited for the music to end.
Archway by Nicholas Royle. Nicholas Royle was born in Sale, Cheshire, and currently lives in North London. He has published more than 35 stories to date in a wide variety of books and magazines, including Cutting Edge, Book of the Dead, The Year's Best Horror Stories, The Truth, Reader's Digest, and Gore Zone. He recently edited Darklands, an original anthology of horror stories by British writers, and currently has 2 novels looking for a publisher, Counterparts and Saxophone Dreams. Royle was unemployed and living in a poorly maintained rented flat when writing Archway. "While I could see a light at the end of the tunnel," he explains, "many can't, because there isn't always one. And since I wrote the story, conditions have deteriorated thanks to benefit changes and mishandling of the economy." Archway.
In respect of the weather, as she would later discover, it was a typical Archway day, the Friday that Bella moved into the flat. How terribly British of her to talk about the weather. Bella's sister wrote in reply to the letter Bella had sent a few days after moving in. Not at all like her, wrote Jan. What did she know, thought Bella. Jan had always sought arguments on trivial matters. Her provocations were best ignored. She crumpled up the letter and looked out of the kitchen window. The sun was casting sharp rectangles of light on the huddled walls and buildings. Large black-grey clouds moved in from the southwest like airships to obscure the light. The weather followed the same pattern every day, bright intervals followed by the intrusion of these heavy grey clouds, which were soon blown over by the ever-persistent wind. Bella had become something of a weather-watcher, it was true, but not because she responded to the Britishness of the occupation. Rather, it served as a distraction. She threw Jan's letters in the bin and crossed the kitchen, her finger alighting on the percolator switch. She froze. There was that noise again. She'd heard it a few times that week, and had been able neither to locate it, nor with any certainty identify it. Sometimes it was like an asthmatic's wheezing, sometimes an old man's derisive laugh. Asthmatics and old men there may well have been in the upper and lower flats, and on either side, but the noise sounded as though it came from within her walls. Just an acoustic trick, she assured herself, the source of which would no doubt one day soon come to light. "Well, there you are, then. You can have a day to think about it if you want," the landlord had said after giving his lightning tour of the flat. "But the sooner you decide, the better. I don't know if you know what the present housing situation is like, but, "I know exactly what it's like," she interrupted him. "I've been looking for over a month. Some of the places I've seen, well, I wouldn't live in them if you paid me." "Oh, there's plenty would. You can't turn your nose up these days. Anyway, that's another matter. This is a good flat, and I'll have no trouble finding someone for it, so, when can you tell me? Bella thought quickly. It was the first flat she'd seen which satisfied all her requirements. Self-contained, own front door, bath fitted, telephone already in, adequately furnished, 10 minutes from the tube, rent just within her means, provided she got the housing benefit. "Oh, I'll take it," she said, surprised at how easy it was, not believing the search was over. "Right, you can move in on Friday. A month's rent in advance, a month's deposit. When can you let me have a reference?" "Pardon?" "Reference from your employer." "Oh, by the end of this week, I should imagine." She should be able to get it by then. In fact, the matter of a reference had slipped her mind, but it was, of course, essential. She remembered the miles of cards in newsagents' windows which repeatedly stressed "No DHSS" and "Professional people only." Bella straightened and framed the photograph which had drawn her attention. Now at the white wall she fingered the crack. It was nothing to worry about, the landlord had said in his booming voice. But she found she was able to slide her finger into the gap. She was sure she hadn't been able to do that before. She heard the photograph move and reached up to straighten it again. The crack widened a fraction, and a solid lump of darkness fell into the room. Bella stooped to pick it up, but it dissolved in her hand like it was nothing. Suddenly the light in the room dimmed as black light dribbled from the crack. The crack gaped, and a great absence of light seemed to pour into the room, thick and vicious like tar, yet neither liquid nor solid. It laughed at her. Bella rose from contemplation of her breakfast, depressed after a bad night, and straightened the photograph on the wall. As she touched the frame, she felt a tug of familiarity. She didn't remember anything else until some time later, when she was on her way out of the door, and she heard somebody laugh where nobody could have been. Lunch was busier than usual at the restaurant. Again she felt glad she was not a waitress, rushing around with never enough time to do all that was demanded. Bella was happier sitting at the cash desk, steadily working through hundreds of pounds and as many indecipherable bills. Not that she was content, however. The cash system at the restaurant she'd worked at before coming here had been much more straightforward, and her work as a result had been more efficient. But that restaurant had closed for refurbishment work only a couple of weeks ago, its employees effusively thanked and put out on the street. So she'd asked around and found a job here. The wages were better, which was good, now that she had the flat to pay for. As for the reference, she was sitting on it. The manageress had typed up a short note, which was now in the back pocket of Bella's jeans. The telephone rang shrilly. It was for Marilyn. Bella called her, although she wasn't supposed to pass calls on to the staff. Not a word of thanks, but that was nothing new. These waitresses were not really disposed to friendliness. Bella regretted having not swapped numbers with the friends that she'd made in the old place. When Bella climbed out of the underground at Archway, the sky was almost completely blacked out by thick cloud, like a domed lid propped from the earth in the east by high-rise blocks silhouetted against brilliant white. As she stood at the exit, the rain began to fall, heaving heavy drops onto the litter-strewn pavement. "It's always the way, isn't it?" she said to a middle-aged woman who slipped away, bowing her head to protect the cigarette which clung mollusk-like to her bottom lip. A tramp moved slowly through the flow of people towards the station entrance. Seeing Bella standing there, he held out a hopeful hand. She turned away and walked home through the rain and dirty streets. A crowd of boys collected at the end of Fairbridge Road. They wore training shoes, jeans slashed a little way up the side seams at the ankle, paisley shirts whose tails hung out, gold chains and expensive haircuts. The rain had stopped. The clouds fled eastwards as if scared of the light, which once more seeped into the streets. Bella counted 16 boarded-up houses in Fairbridge Road. She began to wonder at the landlord's audacity in describing this area of Upper Holloway as desirable. Her resolution not forgotten, Bella searched the flat for a possible source of the noise which had frightened her. She was examining the bedroom door hinges when the laughter rang out clearly from the bathroom. She ran through immediately and pulled the blind up onto its runner. The ventilator groaned as it turned in the breeze. It slowed to a wheezing trickle, then laughed as a squall sent it spinning. She leaned over the toilet to pull the cord to shut it up. Below, a face turned from Bella's direction, and a figure slipped across the waste ground into the shadow of a wall. "Nosy creep," muttered Bella as she let the blind unroll back into place. It was just an ordinary salt cellar. Metal top, glass body, almost full, a few grains of salt clinging to the downward slope of the silver top. But Bella couldn't tear her eyes away from it. It was safe, reassuring, unambiguous. She had been moving an easy chair from the living room to the bedroom and had dragged it across the bamboo curtain. The noise it produced, like a rattling of bones, had scared her, set her nerves on edge, even though she knew it was harmless. That being the first ambiguous sound, each new sound was exaggerated and misinterpreted. She had positioned the chair in her bedroom, and, straightening up, had given a little cry. But the face looking in at her had been her own. She'd pulled the curtains across and had sat down in the chair to try and relax. But the immersion heater had sighed like an old man. She'd stood up to straighten the photograph on the wall. Hadn't she done that before? She'd asked herself. So she'd come to the kitchen, sat down at the table, and focused on the salt cellar. At the edge of her field of vision hung the black oblong of the uncurtained kitchen window. Orange fog loomed outside, pressing at the glass, trying to force a way in. The conversations of her neighbours, muffled through the thin walls, became sinister. A radio played in the flat above, but seemed to come from within her own rooms. What could she do to remain calm? She would call someone. Who could she call? There wasn't anybody. She'd lost touch. Her sister, she'd call Jan. As she touched the receiver, the telephone rang. Bella jumped back and hit her head against the wall. This was ridiculous. She was being terrorized by nothing in her own home. She collected her wits together and picked up the receiver. A man's voice asked for Deirdre, insisted that Bella was she, and would not be dissuaded. Bella hung up. She would have to get the number changed. She no longer wished to use the telephone. Jan would only say she was being hysterical. She retreated to the bedroom, away from the billowing fog, wiping itself over the kitchen window, and to distract herself, opened a book. There was a gaping black divide in the wall, out of focus beyond the pages of the book. Bella looked up, but the crack was no more than 3 or 4 millimeters wide. Tiredness was causing her to hallucinate. She undressed and got into bed. "What do you mean, you can't manage to keep my shifts open?" she asked of the manageress. Cheryl said, "Your figures aren't balancing, Bella." "But that's not my fault. It's the antiquated tool, and that stupid system. I'm sorry, but it really is a stupid system. And that business of me having to keep the waitresses' money as well. I don't know what they write on their tip cards. I'd suggest you watch some of them before giving me the sack." "I'm sorry, Bella. Don't you think this is very difficult for me? I'm only doing what I've been told to do." They all said that, thought Bella. Their hypocrisy had always distressed her. Don't let the staff have phone calls, Cheryl had said. She'd accepted her own calls, though. Standing there gossiping with her friends while Bella tried to do 2 jobs at once. There was much about the restaurant which was undesirable. However, Bella needed the job. "I need the job," she told Cheryl. "You can't just get rid of me." "Oh, I'm afraid that's the situation, Bella. We are no longer in a position where we have need of you." It was becoming obvious that the management were not to be budged. "Well, sod you, then," Bella shouted, and stormed out of the office. Leicester Square Tube Station. Northern Line. 3 trains had thundered into the station and rattled out again while Bella remained seated, trying to calm her anger and nerves. Feeling a little less violent by the time the 4th train arrived, she got on. A crowded tube train was not the best place to be when feeling angry and resentful. Bella had a tendency, when in that state of mind, to misinterpret dim-witted behaviour as antagonistic, and the tube was a great one for dulling the responses. The clouds raced overhead at Archway. Bella felt insignificant beneath them. A vicious wind hurled itself along Junction Road and buffeted pedestrians emerging from the station. Bella didn't feel up to going back to the flat. She chose to walk about until she regained her calm. A tattered wretch of a man was stopping passers-by and asking for money. Bella turned and walked towards Highgate Hill. Brooding was pointless, she realized. She was in a mess, though. No job and no money. Think positive. She would have to sign on the dole. There could be no immediate prospect of finding another job. She'd been lucky to get the one she'd just lost. Even if she found a vacancy, she'd be in a mess if they checked up on her reference. "Why did you leave your last job?" "They sacked me on suspicion of dipping into the till." She wished now that she had done so, if only to validate her dismissal and to give her something to show for it. She turned right into Hornsey Lane. Northbound lorries hurtled up the Archway Road under the overpass, under the archway. The sky was reforming. The remaining dark clouds drew together and formed a band joining the horizons. Bella felt small. She walked down the little path to the Archway Road and stood in the shadow of the archway and felt smaller still. She had to wait 15 minutes before it was her turn. Yes, she wanted to sign on. Yes, she'd signed on before, but years ago, and not here. She was claiming from today, and would sign on whichever day suited them. Yes, she needed to have her rent paid. Yes, she would fill in the B1 and take it to the DHSS in person rather than post it. She took the B1 home. "Claim supplementary benefit on this form," it said at the top. There were 8 pages of questions. The walls of the room bowed in above her. A dull, creeping light from the window hung over the mismatched furniture. A car turned a corner, but the fly which buzzed around the lampshade was louder. She got up to make a cup of tea and passed by the kitchen window. Down below, on the patch of waste ground, a figure turned its face up to her window. Bella froze to the spot. The face just stared, its eyes quite clearly defined. Bella's flesh crawled, her scalp tightened. She shivered, and a change came over the face. It became elongated as the mouth opened and formed a black triangle. Symmetrical lines deepened about the eyes and mouth, accentuating the apex of the chin and reducing the eyes to black slits. The features formed a hideous triangular mask and became fixed in that image. It was the mime artist's version of an evil sneer, malice and twisted pleasure. The person had gone when Bella looked out again. The B1 presented its problems. Why did you leave this job? The walls around her began to press, the air to thicken. What is the name and address of your landlord, landlady, or council? Bella's temples ached. The light had deteriorated. Is your home very difficult to heat because of things like damp or very large rooms? Another early firework exploded outside. Are you, or any of the people you are claiming for, pregnant? Who is pregnant? A fly buzzed over the butter dish. Who is blind? Who needs to have extra washing done? Please tell us why. If you wash at home, how many loads of washing do you do each week? How much do you think this costs you each week for washing powder, hot water, and electricity? Do you, or any of the people you are claiming for, have any other illness or disability which you would like us to know about? Who is ill or disabled? What is the illness or disability? Remember that if you deliberately give false information, you may be prosecuted. Excuse me. It was Bella speaking. I've got a question about the B1 form you gave me yesterday. It asks for the landlord's name and address. Does this mean you'll be writing to him to check the rent paid and so on? I don't know, said the girl, her hand straying to a pile of cards. It's not us who pays you. Well, who pays me? The DHSS. Yes, but I just want... Look, if you take it to the DHSS, they'll explain it for you. I don't need it explained. I just want to know if my landlord will be contacted. He doesn't know I'm unemployed, you see. He'd kick me out if he did. George! The girl leaned around the partition. Lady wants to know if the DHSS will contact her landlord. Can't say. You'd have to ask them, said George, edging round to face Bella. Well, how do I do that? I don't want to put the form in until I'm sure. If the landlord knows, he'll kick me out. No one lets to the unemployed, you know, not if they can help it. Scum of the earth, as far as they're concerned. You'd better go to the DHSS, love. Archway Tower, 10th floor. Ask there. On her way out of the unemployment office, bewildered and annoyed, Bella scanned the long queues static before the unforgiving windows, and a familiar face revealed itself to her from shadows. She rushed out, clutching her B1, imagining the face grinning horribly back at her. She hoped a bath would cheer her up and prove fortifying for her jaunt up the Archway Tower. There was nothing, or very little, to equal the pleasure of total immersion in hot, foamy water. And somehow the prospect seemed extra attractive in the middle of the day. The steam condensed on the windows so she didn't have to drop the blind and resort to artificial light. She began to ease her body gradually into the water, but experience had taught her to opt instead for immediate total submersion. It was always a shock, but you soon got used to it. She lay there for 10 minutes without moving, without cares, simply enjoying the sensation of the hot water holding her body in its grasp. She brushed her palm over her thigh and thrilled at the tingling feeling produced. Her body was important. She enjoyed the indulgence of its desires. It was a long time since she'd had a man. Her hand floated between her legs. Water splashed out of the bath and onto her slippers. She trembled and lay back. The water regained its stillness. All was very quiet, so that the laughter was particularly shocking when it suddenly rattled through the ventilator. Bella jumped in fright and turned to the window. The ventilator spun and groaned. A dark shape loomed on the other side of the glass. Her first thought was simply that she'd been seen, and guilt filled her. Then, as a patch of condensation cleared, she recognized the mad, triangular face. Bella took the lift to the 10th floor and made her way to inquiries. The room distressed her. Rows of benches on which slumped tired, unhappy claimants. Some tramps sat at the back with an upsetting air of permanence and propriety. All the faces in the room were devoid of hope, cheerless, lacking vitality, staring at the partitioned windows, only one of which was being used. There was no apparent queuing system, no ticket distributor, no future in hanging around, thought Bella. She did try to discover from one person whether or not there was any system, but the eyes which turned upon her were so empty and lifeless that Bella couldn't have stood waiting for an answer without loss of self-control and tears of pity and frustration. She left the room and stood on the landing opposite the lift doors. These suddenly opened, and a piteous group of people moved slowly over to the room Bella had just left. They seemed as if drawn there on an ever-shortening thread. Over to the left, Bella saw a door to another room. The door was unlocked, but the room empty. Rows of benches faced two windows above which was a sign bearing the words, "Appointment holders, wait here. Your name will be called at the appointed time." You could wait here a lifetime and never have satisfaction. Here was a system supposed to care for and help those who needed it. Instead, it gave you nothing. Well, no, that wasn't true. It didn't dare give you nothing. That would be too definite, too cut and dried, too much like an answer to your plea. Instead, it gave you the forms, the questions you didn't know how to answer, the delay before the inevitable mistake or refusal. "It is dangerous to allow children on the window-sill," read another notice underneath the window. Bella looked down and saw the people move below, crawling like carrion flies over the shit-heap carcass of their city. There would be a poetic justice about it all, the city getting the filth it deserved, and the flies, by similar token, winning their carrion, were it not for the fact that the flies were actually people, a fact which dwindled to a possibility, easily refutable from this ivory tower. There was a second door on the other side of the room. Bella went through into a long, narrow room partitioned on the left of the aisle into cubicles. Chair, glass, desk, chair. 6 times repeated. No people, no papers, nothing. At the end of the cubicle was sectioned off by walls and 2 doors. From within came a noise, scuffling and muffled sounds of movement. Bella beat a hasty retreat, not wishing to be apprehended where she probably was not supposed to be. Back on the landing, Bella waited for the lift to come. She looked out of the window down to the roof of the Archway tavern, where a person stood looking up at her. Even at that distance, she recognized the laughing face. She swung round and nearly bumped into a man emerging from a door which could only lead to the room where she'd heard the noise. He pointed hideous, grinning features at her. The lift arrived and she dived into it. The face was in the lift. She thrust her hands back through the gap and forced the doors open to let her out. She looked about wildly and saw a sign, "Fire Exit." The swing doors banged behind her, and she clattered down the cold stone steps. Her eye was drawn to the yellow stickers which decorated the grey walls of the staircase. "Asbestos," she read. "This material must not be worked in any way without written permission from the PSA District Works Officer. Accidental damage should be reported immediately to line manager." Here within the skeleton of the building one became aware of the rotten core, potentially mortally dangerous, the truth to which the lift passengers, ferried up and down through the bowels and guts of the tower, remained oblivious. Bella came out into Junction Road and was accosted by a red-faced derelict who asked her for 20 pence. She stepped aside. He would only drink it, and left him to the charity of wealthier pedestrians. Twice she walked back, past the church, her mind all indecision, before actually going in for the Friday evening service. Her parents had brought her up to believe. She hadn't set foot inside a church, however, for as long as she could remember. The faces around her were solemn, the service also. She'd come for solace. There was little enough to be found elsewhere, and ended up condemning her naivety in thinking that the old lie, if believed in, might help her when other sources couldn't. When she came out of the church, the sharp, pointed face on the other side of the road laughed at her before retreating into the shadows of a dark alleyway. She was made to feel humiliated for trespassing where she didn't belong, like a wounded soldier seeking help in the enemy camp. Guilt followed close upon this shame, and she was unable to shake it off, even when home with the doors locked and the blinds down. Solitary in her prison, she felt threatened from without. Lonely, yet not alone. Loneliness had proved the stronger, and Bella had wrapped herself up in a warm coat and gone out. She'd found one pub off Holloway Road which wasn't, as the others had appeared to be, colonized by drunken Irishmen. She'd made herself be congenial, and accepted the offer of a drink which a man called Brian Monckton had made her. "These are my friends here. Colleagues, really," said Monckton. "We are journalists." "Right," said Bella. "I've never met any journalists before, I don't think." "Well, I hope you like us. We're going to a party soon, not far from here. You can come too, if you like." "Oh, thanks, I think I will." "What do you do, then? Sorry, what's your name again?" "Bella." "Oh, Bella, that's right. Lovely name. So anyway, Bella, what do you do?" She felt unable to admit that she was unemployed. It might be a stigma among these journalists, whose company was better than none. "I work in the restaurant business." "Oh, right. What, a waitress?" "Yes, well, no, cashier. It's nearly the same thing, but a bit different." Her words trailed off, confused, but it didn't matter. Monckton didn't appear to be paying much attention to what she was saying. He was looking where her T-shirt hinted at the divide between her breasts. Didn't men realize, she wondered, that women know exactly where their eyes are looking? Maybe they did, and they thought women liked it. Could they really be that stupid? She supposed they could, but their intelligence needn't concern her tonight. There'd be a party. She could meet people, have a few drinks, relax, and forget her worries. Forget that mocking face that seemed to be following her about. The man was talking to her. "Come on then, Bella. Everyone's here. We can go." They walked in a large group north up Holloway Road. The night was crisp. Bella pulled her collar up. Cars sped by, burning trails of light onto her retinas. The occasional bus, its steamed-up windows yellow rectangles. A few Asian-owned grocery shops still spread their fruit and vegetables out onto the pavement. A tramp curled himself into a ball in a shop doorway as they walked past on their way to the party. Bella felt a twinge of guilt, but reminded herself that she had troubles of her own, and this would help her forget them for a while, might even make them go away. One never knew. A man with long hair in a ponytail, who'd introduced himself as Terry, passed a rolled and lighted cigarette to Bella. She took it, between thumb and index finger, and inhaled deeply. Too deeply, it seemed, for she shuddered a little as she held the smoke in her lungs. Her head swam as she exhaled. Terry was talking to her about his new play, about schematic problems that he was having with Act 3. But she wasn't a very attentive listener. She drank several glasses of wine, 3 cups of tea, of very dubious content, and had shared 3, or was it 4, cigarettes. Anyway, Terry didn't seem to be aware of her inattentiveness. He watched his fingernails as he spoke. He didn't seem to hear when she excused herself to go to the toilet. She looked back from the doorway and saw that he retained the same position, and his lips still to be moving. She giggled and left the room. The hall was even more congested than the room that she'd just left. She managed to pick her way through people sitting on the floor and reached the stairs. The toilet was on the first floor, and amazingly there was no queue. She locked the door, pushed her jeans and briefs down and took a seat. It was good to go, a relief. She wondered if Terry was still talking to his nails. She might not have seen it if it hadn't moved. In the corner to her right, almost hidden by curtains, a disfigured, triangular face caught the light with a slight movement. Bella screamed and leapt to her feet, tugging at her jeans. The creature was laughing at her back, she knew, as she yanked the door open and fled downstairs, over the heads into the hall and out of the front door. She didn't have her coat, but wouldn't go back in. She'd come and retrieve it another time. Digging her hands deep in the pockets of her jeans, she trudged homewards. She didn't have far to walk, but the cold bit through her thin sweater, making her shiver. The party had been a mistake. She remembered the derelict they'd strode past on Holloway Road and flushed with guilt. As she turned a corner, she caught a glimpse of someone behind her on the other side of the road. The pursuer drew level on the opposite pavement and kept pace with her. She glanced across, and her heart leapt onto her tongue. The grinning head bobbed on a black-clad body, scarcely visible in the dark, which pranced with a lunatic's gaiety. The face turned to her, glowing under the orange lamps, but glowing yellow, and not just the face, the whole head. Sobriety had returned, thanks to the cold. So what caused the apparition of this grinning, dancing demon? There must have been something in the tea. Those had looked like very big tea leaves, if leaves at all, at the bottom of her cup. She was hallucinating. That's why the dancing head glowed yellow under the orange lights, which killed colour. It wasn't the source of its own light, but the product of whatever drugs Bella had consciously or unconsciously consumed. Still the head kept pace with her, teetering above its stalk-like body, despite the advance of her rationale. If she turned a corner, it turned also, but kept the same distance between them. Thoughts fluttered around her skull. Was the thing being cautious in not approaching? Was it content to laugh from a safe distance? Deciding to risk it, Bella dived into a narrow passageway which she'd used in daylight as a short-cut. She denied herself the luxury of looking back, and so didn't perceive that she was being pursued until she heard footsteps approaching at speed. They didn't stop at a respectful distance behind her. A hand clamped down on her shoulder, and she wheeled round. "Oh, God!" It was Monkton from the pub. "What are you playing at? You terrified me." "Sorry," said the newcomer, breathing alcohol through the mist into her face. "I didn't think. But then I'm hardly in a state to be thinking. You left so suddenly. Good party. Why'd you leave?" I had a headache. I needed some air," Bella said, looking over Monkton's shoulder but seeing nothing in the orange mist. "Right. Well, you going home then? Got far to go? Can't let you go on your own." Monkton was eager, and Bella would be glad of the company, in the general sense, if not the particular. The threat she felt from the face seemed to have grown since its disappearance and replacement by Monkton. "Oh, thanks," she said. "It's not far." One thing had led to another. Bella's gratitude to Monkton for walking her home not fully expressed, for she couldn't tell him about the face. And Monkton's assumption that Bella would be grateful to him for looking after her. She'd invited him to come in and offered him the choice of cold beer or black coffee. He'd chosen beer, so she took 2 beers out of the fridge, thinking, what the hell, she was lonely. "Don't worry about it, Brian." Bella had tried to comfort him. You've had a lot to drink." "It's not the damned drink," he said sharply. The delay had been caused by Monkton's inability to come despite his sustained erection. Since he didn't immediately put the blame on Bella, as she imagined most men would if they thought they could get away with it, she reasoned that it must have been a continuing problem, which Monkton was aware of and duly upset by. Bella was determined not to let the episode be a total failure. Her aggression hadn't worked, so she'd invite a change in the balance of power. She cajoled Monkton to rise above the problem, and by so doing end it. He'd sat astride her and entered, no less firm in his intention than before. If he'd kept his eyes closed, it might have been all right, but he'd opened them to sneak a look. The uncovered window was above the head of the bed. Watching through half-closed eyes, Bella knew Monkton had seen someone watching him from the opposite pavement. Laughing at him. "Bastard!" shouted Monkton. Bella knew. She only opened her eyes properly because she was supposed to. Dismay welled up inside her. A twitching insinuation of complicity plucked at her mind, born out of a responsibility felt. This must have read on her face. It was the only explanation for Monkton hitting her, as he did, 3 times across the face. "You don't fuck with me," he shouted. "Nobody fucked with me." How one's real face showed itself. "Laughing at me, you bitch! Don't laugh at me!" he added with venom as he clambered from the bed and reached for his clothes. Bella felt consciousness disintegrating. She heard him mutter thickly about her not having seen the last of him as he left the flat with a slamming of doors. Pulling herself over, she looked out of the window. The man who'd hit her marched away. Otherwise the street was deserted. The crack in the wall opened wider than before and seemed to drown the room with its absence. Bella turned to the window. Tarpaulins stretched over skips' drooped tails, which were derelicts, whose coats flapped as they congregated to watch her. Through the lifeless mob, a vital, angry presence stalked. It was only a matter of time before he stepped through the divide in the wall on a mission of vengeance for his useless erection. Bella walked the streets looking for a job. No one needed a cashier. One restaurant offered her part-time dishwashing, which she refused. Back on Holloway Road, a tramp asked her to help him with his bus fare so he could get to hospital. She brushed it aside as she had all previous requests. But once imprisoned in the orange, misty darkness of the side streets, she felt guilty. She shouldn't have turned down the job. She should have helped the tramp. Society and its governing powers wouldn't help him. On her shoulders she felt their absolved responsibility weighing heavily, like the pound coin in her pocket. She would turn back and look for the tramp to give him what little she had, but the sharp report of footsteps reverberated in her wake. It could be anyone. Or it could be Monkton, angry after his humiliation, seeking revenge, the only way masculine aggression knew how. She took a circuitous route and lost her pursuer, if indeed there had ever been one. Bella no longer trusted the veneer of reality which had once sufficed to seduce her into belief, acceptance, submission. Within a week she saw its corners turning up, patches worn thin like an old photograph on a book cover. She went back to the Archway Tower. The streets were crawling with derelicts. They were multiplying. The world was spinning its last. What about the other people around me, she questioned. Is it ending for them as well? She pushed past a tramp, choosing his dinner from a dustbin, and stepped onto the platform of a bus. She sat upstairs and watched the pavement creep by. A one-legged tramp hauled himself through the crowds on crutches. The bus stood for ages at a traffic light. The tower loomed ahead, poking its head into the slate roof of clouds. Bella got off and walked. Footsteps resounded at her back. She stopped and turned, and an anonymous swarm of people surged past her. She turned back again and watched the ground as she walked. Into her field of vision came a man beneath whose army greatcoat only 1 foot showed, and that didn't touch the ground. Now it did. Now it didn't. His crutches echoed like nails in shoes. Abruptly he swung round on his metal sticks and extended a begging hand in Bella's direction. But she felt threatened and couldn't even bring herself to look at him. All she saw as she skirted his crutches and left him hanging there were the tattered military ribbons on his greatcoat. She stood outside the tower and gazed up at its vastness. The B1 was in her pocket, but any meaning it may have once had no longer existed. The door swung open easily beneath her hand. She scorned the hypocrisy of the lifts and found the staircase. Footsteps followed her up the stairs, stopping when she did. They were her own. She needn't fear footsteps in any case, only herself, her worst enemy. Out of breath at the 9th floor, she rested her forehead against the whitewashed plastered wall. Her own footsteps still reverberated around the corners. Beneath her hand in the wall she felt a crack which opened at her touch. Black spilled onto the white, and the footsteps grew louder. Accidental damage should be reported immediately to line manager. The crack gaped even wider. Bella fled upstairs and banged through the swing doors on the 10th floor. A door across the landing stood open. She ran to it and into a familiar room. Empty of people, filled with benches, vacant counter windows and 1 solitary chair. Report to receptionist 10 minutes after your appointment time if your name has not been called. The door on the other side of the room opened, and into the room came a man wearing a sober suit and a grinning triangular mask for a face. Bella groped for the chair and propelled it at the window. The area of impact splintered, and she climbed onto the window ledge, kicking at the glass. She had to find him. Not that he was of any particular importance, but she would be able to impose a token amount of order, to put one little thing right. She couldn't hope to solve anything, but could maybe purge a little of her guilt. It seemed to her that if she could remove a part of the guilt, there being still time, she might wipe some of the smile from the laughing face. There were so many derelicts, however, so many homeless, that she could look forever. Dragging her shattered leg impeded her, all the more so for the lack of support in her spine, which she estimated to have snapped in 3 places. Instinct drew her on. Loss of blood onto the pavement was alarming pedestrians, but she could neither stop nor hide in a doorway. 50 yards away she caught sight of his back. His crutches glinted in the harsh sunlight. His foot scuffed the ground uselessly. She dug into her pocket for coins, but her hand sank into a raw gash. She knew as she tore her hand free of the muscle that it was too little, too late. The tramp turned round and raised a crutch in defence. She knew what face she would see if she looked, even though it didn't belong there. So she wouldn't validate its existence by looking. She wouldn't give it the pleasure. Instead, she would have the last laugh and accept the responsibility. She tore at her own eyes with her nails, and blood ran into the hollows of her cheeks, accentuating the geometry described by the 2 bloody sockets in relation to the smashed hanging jaw. It is dangerous to allow children on the windowsill.